Good morning, my brothers. I hope you guys can hear me, but we're on the road. Oh, one more thing to do there, Brandon.
Good morning, Brandon. You're muted, my friend. Muted, moist fart.
I can't believe I fucking had myself muted.
It was awfully quiet. It was awfully quiet. Good
I
morning.
was fucking talking my head off earlier.
Oh, I bet you were saying. I bet you were saying the most profound shit too.
Not really.
Oh, too bad. Yeah, well,
I was I was greeting everybody as they came in.
everybody's thinking you're giving them the cold shoulder. Oh, Brandon
See?
snubbed me this morning.
Fuck me. Oh
Well,
well.
how's it going? How's it going, big fella?
It's going good.
You've been at it for about an hour and a half already, I see.
Yeah, just driving
Yeah.
along. We're still in Oregon, but
I slept in today.
at least we're back in the pretty part of Oregon.
Nice.
Just like everywhere out here in the south, I mean in the west, if you get up to a high enough altitude, you get trees.
Right.
I got a guy from Old Dominion just riding my ass. They're a trucking company.
Start slowing down.
Oh, we'll slow down up here in just a bit. We're coming up on a big hill.
Did they break anything when they repaired your headlight? You know, did they take out any other electronics or something?
No, they didn't break anything.
Oh, good job.
It wasn't my company's fucking mechanics.
Right. Good thing. It would have broke your transmission changing your headlight.
It's quite possible. But it's more likely they would have messed up the differential somehow.
Right, right. Yeah, something totally unrelated, I'm sure.
Bumpity bumpity bump.
What's our destination today? You said Aurora?
Aurora, Colorado. Yep.
Oh, okay. When you said Aurora yesterday, I thought you meant Illinois.
Ah, there's several Auroras.
You Americans,
Right lane closed. Get the fuck over, Brandon.
you Americans ran out of names for places, so you reuse them a lot.
Yeah.
Springfield.
Great example. So, are there no reused names in Canada? All names of all places are all original. What's up, JLM?
I'm sure there's some, but not like you guys. We streets. Okay, streets. In every town, there's a King Street and a Queen Street. Like every town.
Streets are, yeah, they don't count. Like
But
here, there's a fucking main street over the fucking place.
yeah, but I think our names, we may have a couple that they regurgitate, but for the most part, when we run out of names, we just dip into the big book of native names and call it something, some Indian name.
Yeah. It looks like they had themselves a little bit of a fire. Fucking truck got on fire there for them.
Indians call that a powwow.
Yeah. That would have been pretty exciting. You got the foam truck out. Foamed it. We did a little bit of that, Indian naming, but not nearly as much.
No, and only in places like where you had a really heavy Indian population.
Yeah. We got a lot more stuff to name than you guys do, though. Except for like lakes and things.
That's true.
Yeah, even the fucking French down here couldn't get their fucking, new names in the U.S. and the French founded cities. At least you got Quebec. I don't know if any Quebecs in fucking France, but there's an Orleans and we got a New Orleans. There's a fucking St. Louis and we got St. Louis.
Yeah.
It's like everybody that got over here is like, I kind of wanted to call it someplace else that we used to be.
I need something to make me feel like home.
Yeah. There's still fucking snow on the ground up here. Cool.
Oh, really? What elevation are you at? You know?
I fucking no idea.
Oh,
But I'd say maybe 4,000.
okay.
Right in front of me, maybe and I had fucking snow. Won't be seeing that for too long. I'm back. We're coming up on something really cool. We have a valley fucking filled with clouds.
Oh, Frank was in here this morning. I miss Frank.
Yeah, Frank was here, but he never said a word.
Well, neither were you, for that matter.
Yeah, that's true. But he didn't even try to come on. I even posted the fucking link. So, what are the brothers talking about today in chat?
Oh, JLM's been chatting up a storm. saying last summer went to a wedding in South Carolina. I see why people love Tennessee and Kentucky. Great natural beauty in those old mountains.
Oh, really? It's really is pretty. Yeah. This company that I'm going to start work for next week, they they go to 47 of the 48 continental United States or contiguous United States. They uh, they don't go to California.
Nice.
I thought
Yeah,
that was that after last week being stuck in California. I
that's
thought that was a great idea.
yeah, that's the best perk of the job.
Well, California
That's a great.
doesn't really make anything. You know, they have fruit and vegetables and stuff that get delivered from there,
Hmm.
but you know, they're not like the rest of the country where you know they're primarily consumers in
Yeah,
California. They just
yeah. No real manufacturing there, right? It's just
no, it's
farming.
all moved. It's all moved out. They used to have lots of manufacturing there, but nobody wants
Really?
to fucking do business there anymore. Yeah,
Yeah, I could have seen that gone the way of the dodo because California and their fucking regulations would be miserable to try and fucking do any business there.
yeah. You know,
You
fucking
know?
the biggest one that's left recently is you know,
Oh, you went all robot on me there, man.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right.
We're still here.
Yes. Welcome, Ape. How you doing?
Oh, it's on his weekend.
Yeah, it's Saturday for Ape. And Riggsy's here. Hey, Riggs.
Yeah, he'll be back Sunday.
All right. Hey, can you drop a link?
Sure can.
Riggsy, hop on. I got some news for yous. What's Riggsy saying?
Says he's about to hop in the shower and wash his balls.
I bet you they're stinky. Anyways, Riggs, I'm going to be in Sioux City on Monday for 2 days doing orientation.
What he's asking is, can he crash at your place?
Say that again, Hemi?
I said, so what you're asking is, can you crash at Riggs's place?
Oh, no, I'm not asking that at all. His cats would love me, and then, they'd just attack his balls every time they saw him after that. It wouldn't be fair. Yeah, I'm switching companies, Riggs, and my new company's based out of Sioux City.
Rick says he'll be right back to 12-hour shifts as soon as he gets back.
Excellent. That means we'll have very little time to see each other. Even better. Maybe I'll stop by his house and pet his pussy through the window.
Right.
I'll steal Nala and put her in a good home.
Give her a good home. You're cruel.
Yeah. The last thing I'd do would be travel with a. Holy shit. Or Ape's
What's
dog, for
the
that matter.
what's the new company's policy on dogs in the cab?
They're allowed.
Awesome.
Yeah. So as soon as I come back from getting my fucking teeth fixed, I'm gonna get me a doggy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is. What's up, Kratos?
I highly recommend the little chihuahuas.
Well, I'm kind of in favor of a fucking Dachshund. I've had Dachshunds before. My daughter still has the last Dachshund I got. And Peaches is a great fucking dog.
Yeah, but when Wiener dog farts, man, in that cab, oh, it'll fucking kill you.
Well, I need something that'll give me a run for my money. The only bad part about Dachshunds is they have a fucking tendency to piss when you like touch their bellies and shit like that. When they get excited, they'll pee.
Right. I hope your new truck doesn't have all the fucking nanny safety shit on it. That's what I
Ugh.
hope.
I don't know if they build them without it these days. Whether it's fucking turned on or not, I don't know. I just hope it's got a paddle shifter like this one does. That's the best part about this fucking truck is the paddle shifter.
Makes you feel like you're driving a Ferrari.
I guess.
Tim Elgato, good morning.
Tim,
Ape says you should get a Great Dane.
Yeah, this is what an 8% grade looks like. It gets us down to fucking 32 miles an hour and we're still dropping speed. Gentlemen, this is why I love my job. Look at this scenery. Just beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
What's up, monkey boy?
What's happening? Where are you at now?
Oh, I'm in southeastern Oregon,
Oh, yeah.
almost about to Idaho, I think.
You going to make it to Salt Lake today?
I don't think so.
What time do you have to be in Aurora?
6 o'clock on Saturday morning.
Ooh.
I've been to get close to Salt Lake, but 500 miles puts me about 150 miles north of Salt Lake.
Ah,
It's a long way across there. I had to
Oh, yeah.
stop fucking early yesterday because of the damn fucking headlight.
yeah, that's going to put a damper on. How long did you? Well, you were stopped for the night on the headlight, didn't you? You had to stop.
Yeah.
How long did it take them to get it fixed?
4 hours. And this time it wasn't Love's fault. They were fucking waiting for my company to approve paying for it.
Oh, God. That's so stupid.
So let me pull out the receipt here. It was a grand total with parts and labor of $30.05.
And they were
Right? It
pissing about
took them fucking 4 hours. 4 fucking hours to
Yeah, you could have changed
approve that.
You could have changed it in a minute and a half.
Yeah, it probably would have taken me 5. Because I would have checked the oil because I did while I had the fucking hood open.
The deal with them too is those headlights always burn out. Then the other one will burn out now.
Oh, good. I'm glad I won't be driving it.
Yeah.
$30 at 4 hours. That's $7.50 an hour.
Well, they didn't fucking take 5 hours or 4 hours to change the headlight. It took my company 4 hours to approve the fucking $30.05. When it finally was approved, the guy we just walked out to my truck. He didn't even have me pull into the garage. He said, "Where are you parked?" We walked out there, click, click, done. Ah, it's a beautiful country up here. Too bad it's part of Oregon.
Too bad.
Do you think that they will ever be able to fucking secede from the state and become Greater Idaho?
Nope. All the Dems in the I-5 corridor can outvote anybody, and they want that revenue. They don't want to give it up.
It was really fucking stupid last night. I had my styrofoam cup with a plastic lid, but they couldn't give me a fucking plastic straw. It's against the law to have a plastic straw.
In Oregon?
Yes.
I saw a great meme. It showed California. It showed this homeless encampment right in downtown LA. And I mean, it looks like a garbage dump. And it says, and this is the state that doesn't want you to have a plastic straw. And there was nothing but Walmart bags and plastic shit everywhere, stacked up 4 feet high.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Think of the sea turtles. They might choke on that thing. They won't choke on that Walmart bag floating through the ocean, though.
I've been out in places where they don't have really good fucking trash collection. And the fucking bags, after a while, they all clump together and they fucking form these bag balls.
Yeah.
And you think, well, what the fuck is that? Is that some kind of a fucking new type of jellyfish? No, it's a fucking ball of fucking plastic bags.
Well, at least it won't sting you.
That's true.
I'm making some O'Brien hash browns with some peppers and onions and some bacon and some eggs for breakfast.
All right. Now, what's an O'Brien hash brown?
It's the cubed up hash browns with green peppers and onions in them.
Okay.
Got an avocado that I'm going to have to use too. This dang thing was hard as a rock 2 days ago, and now it's getting spongy.
Uh-oh.
I don't have any toast, though, so I can't have any avocado toast. I've never even seen avocado toast before.
Why in the fuck would anybody want to put avocado on toast? Sounds like
it's a good way to spend $7 or $8 on a piece of toast.
Oh, okay. As long as it's consumerism, it must be good.
Avocado is a good fat.
Go ahead, Hemi.
Avocado is a good fat. It's good for your brain.
Sounds like something my oldest daughter would fucking eat back when she was on her huge, I'm going to starve myself to death fucking kick.
Well, it's obvious that you don't suffer from that condition.
No, no, I don't.
Me
I
either.
eat her food.
Well, if you're not going to eat it,
It got so bad when she was fucking 17. She went when she was 16. She was 110 pounds. Right? She's still the same height as when she's 16. When she turned 17, she went on this "I'm gonna fucking starve myself to death." She got down to 87 pounds.
dang, she
Her,
must have been a skeleton.
oh God, her fucking pussy stopped working and all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah, everything. They when they starve themselves, it throws their whole body off. Their body goes into trying to survive mode.
Yeah.
JLM asked, what's her height?
She is 5'4".
Heck, most women these days that are 5'4" or 5'4" by 5'4".
But she's now somebody else's problem. She married a doctor from Turkey.
She married a doctor.
Yeah,
Married a turkey.
yeah, but he's a turkey. He's a jive turkey.
Jive turkey.
He's actually a really fucking great guy.
He's from Turkey, or he talks jive Turkey.
He's from Turkey. He
Okay.
walks the walk, talks the talk, and lives it.
And got himself a non-Muslim wife.
Well, she's a Muslim now.
Oh, so does she wear a burqa and get her ass kicked?
No, she doesn't wear a burqa. They don't wear burqas in Turkey.
Oh,
But she does wear
They're
the
moderate.
fucking. Well, they're modern
Just
for fucking Muslims.
just a headscarf, right? Oh, he blacked out.
does she wear a? Oh, Mr. Moist left the building.
She probably has to cover her head with like a scarf or something, but they're not they're not as hardcore as they have to wear a full-on burqa. You know,
Right.
Turkey's rather moderate country.
And watch how long it takes for feminism to bring them down.
Actually, it's probably a good case study. You know, watch.
A moderate Muslim country and see how long it takes
Yeah,
to
watch how
clean.
long it takes them to, circle the toilet bowl.
Yeah. My guess is less than 2 generations.
Hey, you're probably right.
especially with the advancement of technology and social media. If we were 50 years ago, it would take probably like it did in America, 5-6 generations.
Right.
But you can instantly get on your phone and learn that, oh man ain't shit, and you don't need no man instantaneously.
Hey, Brendan's back.
Telemarketers.
What's the ape got planned for today?
Oh, I gotta go do all my chores and get my I gotta change the oil in my truck, get everything ready, because if Brandon actually makes it down to Cheyenne by tomorrow afternoon or early evening, I was gonna go down and see him. It's about a 2-hour and 20-minute drive for me.
Oh, a rendezvous with Brandon, huh?
Uh-huh. Different zip code, so everything stays secret. Hey, Brandon. He don't want to talk to me.
Nope, he don't.
There's a lot of you get into northern Arizona and just south of the Oregon border, and they've got wild horses running all over the place down there, and wild cattle, feral cattle.
Oh, wow.
He must have to go pee pee.
That's what I was just gonna say. It must be fucking piss time.
Frickin' way of the road. Gatorade bottle that shit. You ain't got time to stop.
That's right. We got no time. And keep those wheels rolling.
How you gonna quit a company if you can't get there? How you get fired on your day off, Brandon?
Hello, hamster.
Is the assassin in the building?
Dr. Buttcrack.
That sure was a nice thumbnail he put on his little stream there, showing Brandon's slot machine hanging out for everybody.
Yeah, I didn't know Brandon was coin operated.
Yeah, you just slide a quarter down his ass crack and pull his arm and go, big money, big money.
Big money, big money.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear
good.
you.
And we got Dr. Buttcrack. I believe that's Hamster. It's either Hamster or Frank.
Well, they're playing mute.
Well, anyways, I had to stop and fix my fucking audio, but while I'm here, I might as well go pee pee.
Drain the trucker.
I'll be right back.
You left your key in.
Left your lights on. That's how they burn out. Did Brandon say this new company's based out of Sioux Falls? Where is his route? He going to be going to Texas a lot again, or is it just kind of all over? Or?
I don't think he knows, but probably he'd be driving all that food from those meat packers there in Iowa.
Meat packers.
Got a country to feed.
For now.
For now.
Until they make meat illegal and they want you to eat that fucking fake meat that they make in a lab.
Cricket meal.
That's when Ape goes on a poaching spree. I will go get me some deer meat.
Well, go get that wild cattle you're talking about.
Oh, shit. That's 800 miles away, brother.
Yeah, one cow will last you a whole year.
Oh, there's plenty of cows around here. And if
they
people,
belong to somebody, though.
Yeah. But if people were not allowed to buy beef anymore, what do you think those ranchers would do? They just let those cows go, and you would have feral cattle. They're not gonna. They'll just cut the fences down and let them walk off. Either that or shoot them all.
When they're feral, do they start to grow sharp teeth and claws?
They have large talons. But they're skittish as shit. I was north of Winnemucca, Nevada, and I was going into Southern Oregon, and not too far from the California line. And I come across an area there was said no services for like 100 miles, and it was the most desolate place on the United States I've ever drove through. And they had wild horses, they had wild burros, and they had bighorn sheep running around, and they had a road sign that had looked like a steer on it, but it said be cautious of wild cattle. And I come around a corner, and it's 2-lane road, no shoulder. It goes right to gravel. So if you dip a wheel, you're probably going to be rolling. And I was driving along, and I come around this corner, and there was this wild stallion and a couple of mares standing right in the middle of the road. And they saw me and just took off running. They're not real big. They're about 2/3 the size of a quarter horse. They're not as big as a regular quarter horse.
Was one of those mares, was she called Sally?
Maybe. I didn't. They didn't stick around for me to ask them their name.
Because Mustang Sally's got a song.
Uh-huh.
Ride, Sally, ride. Be like the hamster and ride that fucking Guinness torpedo.
Has
Dr. Butt Crack ever said anything since I let him on?
No.
Antisocial son of a bitch.
Not a word.
Probably an infiltrator.
Probably. Yeah, that or he's a Kiwi and he's, everything's upside down and in the future there.
Did you see my comment that I put on Scotty's Discord with your guys' pictures?
No, I probably saw it, but I don't remember.
I put on there, you'll never find another hive of more villainy or scum. What is it?
Oh yeah,
Villainy
I
and
saw
scum
that.
from Star Wars. And then I went,
Yeah,
oh, sorry, wrong movie.
I gave you a banana for that.
Yeah, I noticed there's 3 bananas on that now. I had to look up the quote halfway through typing it because I couldn't remember it. Back when Star Wars was good, not a bunch of woke fucking retard bullshit.
You mean pre-Disney?
Yes.
Ah, but fucking George Lucas made out like a bandit. That fucker got $4 billion with a B from Disney for the Star Wars franchise.
Yeah.
And he was already richer than God.
Yeah, and they're riding it into the ground.
Oh, they've ridden it into the ground, man.
They took Star Wars and rode it right into a Sarlacc pit.
Yes, they did. Hopefully it doesn't take 1,000 years to die.
Just to digest.
You know, it started off so well. Carrie Fisher's bouncing tits. Han Solo kicking ass. Luke was always kind of a pussy, but, you know, Darth Vader rocked it. James Earl Jones and shit.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the shows where they've compared Star Wars to the story of Hitler?
No.
Oh yeah, I can't remember who it was, put a video out and basically compared Star Wars to the rise of the Third Reich. Even the uniforms. You look at the Imperial officers' uniforms, kind of similar.
Well, that was done on purpose, man. They had, you know, you had to be visually fucking evil.
Yeah. And that was the most evil thing in history at the time.
Yeah. Little did they realize that feminism was worse. In their naivete.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Star Wars was made, the Clintons weren't a thing yet.
No. I wish Hillary had just come out and say that Webb Hubble is Chelsea's daddy, because there ain't no way it's Bill's kid. You look at Webb Hubble, and then you look at Webb Hubble's daughter, who looks like Chelsea's sister. They're almost twins.
Well, I'm actually surprised that Hillary fucked a man.
Yeah, she's a huge lesbian.
Well, did you ever hear that tape of her, that recording of her bragging about when she was a lawyer, bragging about her getting a child rapist off one of her clients? She got him off of the charges for raping a 12-year-old girl.
Yep.
Scary. It's fucking scary to hear that woman talk.
And she was laughing. Yeah.
Like a fucking witch.
She was a witch back in the 70s. A complete disingenuous person. I mean, you would think if you just saw her, if you didn't know who she was and you just saw a picture of her, you'd probably like, She's probably just some old lady, you know. But the evil that comes out of that woman is, I don't think you could put it on a chart.
It takes a village. Imagine somebody that fucking evil, you know, a fucking somebody who will get a child rapist off having fucking a children's book, you know,
And
somebody
then
who's
bring a
been,
bunch of poor Haitian kids that disappeared,
well, you
possibly
know,
imperfect.
and she's such a fucking ardent supporter of abortion, and she fucking tries to talk about raising children. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah.
Thinking she'd rather fucking kill your kids.
Haitian kids weren't the only things that disappeared from Haiti. All that Haitian money that paid
Yeah.
for Chelsea's wedding.
Yeah, it did.
And who was there standing there when Bill walked Chelsea down the aisle? Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, and Donald
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah.
Just about everybody was at fucking Clinton's wedding.
Yeah. I bet Webb Hubble wasn't. I bet he didn't get the invite.
That'd have been funny though if he had.
Yeah, she's walking down the aisle. She leaves Bill standing there and goes, "Daddy," and runs over to him. That would have been a Kodak moment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it would.
I'll tell you what, nothing cooks hash browns up like cast iron.
Yeah. Bacon grease and hash browns.
You gotta have the cast iron cooking that stuff. So
I'm more for.
what town are you near right now, Brandon, or what's the next city?
This is called Geyser? I don't know.
Okay. So you are going to end up going. You're going to come in west into Boise and then head south, right?
Yeah.
You're not coming north into Boise. You're coming in from the west.
Well, I'm taking 84.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Hello. Not much. What's up with you?
Yes, it's me. Yes. Just got back from the gym, man. Thought I'll by, see how you guys doing.
How are you doing, Tim?
I'm still standing, brother.
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, that's all we can ask for, right? For one day the shitstorm to pass.
Yeah.
Ape, that was Baker City.
Baker City. Okay.
Yeah. If that's Baker City, I must be in Idaho already.
You missed the sign?
I must have.
Idaho.
Ho.
Right. Idaho.
We were in Seattle and used to watch that Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives all the time. And there's this diner in Seattle that my aunt took my ex and the stepdaughter and myself. Stepdaughter was only about 6 years old. And we go to this diner and they give people paper and there's crayons at every table, and you just draw whatever you want, and then you just stick it to the wall at your booth, you know. And we're sitting there, and the daughter looks over, and she goes, "Hey, look at that! It says Idaho." And somebody had drew this prostitute potato with fishnet stockings on it and a brassiere walking along, and it says Idaho, and I freaking lost it. My aunt is mortified; she's embarrassed, you know, and the ex-wife was laughing her ass off, and the kids just kept saying, "Look at it, it's Idaho, it's Idaho, home of the potato," she kept saying. Oh,
That's funny.
oh, and whoever did that was a hell of a good cartoonist, man. They were definitely an artist.
But I've seen some of the best art on the fucking toilet.
Yeah, I've seen some fantastic art on the side of railroad cars. It's like you guys are spray painting this stuff, and you could be making hundreds of thousands of dollars.
What did you draw at the restaurant? Bunch of dicks.
I can't remember. I can't
You're
hardly
drawing
draw
a blank?
stick figure. I drew a blank, yes.
Drew a blank.
Thank you, Brandon, for the assist. I was struggling.
Anytime.
Yeah, I drew a blank.
Oh, when my mic cut just a while back, I got a phone call from the safety department, and they told me that my appeal of their fucking latest rulings was denied. And I was just thinking to myself, well, fuck you then, buddy.
Yeah, he doesn't know. They don't know that in a few hours or by tomorrow, you're not going to be an employee anymore.
No, it'll be Saturday, but yeah.
Yeah. We're under a flash flood warning for the next day and a half.
Yeah.
We've been getting pretty good thunderstorms. If it was going to be the big flood, it'd have to be a big one because I live at 4,000 feet elevation.
Yep. It'll have to be one of them floods like when the Earth's spin changes directions, huh, Abe?
Yep. I never said there it's going to change its spin direction. It's going to spin the same. It's just going to tilt its axis, Brandon.
Okay.
But the storm eye on Neptune that was going in one direction has changed and is going the opposite direction.
Yeah. That's the funny thing about the Coriolis effect, isn't it?
I don't want to talk about your areolas, Brandon.
But they're such nice areolas. I'll show them to you tomorrow.
I seen them. I remember that video you did.
Yeah. I bet you do.
Dr. Buttcrack is here. Hello.
Well,
Dr. Buttcrack comes in fashionably late.
Well, just when you put me on, I had to go to a quick meeting.
Well, Butt Crack, you and I go together, man. I'm a moist fart today.
Oh, man.
You must have. Brandon was just talking about his areolas.
Oh, God. Jeez, I'm glad I missed that.
He says they look like they have a Hershey's Kiss in the middle. I hear typing. Somebody's up to something.
Yeah, I gotta work, man.
That's that
You gotta work, man. You gotta eat. I like eating. I like paychecks.
I'm
Yeah.
jumping around on the keyboard.
I'm eating right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody get down.
So I'm sure you guys have heard by now. Hammerhand got whacked, huh?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I was
Already-
the 366th new subscriber.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
I
gotta go
was
do
number
that too.
201.
Dak got in there early. He was number 10.
Is that right?
Yeah. He did a video saying that putting his new channel out there, and then he's like, and I am the number 10 subscriber. So hell,
Yeah.
by the time I saw that video, there was 365, and I tapped the button and got 366.
So you're
What
a
is it
leap
called?
year.
Hammerhand 9? Is that what it is? Hammerhand 9?
Yep. Do you need the link, hamster?
Oh, you put the link in? Okay, hold on.
I can put a link in if you want to.
Yeah, sure. If you have it.
Yeah, give me 5 seconds. I'll
Yeah.
get it for you.
Yeah, he sent me the like a image of the thing, like I don't know, it was 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning.
Yeah, there's a little letter. He sent me that too.
Yeah. And then Dak sent me a friggin' note. It's like, hey, Hammerhand got whacked. Like, what?
Yeah, for nudity and lewd content or whatever. He's never shown any of that.
He's never showed any of that, no.
That's bullshit.
Well, he had that one piece of art where it was a fucking line drawing of some chick with her fucking asshole gaping open and cum dripping out, surrounded by 1,000 cocks. That was
Well,
one
that
of
was
his
just one
community
time.
posts.
Well, that could have been, yeah.
It's
I
in the
figure
chat,
that's
man.
what got him.
Okay. Well, you never know.
Really, if they're gonna whack channels for the fucking drawing, that's fucking soy boy shit.
Oh, you know, hammered that with a guy, you know, called it a transvestite, and they would have left it up.
Yeah, but still, it's a fucking drawing.
I know.
In my opinion, nudity is a real fucking body naked. That's nudity. Not someone putting a fucking pen to a piece of paper and making a few lines.
Yeah, but in America, nudity is extremely frowned upon, unless it's on cable TV or something like that. And it's not like in Germany where they have nudity on the national
No,
television and everything.
no, that time is long gone, man. Thanks to the whole influx of fucking immigrants, especially from the Muslim countries, we're not allowed to show that on TV anymore.
Oh, so you had to bow down to people that weren't indigenous to your country.
Of course, we have to pander to these people.
Oh,
Yeah.
And at least according to our soy boy fucking politicians, the rest of society is like, fuck it, but the politicians want to pander to these people.
well, are they going to
Well, they
take
do
all the
that
whores
because,
out of
you know,
Amsterdam then?
Of course not.
Well, they do that because the fucking feminists aren't fucking reproducing enough, and they have to import new workers.
Yeah.
No, they actually did a
You're
study.
wrong.
They actually did a study, and it showed that the fact that there are whores, that means there is less rape, because people can just buy a whore. So they're not willing to make sex illegal.
Yeah, they don't go out and grab a fatty walking down the street when they can go pay a
Bingo.
little bit of money and get a really hot woman.
25 euros, man, to get whatever the hell you want.
That sounds like a bargain.
Until you see the women.
Oh. So there is a pay scale on the looks too.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Man. I had a mate of mine who was really into professionals, let's call it that, and he wanted me to show. He wanted to show me some of these professionals. He was like, "Oh, if you see them, you definitely want some." And I'm like, "Oh, that's disgusting, man. I ain't banging a fucking professional that's been with like 9 guys on a day. That's disgusting." But anyhow, the cheaper ones are like 25 euros, and the more expensive ones are like 100 euros.
So I guess it'd be the difference between a girl behind the dumpster at a Taco Bell and one at a Motel 6.
Did you guys see Frost's fucking latest meme? It's this girl sort of fucking kneeling down in a glory hole, and there's a guy reaching through the fucking place where most people stick your cocks, and he's got a fucking ring out.
Yeah, I saw that. It's like an anime picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I laughed pretty good at that one.
Yeah, that guy comes up with some great shit.
The simp hole.
Yeah.
This guy I work with, he lived down in Colorado, down in Denver. He was going to a tech school down there, and he was driving. I can't remember what street he was on. Federal, maybe. Hamster would know probably where it would be. And there was this woman. He says it was pretty shitty, snowing, just terrible weather. This would have been back in the mid 80s. And so he pulls over and he says, "Do you need a ride somewhere? Are you going far?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm going up around this street here." He goes, "Oh, I'll give you a ride." She gets in, and she's like, "Well, thanks for the ride. You know, I really appreciate it." And he's like, "Where are you coming from?" She goes, "Oh, I work over." And she said the name of it, and it was a freaking porno shop, and they had the movie booths and stuff. And he goes, "Oh, that's an interesting line of work." She goes, "Yeah." She goes, "I work in the blowjob booth."
They have a lot of that stuff over on Colfax in Denver, by the way. That's where that kind of shit hangs out. Yep.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was Colfax or if because Federal's on the other side of I-25, right, on the west side.
I'm not sure, probably, but I always heard Colfax. I never went there, but
yeah,
bullshit.
I heard
bullshit.
Excuse me.
He had something in his throat.
Yeah.
It was a glory hole. So he says, "If you don't mind me asking, how much does it cost to for that?" And she goes, $20. And she goes, she goes, "I did really good tonight. I have $120."
God. How much does the fucking herpes? How much does the herpes? It was a
bad. It was bad. It was a slow night because of the weather, but she still managed to service 6 guys.
Yeah.
He drops her off and says, "You have a wonderful evening. Thanks for the ride." And he's like, "I got the hell out of there as fast as I could." Hey, Hamster. You wouldn't believe how much business and medical centers and everything they put in on East Colfax. They're trying to turn it into a business district. They have these huge hospitals they put up there. It's not like the good old days where they have the hotels that rent by the hour and all that. There's still some of that there, but that whole area out there past Stapleton and south and on Colfax is turned into these giant medical centers now.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the rich people that can afford to live in Denver will be able to use them.
Yeah, and there's tons of apartment buildings going up in that area too. It's almost like it's almost like the new tech center, the tech center off of I-225. The Denver Tech Center.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Yeah. Right where 225 kind of gets ready to merge over towards I-25. It's like almost like a new tech center. It is amazing how much that area has grown.
Is that in like Centennial? Is that where that is?
The one on East Colfax?
No. The new tech center. Is that on Colfax too?
No. The Denver Tech Center's off of basically, I think it's 225.
Let me
It might be off of I-25, but it's south towards Arapahoe.
We have the
towards the
technology. We can pull the map up.
Well, do you remember where Fiddler's Green is? The amphitheater that they used to do all the concerts, outdoor concerts?
No, I was only there for a couple of years, so I didn't really, get to know it all that well. I was busy working. Let's see, Denver Tech Center. No, I don't go out a lot. I kind of keep to myself. I don't really.
You're a burrowed up, holed up hamster, huh?
I stay in my lair and I don't. Okay, so it's like by Cherry Creek State Park is what it's saying. That's same area as Fiddler's Green, yeah. Yep. That's north of Centennial. I know they got a bunch of tech crap in Centennial.
Yeah.
I gotta go, guys. My food is here.
Later, Tim.
Okay, Tim, we'll talk to you later.
See you
Peace
later.
out, man.
Yeah.
He's probably going to House of Vino Mitchell's.
Living before Tim goes.
Oh, well, it's Frankie. Frankie.
It's easy for apes and truckers. Tim can't go yet. The things Rick's wanted are too easy to fucker. Oh shit. Grace Fulton, Elgato, and Hemi. They know who I am. And if hamsters lurking, I bet he's gonna spam. I'll whore
Monkeys.
couldn't turn us to gays. Wild horrors couldn't turn us to gays. I had to do it just before Tim left because I've got all of you in the song. Hey, took me
Hello,
30
Frank.
I hope you appreciate me. Bloody hell.
Oh, I do.
True blood. Hey, brother. Meow. Tim, is Tim still here? I hope he just caught it a little bit.
He heard you.
Oh, I hope he did.
Yeah.
And then he said, I have to go.
As soon as he said that, Mr. Ape and the trucker and the truckers, then yeah, and I saw Riggs, but Riggs had to go too. So
Tim heard it. He gave you a thumbs up in the comments, Frank.
oh, that's good. Okay, brothers. Sorry. Well, just good to be here. I'll just be quiet for a bit and listen to you guys talk.
Frankie the lurker.
In this song here, and if hamster's lurking, I bet he's going to spam because we didn't know, and I was writing that song until you opened you were in a meeting, so I was still writing out the song and.
That's an amazing thing for you to do. My God.
I just had to make something.
You're fantastic.
Right off the cuff and everything. Good job, Frank.
Shit.
I had to write it down full homo, bros. Look at them.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah.
Did you see my butt crack video the other night with Brandon. I thought it was
Yes,
a lot of fun.
That's
Oh.
right.
I thought it was, I thought it was great.
That's great. You got it
But-
from the first, I think, 15 minutes of him and Ike. I watched half of him, but I had a very, very busy week this week, but that's all backstage stuff for all of you guys, but not real life. This is real life, in my opinion, but yeah, I had a real busy week with some real big things. Big. Yeah.
My only
No, I
complaint is you didn't show the belly bump, man. That was the best part.
Ooh, yeah, I did. I showed your belly.
No, not the belly bump. Ike and I did a belly bump.
Oh, the belly. Oh, okay. No, I didn't go. I didn't get that far. Sorry.
Yeah, they were going to do a belly buck off. My money's on Brandon.
Did you see what Rusty said in a comment? I was lurking because I haven't been able to really be here for a bit. I've had some things, backstage stuff about a friend, a brother of mine. Real shit. It's big week. It's been planned for about 3.5, 4 years. But I'll tell you guys at some stage.
Is it true, the rumors we've heard?
What are the rumors?
Well, that you had a reduction in the size of your colon.
My colon. No, those rumors are all completely unfounded, Brandon. Unfounded. And I did have a reduction surgery, though. Some people are gifted. Some people talk about 666. I talk about 5, 4, 8. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
So you have an 8-pack?
Well, lower.
Remember, he's from
Lower.
New Zealand, and they measure things in millimeters there.
No, okay.
Yeah, the metric system.
Yeah, ape. Okay, ape is a smart. You're all intelligent men. Men. If I deign call you men, if I dare call you men, if you deserve that. No, I got a friend. I'll tell you guys at some stage. He's come here. There's some real long problems that are, and it's possible that we get some. Who would know about this? A couple of guys in the sphere know the kind of thing I'm talking about. Actually, Raw would know the situations, that sort of stuff. So I've been busy this week, but that's all right with that and other things. So, hey, Brandon. Sorry, guys.
Yes, sir.
Just quick. Oh no. I'll just mute myself for a bit, and if shit, where am I? If James has looked up that thing, that would be cool for Agape. Fiddlers on the Roof. I don't know. I'll mute myself for a second.
Damn,
right.
he apologizes. He apologizes like a Canadian.
Hang on, here we go. Graceful Tim and Hemi. They know
I'm
who
so-
I am. I've got all
So
of you. in
sorry.
this one.
So sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, it was a Frank. It was called Fiddler's Green. It was an amphitheater type setup, and it's right in the middle of a tech center where all these computer companies and everything are. And it's been there forever because it was there before any of those buildings were. And then they changed it to the Coors Amphitheater.
Okay.
It was called the Silver Bullet Amphitheater or the Coors Amphitheater, and then they changed. I think it's sold again. It's a really cool place to go for a concert, but the only bad thing is there's some high dollar condominiums around the area, and those people start bitching, so they usually shut the show down at 10 o'clock at night.
Ah, right. Gotcha. Agape.
And when you got 3 or 4 bands going and they all go over a little bit, the headline band usually gets shut down.
All right. Okay. Okay, brother. Okay. James, have you got it up on? Yeah. So I'll be right back, guys. I'll be a couple of minutes. I'll just light up a.
We'll be waiting with bated breath.
No, I had to do it before Tim left, and then I'm a bit behind, but good to catch up with you guys. I've been off grid for a little, not off grid, but I just. Oh yeah, meow. That's childhood living is easy for ape and a trucker, and then the thing Riggs wanted were too easy. He's still in Britain. We're too easy to fucker. I'm sure, but that's. I didn't want to put some foul language, but I changed it at the last minute. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Foul language. You need ducks and chickens, just like Shinobi.
And turkeys.
Yeah, and vultures, and hawks, and sparrows, and penguins.
We got a bunch of vultures. They're on their migration through, and right there before dark, there'll be 100 of them circling around town. You're going through a pretty nice looking area there, Brandon.
Oh,
Yeah, where the hell you at?
Thank you. I had nothing to do with it.
Where you at?
I'm on Highway 84.
In
He should
Idaho?
be in Idaho, but he can't read signs.
Well, I haven't seen the fucking state line sign, and the since it's a east-west highway, since it's an even number, I would think that the fucking mile markers would go up. You know,
Yeah,
from a low number to a high, from a low number to a high number, but we're still got high number fucking mile markers, which makes me think I'm still in Oregon.
Well,
Anyway,
you
I'm coming up
passed,
on Weatherby, wherever fucking Weatherby is.
Yeah, you're not in Oregon yet because your first town coming into Idaho from there on 84 would be Fruitland, Payette, and Ontario. And Ontario's in Oregon.
I'm definitely not. I'm not through there yet. I have not passed through Ontario.
Yeah.
I would have remembered that because Hemi.
Let me see where you're at. Okay.
Weatherby, you're probably an hour from the border.
You went through Baker City already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going. Have you been through Durkee?
I don't believe so.
It's mile marker 327.
Oh,
And the mile markers are going up. Yeah, they're going up. You're heading southeast, and
well,
they're going.
I must
up.
have gone through Durkee because I'm at mile marker 335.
Yeah, that's Weatherby, right? Right.
Yeah, your next town is going to be Huntington. After that, because at milepost 340, so probably about 340. It looks like 345 is Huntington, or right in that area there. You got to go to 374, and then you'll hit Idaho.
Oh, so I'm close. I'm fucking fit.
25
40,
miles.
50.
Yeah, 30 miles away. I guessed wrong. Yeah. You get to go through Boise, huh?
Yeah,
I like Boise.
I do too. And
Just to
it's
let you
easy
know,
You guys
Brandon,
like boys? You both like boys? Yeah. Hey,
Boise.
Boise,
Yes, it
Idaho.
has it has boys in the name.
I'm just
That's-
saying.
That's what gets Frankie all worked up.
I saw an opportunity and I took it for a joke, but I hope it's okay. Oh, by the way, that guy it's a troll that I kicked out, Brandon, about 90 minutes before your stream. Some Daisy bitch. I checked their channel and it's all just a bullshit.
it was Nikki Russian or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that, bro. Yeah, I had to do that. Yeah.
Excellent.
And I just said, no,
Brandon, Boise has a sizzler.
That's
And
fantastic.
I'll tell you what, it was the best salad bar and food bar. You don't even need to order a steak. You can make a huge meal from everything else they got in there. But I remember eating at Sizzler when I was a little kid. That was a treat for us.
Yeah.
They're hard to find anymore.
Nothing wrong with a sizzler.
Good.
I like a
They
sizzler.
used to be everywhere.
Yeah, that and Bob's Big Boy. Remember the old Big Boy statues with him holding the burger out in front?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There was Bonanza and
Lard,
Ponderosa
lard
too.
lad, lard lad.
They were called Lard Lad up in Canada.
No, it's from The Simpsons.
Oh, it's like, wow, that's an interesting take on it. Yeah, I actually a few years ago, where the heck was I? Shoot, I'm trying to.
I think you were
where I
in the
was.
state of denial.
Denial is a river in northern Africa.
Very droll, mate. Denial. You guys just did the double. You guys are shocking.
I
Yes,
can't exactly.
double.
I think I was in Oklahoma, but there was a Ponderosa steakhouse, and I went to it because I hadn't been to one since I was a kid. I was the only one I knew of. I saw it. I was looking up restaurants on the phone, and I was like, "Holy crap! There's a Ponderosa!" So off we went.
You know, one of my childhood restaurants I actually really miss is the Shakey's Pizza.
I
You
think
guys
we
remember
had one.
Shakey's?
Yeah, we had one, but it was in it was either just inside the border of Idaho. No, it was southeast of Spokane, kind of out of town, like 5-10 miles. But yeah, I think there was a Shakey's Pizza there.
I like Godfather's Pizza when I was a kid. Thought that was pretty cool.
I did too. They actually, when I was a kid, we never ate at Pizza Hut because it was always so greasy. The Godfather's was always better. And we had one here until 2 years ago. We had a Godfather's in this other town about 60 miles from me. And now there is one. They sold out to private. Now there's one. It's called a Godfather's Express, and it's in a gas station, and it doesn't have the full menu. And then there's a Taco John's in the same gas station, but it reminds you of the old days when, because Godfather's,
Taco
in my
Juan?
opinion, Godfather's was pretty good. Taco Juan.
Taco
Did you
John's
know
is
that-
out of Cheyenne. That's where it started.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Brandon,
I used to like TJ's, the super burritos.
Yes, that was my
And the
favorite.
Frito-Lays. Yeah, baby.
I don't think they have any Taco John's. Probably, God, do they have any down in your area? Ginger Hamster?
Shit, I don't know. I don't know. Let me look.
I think they stopped probably. I think they stopped probably about Missouri. They have them in Lincoln, Nebraska, but I don't know how far they go across because they growing up, there was a couple of them in my hometown, so they were kind of a West Coast and Western side of the U.S. franchise.
Locations. Let's see here. Potato Olays. They have, let's see, Arkansas. Yeah, it looks like mostly west. Although they do go out to Indiana. So there's that. Oh, and
Really?
they're out in Massachusetts too.
There's a Taco John's in Massachusetts?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's,
Well,
that's
they must
what
be
the rodent said.
nationwide.
So in Missouri, there's no one near here. Kansas apparently has them. Probably Lawrence for the kids at the college in Manhattan, of course. Yeah, they're all over Kansas.
And who would have thought a smashed tater tot could be so good?
Mm-hmm.
They had to name it the
Delicious.
Potato Olay.
Delicious. I mean, all it is like Lowry seasoning salt and tater tots, but it's good. I like it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Brandon's going through that part of the country when it's turning green instead of when it's turning brown.
They have a Taco John's in Twin Falls. That's the only one. I know.
Woo!
Twin Falls, Idaho, huh?
Mm-hmm.
They gotta have one in Boise.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Holy shit. They also have a couple of them. They're called the Black Bear Cafe.
Oh, those are
And
all over too.
man, do they have good breakfast there.
Yeah, they're kind of pricey though.
You don't be so cheap. Although they're freshly squeezed because they have that orange juice machine that they do Valencia oranges. Yeah, $6 for a big glass of orange juice. I was like, they gave me a little sample. I was like, oh, that's the best orange juice I've ever had, but I don't think it's $6 worth. That's one place that has a fantastic chicken fried steak breakfast, Brandon.
Yes, they do. I agree with you. I've eaten it, but when I fucking spend $30 for breakfast, and I'm not fucking full, fuck those guys.
Oh man, you're breaking my heart.
What is this place
Of course,
called?
I wasn't.
Black Bear
Black
Cafe.
Bear.
Black
Yeah.
Bear. Okay.
There's at least
replacing
one.
the iron. They're replacing the iron skillets in the TAs. They signed some fucking kind of deal with them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't think they were a nation or a chain. I thought they were just a local Boise deal, but
No. They started out in fucking up near fucking Bingus Land in Mammoth, and then they've gone nationwide from there.
Huh. Yeah, when we went to Boise to buy my camper, my that pull behind camper I have. We stopped at Boise, and then they were doing the paperwork and prepping the thing and everything. And the guy goes, "If you guys are hungry," he says, "there's a place called the Black Bear Cafe that's just about half a mile from here." And we went over there and ate breakfast, and I was like, "Oh man!" Like I said, it wasn't cheap, but we were on vacation, so I didn't care.
Right.
And I was buying a camper, so I was happy. I was a happy camper.
I got it, but I was just going to leave it alone because it
Oh
was
dear,
obvious.
it was very droll. I'm just saying.
You can't
It was
let
almost
one of those just
obvious.
hang in the air.
That's true. It's a good one, man.
Oh, Brandon
Well,
froze.
If it was
Yeah, this looks like a Brandon meal here. Look at this. Bigfoot chicken fried steak and eggs. 2,500 calories.
Yes.
Holy shit. Yeah, 10 ounces of tender beef, breaded, fried golden brown, smothered in country gravy, served with 3 eggs and 2 homemade biscuits. Ooh.
It's only 2,500 calories.
Only 2,500 calories. What's the problem?
And then throw one of them 16-ounce orange juices on top of there for another 350.
Hemi, did Hemi fall off, Brandon? I'm not sure. I think he's backstage. Hemi?
you think wrong.
I'm in the show now. I'm in now.
All right. Sleepy Canuck. Yeah.
I was backstage, Frank. Thank you.
Hemi's a backstage man. Down, 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 down. And for a fee, he's happy to be your backstage man.
Oh, that's Jim Morrison. That's a Jim Morrison. I'm sure it's a backdoor man.
Backdoor man.
It's AC/DC.
Man. But what Ape was quoting was a line out of Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap.
All right. Yeah.
You know, from that band that's just across the waterway from you.
That's right. Yeah, but they came from Scotland, or Scotland originally.
No,
Yeah,
they were from Fremantle, Australia, Frank.
Are you sure you want to challenge me on that, or I don't know? I'll have a look. Hang on.
And
Google.
and it was Backdoor Man too.
Backdoor Man. Okay. All right. Hang on.
I figured I'd just switch it up a little bit, but I figured you smart guys would figure that out.
No, geography. I'm dumb, but geography. I had most of the albums.
Yes, because
Backdoor.
backstage and backdoor are geography.
They're two totally different things.
And when you throw a rock at somebody, it's geometry.
It depends.
And
You guys know boxing?
if you hit him with the rock, it's trigonometry.
Oh. And
if you hurt their head, it's geology.
and if they swallow the rock, it's gastronomy.
Ah,
And
correct.
if it comes from space, it's astronomy. I don't know. What the hell are we talking about? AC/DC are an Australian rock band formed in Sydney in 1973 by Scottish-born brothers Malcolm Rhythm and Angus Young.
And where was the band formed?
Now you're quibbling over much ado about muchness.
I believe he said 1973 in Sydney, Australia.
That's right. By whom? Whom?
By Scottish immigrants.
No, Scottish born. That's why I said they were Scotsmen. So,
Bon Scott was the lead singer from Scotland.
yep.
Right.
Yeah. And also Malcolm and Angus. Yeah. So, it is what it is. That's right.
So his name was Bon Scotsman?
Yeah. Poor old Bon Scott. Poor old Bon Scott.
Yeah, that was a bad way to go out.
Well, what killed him?
Same as Hendrix and Bonham, John Bonham. And I think also, what's her face? What's her name?
Amy Winehouse?
Well, there was the drugs. Yeah, the drugs did. I don't know if it was vomit, but what was her name? Janis Joplin.
None of you guys got my fucking Scott joke. I said, what killed
What, Scott?
him?
They drank too much scotch. I see. Yeah. Yeah, it was all vomit. I think. Yeah. Shame.
What's up, Doug?
Oh, Dougie's here.
I think it's Doug.
Was it back?
Well,
It ain't fucking Doug.
It was Chum Lover.
Rust. What?
Steve.
What's that about?
What the hell's going on
The
up
other
in this
Doug.
AC/DC joint?
Oh, we're just having an argument about schematics.
Geography.
Mountain
Geography.
time.
Hey,
It's all
Rusty, how are you
schematics, Frank. It's all schematics.
doing? Rusty, how are you, brother?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm sitting here on the MGTOW front
Toilet?
porch. No, not on the toilet. On the MGTOW front porch with AKS and a big white frost giant dog. Lord Jeremy's still asleep inside the house. Me and AKS been on the phone trying to work out this truck deal for him and different things.
Yeah.
Looks like it's getting ready to rain.
Has AKS eaten today?
I'm not sure.
Don't
No,
get
he
near
says
him if
nothing
he's
yet.
hungry.
If he starts putting mustard on your dog, fucking leave.
If he's got a jar of peanut butter and he's walking toward your dog, run.
Actually, it's kind of cute. My dog has its head laid, it's sleeping on AKS's foot right now.
Does that dog realize the danger it's in?
Well, I don't know. AKS and my dog both have a lot of similarities. Both of them will fucking fight if they feel as though their food is being threatened.
And both will hump your leg when you're not expecting it.
Oh dear.
And that's strange because Rusty's dog is a female too, right?
Yeah. Hey, if True Blood will let me, I'll switch over. I'll give you a picture without putting AKS's face in it.
Hang on a second. I'm
All right.
changing lanes.
He'll be like, bro, you can't show my foot, bro.
What's up, bro? It's AKS to a T.
We love you, AKS, if you're listening.
Okay, let's see here. Hold on.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's live, Rusty. Yeah, you got the live, bro.
What's up, puppy?
Hello. Hello.
Mhm.
Hello. Woof. Hello.
Pretty dog.
What's the name, Rusty?
Jotun. It's Norse for frost giant.
Frost giant, right?
Yeah, you know, Thor always fought the Jotun in the realm of Jotunheim, and so she's a big white icebreaker. That's what she was bred for. So I named her Jotun.
Nice.
Well,
nice,
did you
man.
do you
She's
know
beautiful.
about what the females fight? You know, whore. Have you ever heard that comic book character?
No, stop it.
Oh Jesus!
They have similar in a similar fucking backstory, and they fight the scrotum.
Oh my God!
While listening to Dwight Yoakam.
Right, absolutely right. That's their fucking war music, or in this case, war music. So yeah.
Yeah, in just a little bit, me and Lord Jeremy are taking off to go pick up one of my guys, and we're going to a vacancy to try to get it fixed up to re-rent. And AKS is staying here, and he's got to run some errands. Well, I should say walk some errands.
How's Lord Jeremy, Rusty? How's he doing?
Yeah, and he's gonna be sanding some of the floors in here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he was using my Craftsman floor sander, belt sander yesterday, and he wound up eating the damn cord up. So now I got to fix the cord. Of course, we all have done that once or twice.
You mean AKS actually physically ate the cord?
No, he well, with the belt sander.
I know, brother.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do. Oh, I'm doing an agape and a hemi and a. I'm trying to. I don't know. Make fun of something.
Be a smart ass.
Skip listen to Ginger. Skip the dog. Eat the cord. Oh dear. Oh, that's good, Rusty.
He's like, I ate your cord, bro.
bro. I ate your cord. So cool.
Klaus Schwab made me eat your cord.
The umbilical cord. Apparently, they do that in some cultures. They eat the umbilical cord. Oh, weird.
Hey, we went across the bridge here to Biloxi the other day to Keesler Air Force Base, and they got this commissary, and AKS has been telling me about it and everything. And I went there. I was like totally blown away. It's like 3 super center Walmarts, but with better prices and better products. And I swear to God, son of a bitch put in the cart like 16 3-pack ribeyes that were going for like 24 bucks for 3 good cut ribeyes. I mean, that's dirt cheap.
Yeah, they're usually about $13.99 a pound.
Yeah.
Unless you're Hemi, and then they're $26 a pound.
But those are Canadian dollars.
Kilogram.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Metric system, Agape, metric.
That's right. The metric system.
That's like it's $5 a liter for gas. A liter. The hell is that?
Leader.
What is that?
That's
Do I hear some furry little fucking hands up in here?
No, you don't. What's up, Captain Crunch?
Oh, nothing much, bro. Just drinking some twisted tea for breakfast. I'm on my 2nd day of fasting. All I've had is twisted tea, some cheap ass Miller, and some damn chiladas.
Oh, well. That's all right. I told you I like to get the Bloody Mary mix and mix that with beer. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's,
Pretty good.
I do that all the time. I call it pirate juice, but now I'm going to have to come up with a different name because they actually have come up with a product that they're now selling down here that is 8% alcohol, and it's called pirate juice. Oh, no, Jeremy says 10. He just come out to the porch, too. Yeah, 10%. It's called pirate juice, and now they're selling it in the store. I wonder if somehow I was drunk in the store or something, and some representative overheard me talking and ripped off my idea.
Yar, back in the day, we didn't call anything.
Well,
with
if it's made by
alcohol in
Anheuser-Busch,
juice.
it might be butt
juice
pirate
came out
juice.
of pirates.
Oh, God.
No, I don't think it's made by Bush.
Yar, and we used to make the winches work for the pirate juice. Now they can buy it. It's just a shame. It's a shame, I tell ya.
Hey, Jeremy. Lord Jeremy. Salute, brother. Bless you, brother.
Jeremy, have you ever had any pirate juice?
Pirate water? Yeah, I've had some.
Arr, I wouldn't go admitting that in certain places.
And you had a good
Tim
trip,
Elgato
Jeremy?
says $3.75 a liter for fuel where he's at. So times that times 4, and there's your gallon. Oh man,
That's a euros. He likes those euros. I like them too because it's really tasty meat. I don't see how they can have euros for money, but they do. Have you guys eaten any of those euros?
Mm-hmm.
They serve them up in pita bread.
oh, you mean the gyros?
Gyros. Yo.
It's
Yeah,
Euro.
but you
I'll take one of them lamb gyros.
Where's Alabama
Hey.
Bingus today? I mean, he could be talking about them gyros. I'm down in Alabama. We love them gyros. They're really good.
No, we don't have an
Euro.
Alabama Bingus. We have a Tennessee Bingus
Yeah.
and a regular Bingus.
Oh, who is the Alabama? That's MGTOW Outlaw, right?
Right.
Yeah, Bingus is over there doing some different types of Pacific fishing. He sends me pictures of his fish all the time. He is quite the fisherman.
Good stuff. Good.
Hey, I'll tell you what Lord Jeremy had the other day, which was kind of new to him. Since you guys
Chlamydia?
are talking about heroes and gyros and shit, I introduced him to a New Orleans muffalata.
A muffalata.
Well, I hope he
What is
wore
it?
protection.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Did it itch when he was
What
doing it, or
was your name, Rusty?
It's called a muffalata. It's exclusive to New Orleans and to the South.
And what's what's the difference between that and a rusty trombone?
I don't know.
well, come
I give a
Captain Crunch? Give what's a muffalata? It's some kind of sandwich, isn't it?
yeah. It's about it's almost a foot in diameter because it's always round, and it's capped top and bottom with the New Orleans bread, and it is filled up with salami, pastrami, ham, and this olive kind of mix that's chopped really fine with garlic and olive oil and a whole bunch of other different things, pepperoni and everything, and they call it a muffalata.
Yum, yum, yum.
So if the sandwich is a foot in diameter, how the hell do you eat it?
Well, you slice it.
One bite at a
You
time,
cut
you
it.
dumbass.
I stand corrected.
We always. Brandon said once that he waits for us to walk into these things, and then he makes the best out of the situation that we've already planted ourselves. Yeah, he's a shocker.
Yeah, Brandon's kind of like a shark. He's an opportunist. He just circles around and waits for you to fuck up.
That's right.
Yeah, Jeremy was asking me about trying to learn some things about living in the swamp and on the river and everything. And I think that I'm going to try to arrange for all three of us to go over there to Louisiana and stay for a night or two.
Can we bring our guns there?
Yeah, we can bring our guns.
Oh.
Yeah. And, see what's up. I got lots of river folk friends over there and like to go over there and spend a night on one of the big houseboats that's on the river, right where that fucking swamp monster's at.
Oh God.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Hey, Rusty, if you want to teach him about the backwoods hillbilly folk, just go rent Deliverance and have him watch it.
Jeremy's more concerned about survival techniques and stuff like that with, living off the land, avoiding pitfalls and stuff like that. The one thing he's not used to is the snakes. And they actually just started. It's just gotten hot enough. They just started moving. In fact, we've been seeing a lot of what we call legless lizards down here, which is not a snake. It's actually a lizard that has no legs. And we've done seen at least 3 of them. I've done seen at least a couple of snakes moving. So yeah, they're out and about now. And Jeremy he's interested in seeing some fucking moccasins, some cottonmouths.
I think
Well,
Brandon
I don't
had a
like
legless
spiders
lot
and
lizard the other day.
'Cause that ain't what it takes to love me the way I want to be loved by you. Nobody remembers that song? That's a great song.
Was it by the water moccasins? Because that's what we were talking about.
Well, there's a song out there that goes, I don't like spiders and snakes, because that ain't what it takes to love me.
I think she was talking about men with herpes on their penis. She didn't want a spotted snake.
Oh,
Muffalata.
a spotted dick.
Spotted dick.
Haven't
a
you
British-
ever heard of it? It's a
British-
food. Yeah.
British food,
Spotted
yeah.
dick.
Jim Stafford.
We can see that Rusty's Google works.
Oh no, I'm not on Google. That was Lord Jeremy looking that shit up.
Oh, okay.
Hey, listen. Me and Jeremy were in a dollar store, Dollar General store yesterday, and he
In
come
Mississippi?
across something.
No way.
Yeah, he come across something that I haven't seen exposed or talked about anywhere. You know, we've been so busy talking about Bud Light and Jack Daniels, but he took a picture. He took a picture of a display case as we was checking out in the Dollar General, and it was Hershey bars. And they took the printing on the front of the giant Hershey bar, and in different colors, they have it as her, she, and then the rest. And it's the she is in pink.
Yeah.
Forgive my brother Rusty. He's been living under a rock the past few months.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
that's what started this whole thing.
That's old
Oh,
news,
shit.
man.
Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The
Oh,
Hershey bar did that and did a big commercial where it was a woman, you know, strong, empowered woman, and it said her, she, and it had a simp sitting there next to her.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and you can't forget the fucking transgender M&Ms now too.
Oh yeah.
I think that Hershey thing goes back to the he for she movement. You know, Emma Watson. He for she. And now it's her for she. Hershey. Could
Oh,
be
they
wrong.
should have Big Mike Obama then.
Big Mike.
Oh, Big Mike.
Him for him.
Big Mike linebacker.
Him for he.
Yeah, and then there was there's a guy that I can't remember the name of the company, but he came out with his own chocolate bar, and it's called he him or something like that. And then they said the one without the nuts is the he
Oh, shit.
or he them. What the hell was it? I can't remember who it was. They come up with their own chocolate bar, and they said, and the commercial says, and you can guess which one the one without the nuts is, or something like that.
That was the Daily Wire. Daily Wire did that.
Was it Daily Wire?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've been trying to get Ike to buy some Dickens cider, but he didn't believe me that there's a brand of hard cider called Dickens cider. He knows now. Brandon, you should be getting pretty darn close to Idaho, home of the potato.
I think I'm coming up on fucking Ontario. I think this town in front of me.
Well, wave at Hemi as you go by.
But Brandon, isn't there a border between, like, Ontario is Canada, but you're not in Canada, are you? So do you have to go through the border?
We stole the name, Frank.
Oh, okay, right. You were talking about that before. That's right, yeah. Springfield, everywhere. Springfield.
Well, there's an Ontario, Canada. There's an Ontario, California. Ontario, Idaho.
Oh, man. Yes. Okay.
I think it's Ontario, Oregon, isn't it?
Oh, it might still be in Oregon, yeah. Let me look at the 2016 Rand McNally Road Atlas.
I'm pretty sure it hasn't moved yet because we're at exit 371. So
Yeah, yep, you're right, coming right up on it then.
I'll be coming up on its back now. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We got some sugar birches back here.
Yep.
Sugar britches.
My beautiful sugar britches. Likes to cook, likes to clean, likes to do everything, sweetie. I'll
Holy
be
crap.
your dingleberry, sweetie.
Holy crap. There's a lot of you up here on panel. No, I'm just kidding. How are we today, sirs?
Well, hello, Sugar Britches.
Why, hello, y'all. Y'all miss me yet?
I missed you, but my aim is getting better.
Oh. Hey, I heard somebody talking about chocolate a while ago. Was that Rusty?
There's all kinds of people talking about chocolate.
I was going to tell you, Rusty, I did a video on that about 2 months ago. Is he
You have
still
to
here?
forgive Rusty. He's sort of a seasoned citizen.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes, his memory goes.
Where nobody knows.
Sometimes he wets himself.
Oh, man.
Oh, terrible him. Rusty's good as gold. He's good, isn't he? You're good. How are you doing, brother?
Nah, I can't complain, man.
Got some good videos, bro. You did one good one, which is for good new. If anyone wants to create content, bro.
Yeah, I've had people reach out to me on Discord, and I think one of them reached out to me on one of the previous streams, wanting to know how to do their own content. And so I was like, that's a good idea for a video. So
that was
I
good,
basically just went at it from the angle that I have been doing it from, which is on my phone. Because I'm still trying to get used to this laptop here, and I still ain't got it dialed in yet on a lot of things I want to learn. But the phone is where I learned how to make content. So
you should have sound clips from Polska Bob, Frank, and MGTOW Cowboy, and say, "Don't do this," and then just show a giant waffle.
Mike can waffle as good as any of them. He's a
You
waffler.
guys see off to the right? There's a farmer out there. He's the best farmer I've ever seen. He's outstanding in his field.
Oh man!
Oh Jesus!
You can't make Brandon up. You can't make it up.
Oh.
Shocker. Oh dear.
Hey, Outlaw.
Yes, sir.
I tried calling you on Discord the other day.
He doesn't answer. He's a prick.
Well, it don't. Probably on my phone. I'll have to check, see if it came through. Haven't been on my laptop the last few days, so it doesn't come through on my phone for some reason, but it does on the laptop. So I have to go back and look and see.
Well, when you get a chance, give me a call. There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Brandon.
Yes.
Do you know what an eagle's third favorite bird to eat is?
Oh, I do not, Ape. What is an eagle's third favorite bird to eat?
A seagull.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, do you know what we do on our ships to avoid them motherfuckers coming on board and shitting everywhere?
Alka-Seltzer?
No, we go to Walmart and we buy one of those big freaking rubber snakes, and we put on we buy a couple of them, put on the decks, and those birds see those snakes and they won't land and shit everywhere.
You got a bunch of live snakes you could use, and you wouldn't even have to buy them, Rusty.
Yeah, but I can't keep them in place. Now,
you were going to say,
yeah. Now I did have
this freaking AK-47 and.
Oh, there's too many seagulls for that. We were run out of bullets if we were shooting at seagulls. But yeah, you get the rubber snakes and you put them on board your ship, so that they can see them from the sky and they won't fucking land. But speaking of using live snakes, I did have a neighbor that did something really bad a few years back, and I did catch a rattlesnake. And I went to his mailbox and I put the fucking live rattlesnake in his mailbox.
Yeah, well, that's good. Well, that's all allegedly, my brother Rusty. That's all allegedly. But
Oh yeah, allegedly.
We've always got your back, brother. That's all allegedly. Yeah.
Did I just hear the hamster?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I had a buddy that grew up near Springfield, Missouri, and he was haying this field, and this old guy, old pissed off farmer, used to yell at him and come out and scream and just carry on. He was an old drunk, and so my buddy and his friend were leaving to go into town to grab something to eat, and they found a possum running down the ditch. So he grabs this possum with a welding glove. He put a welding glove on, grabbed this possum, and is holding it by its tail outside the truck window, and it's mad as hell. And he went and he put it in the dude's mailbox and wired the lid shut. He said it was like 95 degrees, and there's a pissed off possum in this hot metal mailbox. And he said that old geezer come out there and was yelling at him and carrying on, and then he saw his mailbox and he was yelling at him again, and he unwired it, and that possum jumped out and hit that dude right in the chest.
Oh my God. But you know what my neighbor did to start the mailbox war? His property and my property out in the woods conjoin, and for years he's had a kill zone set up for deer. And then one day I decided to start dropping piles of corn right on the fucking border, and I started taking deer that was on their way to his food. And so I started taking his deer. And then one morning when I went out to my mailbox, he had taken a deer's head and had cut it off and shoved it into my mailbox.
Oh, wow.
He's trying Godfather tactics, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he
like
got a fucking
Godfather.
rattlesnake in his damn mailbox.
Good stuff. Horse's head's not going to kill a man, but a rattlesnake can go into there and yeah.
Are you guys still neighbors?
Oh yeah. I don't mess with him too much because he's got too much of an arsenal. But yeah, and I don't hunt that particular area anymore. I got different hunting areas. But yeah, we still wave to each other and laugh as we pass each other in our trucks on the road.
And you say "fucker" under your breath. Got it.
Yeah.
I think they both do, Brandon. Yeah.
Hey, Night Rider's in front of you, Brandon.
Oh shit!
Wait, what?
The purple, the pink purple. Was it purple or pink? Pink purple. What the hell color is that? Night Rider.
Night Rider. A shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a man.
Or you could go to the original Mad Max, and the guy running from the law was the Night Rider.
Oh.
Hey, you guys remember the Cylons from the original Battlestar Galactica?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, that same dude is the one that helped design the fucking Knight Rider, and that's why you got that red shit going back and forth in front of Knight Rider's car.
That's classic.
Shit.
The old Cylon eyes.
Remember that? By your command. By your command.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so cool.
Yeah.
Man, that was cool.
I actually really liked Battlestar Galactica when I was a kid.
Oh,
Man, me too.
Yeah.
Oh, Lauren Green was a boss, man.
Oh, Colonel Adama. Yeah.
Hey,
Adama.
how in the hell can you beat Dirk Benedict? I mean, he was awesome.
Oh, yeah. That's Star Boy. Oh,
Starbuck.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, he
Rusty,
went on to
now-
fucking great things, man. His coffee places are everywhere.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
Rusty,
God.
now you can't find any of those.
That's not a joke, Brandon.
Unfortunately, you can't find any of those Trans Ams anymore because everybody wants to turn them into a freaking Knight Rider car if they've got one.
That'd be so cool.
And why
Hey,
wouldn't
you know, you guys ought to look up. I can't put my hands on it right now, but there is an interview with Dirk Benedict that is a complete 100% red pill interview that he lays it all out with the freaking women on the show and dealing with them and you know, his Hollywood experience. He's a really red pill dude, man.
Okay.
Oh, heck yeah. Face.
Henry will get
Yeah,
on that.
Face.
From the
Yep.
18.
Yeah.
Face from the 18, yeah. So look.
It was amazing how they could fire hundreds of rounds of rifle rounds out of at people, and nobody ever got shot in that show.
That's good.
And nobody ever had to reload, man. It was great.
Oh man,
I mean,
yeah, they had
who doesn't?
400-round magazines.
I mean, who doesn't love a GMC van with a freaking body kit on it and a machine gun out of the back of it? That's
I like the
I
chrome.
think everyone should have one.
I like
I
the
think so,
chrome
too.
machine guns.
No one should ever have to reload. It's terrible.
Till this day, that is the only GMC van I've ever seen with a roof spoiler.
I pity the fool. I pity the fool.
You don't get me on no plane, fool.
I'm going to give you a knuckle sandwich, sucker.
Yeah. I love it when a good plan comes together.
And you know, I saw a deal. They were asking questions about the show and everything, and you notice that George Papard always had gloves on in that show. Well, I've seen him in other movies, but they said that he had burned his hands really bad when he was a kid. I don't know if that's true or not, but they said that's why he always had gloves on in that show, because he didn't like showing his hands. But
yeah,
I don't know if that's a true story, if that was just one of them Hollywood legends, you know.
I remember certain parts of that interview I was just referring to with Dirk Benedict, and he was telling the interviewer that was perhaps one of the last manliest shows, a series that glorified men and their masculinity, and that was part of the red pill interview that I was referring to.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
have you guys fucking
they-
seen Radar O'Reilly? Fucking that guy who played him. Yeah, he had a fucked up hand. And that's why he always had something in his hand. Like
yeah, he always had a clipboard or something because his hand was all crippled up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Radar. Yeah, the choppers are coming.
Oh, fucking Radar. The guy who plays Radar got fucked in real life. He lost everything in his divorce.
Oh, really?
Everything.
Okay.
I can't remember his name. I just thought of it too. Damn it.
I've got the Google here, guys.
Including his mind.
Oh,
Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm on my 30-minute break.
Okay, Brandon.
And I gotta go drop a fucking feminist off at the pool.
K-Plan's here.
Oh, K-Plan. Hey, brother. Gary Berghoff.
Gary Burkhoff. Yep.
You're right, guys. Uncle Google is always crap, but it's okay.
Ike is here.
Ike. Oh,
What's up, Ike? He's part of the villainous hive of villainous scum that I was referring to the other day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
What's up, Ike?
Yeah, Ike. Yesterday, I was showing Lord Jeremy a whole bunch of welding projects that I had done over the years, including a giant cross that I had mounted to my front door as kind of like an Aegis shield. and in its center, I had put, fabricated 4 German iron crosses in the center on top of this, traditional Crusader Christian cross. And I showed him a few swords that, that I had constructed that are now serving as grave markers for my past dogs.
Nice.
Yeah, I used to be into welding big time.
I can weld, but it's nothing to write home about. Nothing to. It wouldn't be considered professional quality.
Yeah, I used to be in competitions when I was going through the vocational training with like the top submarine welders in the entire country.
I work with a guy that was a welder in the Navy, and it was so funny. He had to take the classes at the railroad and get qualified to become a pipe fitter welder. And he looked at me and he goes, "This is so stupid." And I go, "Yeah, it's pretty dumb." He goes, "I was a welder in the Navy. I welded pipe, and that had to be X-rayed and magnafluxed." And he says, "They're making me go through all this bullshit."
Yeah, I went through. Yeah, when we would have different competitions, they would X-ray our welds. As part. Yeah. But I was just reading what Ike was saying. He said, "I wish I knew how to weld." He does. That's the original welding, is blacksmithing. And that was part of my training of, taking 2 pieces of metal, putting the borax in between them and smashing it like fucking Thor with a damn 4-pound hammer, and the brazen, the silver soldering, all of that is, it's basically, primitive type of welding, other than, flux core, MIG, heliarc, aluminum, stainless, using the fucking plasma cutter, which I thought was just absolutely unbelievable. And when I first used it, I said, Jesus Christ, I could be a bank robber, because this son of a bitch could go through damn 4 inches of steel, cutting, and I did. Go ahead.
Have you ever seen those hydro cutters?
Yes, I use the water cutters, and also I used to set the automated machines up that would use propane, in oxygen and in a good mixture. With argon and stuff, and would set it up cutting on bevels. I also would use, traditional cutting techniques with acetylene. I did it all. In fact, today, the reason that I went into that is when I got out of trouble when I was in my early 20s and was released, I thought I would follow in my younger brother's footsteps because he had such great success in the welding program. And that's why I went into it. Today, my brother is a certified welding inspector, and he travels the country and, carries his 40-foot trailer with him with his fucking 4-wheeler and just sits on his ass all day long. And then once or twice gets off to go inspect a fucking weld. And he makes like, anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000 a year doing that. And
I always try to. Her husband does that. Okay, yeah.
I always try to get these young men, going into the vocation. I tell them, don't go to college. In academia, learn a fucking trade. And the top of my list is welding. I was telling Lord Jeremy, we have one of the, we got like the 2nd or 3rd largest shipbuilding companies right here, Ingalls Shipbuilding. This is where we construct all of our Aegis destroyers and our Aegis cruisers. and it's a really good fucking job. And they got so many different apprentice programs, everything from electrical apprentice programs, welding, fabricating, pipe fitting, everything. It's just absolutely unbelievable. And there's so much opportunity for young men out there that are a little bit hungry and ain't afraid of getting fucking dirty.
Yeah, I knew a kid. He was dating my first wife's sister, and they broke up, and he went down to, God, I want to say Florida, but it was somewhere down in the Gulf, and he went to a welding school to become a deep water welder for the oil rigs. And those guys make if they're in the water, they're making like $200 an hour.
Yes, if they're offshore. We have a lot of underwater welding that goes on inshore, where there's some kind of big, there's like a 16-foot freaking hole, a pipe, and some electrical and stuff. Those guys don't make that kind of money, but if you can get offshore doing any type of deep water welding, underwater welding, it's awesome.
I'd rather be breathing natural air while I'm welding, but that's just me.
Shit.
There's too many bad things that can happen to you when you're 200 feet down in the water.
Well, actually, the really dangerous underwater welding occurs in fucking 4 foot of water or less. If you're in deep water, you got so many backups on your backups. But, going down in the fucking hole, that's only 6 foot deep, that's fucking dangerous. There's so many companies that, they don't have all of the equipment. They don't have the insurance. They don't have any of that. So anybody that says that they're interested in underwater welding, I tell them, make sure you get offshore.
Yeah. Well, just welding in general, if a guy wants to go into it, you can go to a college and take welding, and it'd be the only class you take, and you can come out of that and make $45, $50 an hour.
That's correct.
Easily. There's guys around here, like down in northern Colorado, near Fort Morgan have you ever seen Temke trailers? Like car trailers, flatbeds? No. They're called Temke, Temke. They're made there.
Okay.
And they're made right there near Fort Morgan, Colorado. And my buddy is a authorized dealer of them because he had bought so many and put them on and flatbeds. They make flatbed bale beds for like trucks and stuff. And he had bought so many. The guy says, "Why don't I just make you a dealer and I'll cut you deals on these beds and you can sell them?" And he's like, "Okay." But yeah, those guys down there, the welders he's got down there, I don't know how much he pays them, but they got to be making good money because they're always behind trying to, make as many flatbeds as they can for farm trucks and stuff. But yeah, the welders around here make pretty darn good money.
Yeah, one of the things that I was interested, in researching and maybe getting into, that there's so many repairs and fabrications for aluminum tuna towers and marlin towers, in second bridges in all these marinas with these big ships. And I was always interested in investing in the equipment and everything, advertising, and then, being able to show up at the marina, and get up there, 20 to, 40 foot up in the air and do some fabrications and some repairs on a lot of these fucking yachts.
Yeah, Greenskin's talking to you, Rusty, about he was thinking about going into an apprentice welding trade. But then he says the only problem is the current country he's in probably doesn't do it big like America. Well, anywhere you have industrial construction, whether it's building, building apartments, skyscrapers, ships, anything like that, they're going to need welders.
Yeah, it's really not a macro situation with stuff like that. There's just highly specialized industries that are always in need of good welders, reliable welders. You know, people that show up fucking on time. You know, and that's always half the damn battle.
We've got around here is I'm in western Nebraska. Well, a border Wyoming, and the Powder River division is where we get the best coal in the country. Comes out of near Gillette, Wyoming. And you go up there and there's these mobile welder trucks, and I can't believe how many of them are from Texas, but they're basically contractors, and they have like a 1-ton pickup with a full welding outfit on it on a flatbed, and they go to the coal mines and they weld on their conveyor systems, anything that they need. And those guys make good money. Otherwise, they would not be up in Wyoming when they're from Texas. You know, they're basically traveling welders.
Yeah, we got a few of those down here.
Yeah. Even if you're in a metal fabrication shop, you know, and you're just fabricating, you know, the same stuff like you were talking about, like the crow's nests and stuff for ships and masts and stuff like that. Even if you're just doing that, you're still making a very good wage.
Oh, absolutely.
The guy that taught me how to weld, like I said, I'm not a professional welder by any means, but the guy that was my instructor at the railroad was the best welder I've ever met. And we had this young kid come in that had worked at a welding place, a manufacturing facility, and he's like, I'm probably like the best welder here. And I told him, I said, I'll bet my next paycheck, which I was making more than him because he was an apprentice. I said, I'll bet my next paycheck against your next paycheck. We'll put you up against so-and-so. And he's like, well, I'm probably like the second best welder here. And I looked at him and I said, you aren't as good as the top 4 welders here, and I'll bet you a paycheck against any one of them against you. And he's like, why you gotta be such a dick? It's like, because you're running your mouth and you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, when we would have somebody come in and start running their fucking mouth, we would all, you know, the ultimate welding test is what they call a 3G position, which is overhead, where you have a tacked up you know, butted bevel joint of 2 pipes that are meeting each other, and you got to do a fucking overhead of that pipe. That is the absolute hardest to do, and that could be with a 60-10. That could be with you know, 70-18. That could be with fucking TIG. It doesn't matter. I mean, I've seen it all, and that's probably about the hardest fucking thing to do.
Yeah, and when we did ours, I learned everything was with stick. I didn't do any wire feed until later on. So when I learned how to weld, it was purely with stick. And I was doing my vertical up test plate, and a chunk of slag came off, went up over the top of my welding hood, came down in between my glasses and my eyeball, ran down in front of me and landed at the base of my neck and the crook of my neck and my collarbone, and just sat there and burned. And I couldn't stop because I was on a test plate. I was like, oh, fuck, that hurt.
Yeah, I had that happen to me a few times. I had it go right through my fucking muscle.
Oh, yeah, I was on that test plate and I was like, I can't stop or I'll have to do everything over again. And that thing just sat there and burned itself out. So when I got done, I went over to the mirror and grabbed it with a pair of pliers and pulled it out of my neck.
Yeah, answering one of Greenskin's questions, The last time I checked, there was a vacancy of like 300,000 welders nationwide.
I don't think he's in America, but
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I'm sure it is worldwide.
Yeah.
That's like do you follow Red Ranger, Rusty?
Yes.
Have you seen his shorts or his pictures he'll put out? He moved from Maine to Reno, Nevada, and he's working for a company that I mean, he's doing HVAC, electrical work, piping
I've
and
seen
stuff. Yeah, he's really doing well for himself, just by making that move and taking an apprenticeship.
Yeah, there is I'm a big HVAC supporter. One of my dad's businesses that he had when I was growing up was HVAC, mostly commercial. And I have retained a lot of that knowledge that my dad passed on to me, and I use it on my central units that I have for my my rentals today. I save a lot of money. Now, of course, I don't know it all when it comes to HVAC, but HVAC is a good program to go into. In fact, down here with our community college system that we have several really good HVAC programs.
Yeah.
I mean, companies waiting for you to graduate.
Another great one that's in demand is power line workers.
Oh yeah, fucking linemen. Oh, linemen. They can't get enough fucking linemen.
Yeah, we have a school in this town that they built a few years ago, and every rotation, where they start a new class, the parking lot is packed, and they are training linemen all the time. And that's another great field. But when you're in the bucket in the truck, you're making like $45-50 an hour, I think.
Yeah, and you also got to keep in mind that you're going to be doing a lot of traveling too. You never run out of work because 3 counties over might have a disaster like a tornado or a hurricane, and the local power company is wiped out, and so all the other power companies contract to come in and start putting the fucking power poles back up and hooking the lines back up. It happens down here all the time.
Yeah, we got guys from here that have gone down to the Gulf, and when the hurricanes come in,
yep,
you'll see fleets of lineman trucks coming through town that I don't even know where the hell they're coming from. Wyoming, Montana, all over the country. You'll see them ripping through town to get down there.
Yeah, and answering one of Greenskin's comments about chemicals, harmful chemicals, in welding, the absolute worst is fucking galvanized. There is actually a galvanized sickness that you can develop from working on the galvanized. And when I would work on galvanized, I would have to drink a lot of fucking milk. And that seemed to counteract the galvanized. It's called galvanized poisoning. And it's pretty bad. Now, some people are more susceptible to it than others. And the only other thing that I could say that ever affected me when I was dealing with a lot of what I call exotic metals, which would be aluminum, stainless, and tungsten. If I did it for any length of time, I would get a little bit sick from it, but it would only last for so long.
Well, and they've gotten a lot better with, especially if you're in a manufacturing facility. By law, they're supposed to have air evacuation systems that just take the smoke right off of where you're welding, and they take it away from the area you're working in. A lot of welding, you have to be clean shaven because there's some that you have to wear respirators or full contained oxygen.
Yep.
And like he was saying, galvanized metal, when you burn galvanized metal, it emits toxic fumes. It is extremely poisonous.
Yep. Yeah, that shit actually burns fucking green.
Yeah, galvanized metal.
Yep. Yeah, I'll tell you another bad one too. Pot metal.
Yeah, and that's hard to weld.
Yeah, you gotta be you really gotta know what the fuck you're doing. I never really quite got the hang of messing around with pot metal, although I did quite a bit of it.
I couldn't get it to stick.
Yeah. Yeah, actually with pot metal, I've had great success, doing soldering on it as opposed to actual, traditional welding. Like brazing.
Yeah, it's there are so many trades crafts that are in demand now that welding's a good one, but so is being a commercial electrician. HVAC, in hot areas, man, there's always work. And you're doing heating too, so it really doesn't matter. You live in a colder climate, people's furnaces break. Call a technician, call somebody to fix it, and you'll work as long as we have electricity. But if everything goes out, then it doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah, at one time, I kept an old Miller machine on board my ship, and I have two full size generators. One's 12,000 and one's 15,000, and I could run fucking anything, off of that. One time I did have a couple of brackets break from some serious freaking waves and contortion out there, and luckily I had that on board. But I got rid of that machine, and I'm looking to probably buy a new one and get it mounted and put in. I got basically down below in my engine room and my pump room, I have basically a machine shop.
Nice. To run stick, or are you looking to run wire?
Mostly to run stick, but you could easily convert it to to MIG or even to flux core, which is both wire.
When I started playing around with the wire feeds, I looked at the guy that was training me. Man, this is almost like cheating, and he just started laughing.
Yeah, there's almost nothing on board my ship that I could do MIG on because it's too fucking light.
Yeah. I watched him. He was making some aluminum. They were extruded aluminum steps, basically. And I watched him weld those. It was like a stack of dimes on every one of those aluminum welds. It's just like a stack in there. It's like, man, that guy had the touch.
Well, I'll tell you who has the touch, especially for MIG welding. That's fucking Mr. Pliskin. He's got all kinds of fucking equipment, including a damn plasma cutter.
Plasma cutters are fun. You can do so much with them.
Yep. Yeah. Now I will tell you that several times I've cheated. You could take a 7018 rod and fucking knock beat the flux off of it, and you could take that bare rod and actually use it as a substitute plasma cutter. Of course, not going to be as powerful, not going to be as precise, but in a pinch, you could do that.
Brothers.
Yeah, we've got a plasma table, a cutter table in the welding shop where I work, and it's all computerized. You can download a picture of it, a picture of something or dimensions, and lay a piece of steel out there, and it just comes out there, and just like a printer press, it just comes out and just cuts whatever you directed it to cut, and man, does it come out clean. Very little prep.
Yeah, that's you just brought up another related subject. There is a lot of blueprint reading skills that are learned when you enter into any type of apprentice or welding program. There is also light architectural drawing and design knowledge that's also part of the welding program, because you need to be able to read and understand the symbols of basic blueprints, especially if you get into the heavy side of fabrication.
Stuff. I was a traveling mechanic at the railroad, so I'd follow the gang. So when my welder came out, it was to basically reattach work heads onto equipment and everything. I didn't have to do any plan reading. It was like, okay, there's where it's cracked. Let's carve it out with a grinder, get a nice B in there, and put some more in there.
Yeah. Hey, if I drop I just noticed my phone's on fucking 1%. So if I drop, that's what happened.
All right.
We here, Rusty. We're all here.
Yep, I would tell any young man today, don't worry about academics. Don't worry about no blue fucking collar job. Get into a vocation. Get into something that's going to bring you home dirty at night, where you got to wear a fucking bandana, and you'll be okay. Those are portable skills. You can go anywhere, and usually there's a job waiting for you. And it's also a situation where every single day you are gaining more experience and you become more valuable.
Once you get to a good level where you're confident in everything, you will be paid very well.
Yeah. Greenskin was asking, what's a plasma cutter? Well, Greenskin, let me explain what a plasma cutter can do. It can cut through basically almost any safe. Yeah, it's the ultimate bank robbing equipment. It's like Star Trek technology, literally. With electricity, you can freaking precision cut through almost anything. Yeah, and I will tell you this much too. If you privately buy a plasma cutter, I guarantee you your name is appearing on a list someplace.
That's why you form an LLC and say, this is Rusty Welding LLC.
Yeah.
Is that a reference? Is that a reference?
In fact, I would probably say that a plasma cutter is the closest thing that we actually have to being a real fucking lightsaber.
It's just portable. You can't hide a plasma cutter under your robe.
No. No.
Yeah, it's a portable sharp laser beam. But green welding isn't your deal. You can get into like CNC machine operators, computers. That is a great job too, and you make good money. Or setting up CNC machines. Any of the trades right now is coming out. It's any of the trades. Gentlemen, I have to go start doing my domestic chores and get my laundry done. It's my Saturday morning. Is Hemi still on here?
Take care, brother.
Frank, you're still in here?
I'm here, brother. Outlaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's yeah. Hampton's still here.
Yeah, I bet Hamster's still in here, but he's probably on his 6 or 7 Guinness right now. He needs to catch up.
He's working.
I
think
wish.
he's working.
I'm gonna work, man. No torpedoes for me today.
Hey, I'm drinking water. Hey, Hamster, I'm drinking water too. It's about 60% water.
Hamster
Yes, sir.
has Uber Eats deliver his torpedoes so he doesn't have to be there. Anyways, guys, I have to get off of here and start doing some chores. I will catch up with you later. Pleasure talking.
Stay safe, Abe.
Yeah,
See ya.
be safe, Abe. Brother,
Watch them tractor parts falling on your head.
Oh yeah. He's always under some sort of automobile, eh, brothers?
Yeah, man, that dude's always taking some, skidders and loaders and bobcats and all kinds of things apart. He knows a thing or two.
Yeah, he really does. That's good. Green,
That's it for me.
Yeah, Greenskin. He's got a. Yeah. So, Rusty, yeah, you can see all the chat, brother. So he's off for a bit. You can read all that, bro. A lot of people in here. James is in. I mean, there's engineers. Chronic is a bloody geneticist, biologist, all that stuff. There's a lot of dudes here with a lot of. We share a lot of knowledge in this sphere. People, really good.
We have lots of big brain power.
Brain power. Hey guys, did you guys catch Pop and Blake's last, probably a day ago, if that, maybe the dog, the dog, what is it? The dog man. Did you catch that? It was quite funny. The dog man. It was from one of the boys. They wrote in an email about his experience with the Indian chap, his uncle-in-law or whatever. Outlaw's still here. And here comes Brandon back. That's good. And yeah, we're all here. Yeah, that looks good. Choice. Yeah. And Jeremy's come in. Next to Rusty. I'll post the link again, brothers.
Meow.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like my fucking phone overheated while I was away.
AKS had to go to you're not going to get in until Friday.
It says I'm in the show.
It does?
So it says,
You are
but I
in the
can't hear
show.
anybody. Hold on.
Yeah, Jeremy? Is that
Jeremy's
Jeremy?
in
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah,
Is
Jeremy. Oh, no. Do you
Hey,
want
can
me
you
to?
hear me?
We can hear you, Jeremy, mate.
All right.
Can hear you.
Okay, this calls for a celebration, then, does it?
Celebrate.
I'm going to have to back up. It's too quiet.
Come on. Do 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 do.
Jeremy from Belgium. At home
Hey, smoking class today.
on mountain tops. Hey, Jeremy.
I thought Pearl Jam was a bunch of pretentious cunts. But
Oh, I disagree strongly, but I agree in some ways.
good band, though. I mean, they were, good band.
Way to take a firm position, Frank.
I disagree strongly, but there are some ways. No, I like Eddie Vedder, but yeah. But Seattle grunge. But
Oh, I mean, they had that whole thing where it's like, oh, we're so sick of making money from our concerts. Well, then don't charge any money then. You know?
I think Eddie can be that way. He's a bit funny. Yeah. sometimes.
They
Yeah.
just didn't want to fucking share the money with fucking
Right.
Ticketmaster.
Hmm. Mm. Mm. Oh, Sergeant Grinch is here.
Yes,
It's a bunch
he
of
is.
pretentious hoo-ha, but whatever.
Sergeant Pretentious. Sergeant Grinch. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Hoo-ha.
I'll think of something else. Yeah, yeah. I like the music, but as people, they are assholes. Yeah.
Although I did see him in that. He was in that movie Walk Hard. I think he was in that. He seemed all right. He was cool.
Is that when that guy went out to the middle of nowhere and? No, that's another one.
No, this was it was a fake Johnny Cash story, right? It was what's his name? It was,
Joaquin Phoenix.
Walk Hard. Walk Hard.
Oh, that's Joaquin Phoenix. Is that what the one?
No. It was the guy from Step Brothers, not Farrell, the other guy.
Oh, I've never seen that, brother.
You haven't seen Walk Hard? It's pretty funny.
No, is it a comedy?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I have seen that as yeah. When
Joaquin Phoenix played Johnny Cash in the real Johnny Cash.
So it was a spoof on Walk the Line. A spoof on that.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And the guy keeps coming to him and saying, "Hey man, hey Johnny," and he's like, "Well, yeah." He's like, yeah, I know the guy you're talking." And he's like, "This is called marijuana. Have you ever tried that?" No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Bro.
Frank goes down, down, down with his burning anus of fire.
Briggs has left. Briggs has already left. His
butthole hurts because he had desire.
Chili peppers because he had desire. Now it burns. His apple burns.
Ring of fire.
Oh God, we're terrible.
It's a good prison song for some prisons, I guess, but no offense to anyone. I hope I don't. You never know who's listening. I don't know.
What the hell is this thing doing? Oh, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself. I'm trying to find some shit here on the internet. It's like, oh, come on. Big pile of crap. What the hell is it called? Meow.
No.
Meow. Hey, Brandon.
Yes, sir.
Did you manage to take a Rusty while you were at the truck stop there?
I dropped a feminist off at the pool.
You didn't burn anything down, Brandon. Every time you drive, didn't you drive past a fire engine, some burning, smoked out thing before?
Amen.
Well, we came or we went past a truck that had recently been on fire this morning earlier. Yeah.
Jeez.
Because they had put the foam out. It was foam, and you are in, Jeremy.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jeremy.
Hey, what's up, you heathens?
Hey. How are you adjusting, brother, with the boys there, the lads?
It's a little warmer than the frozen north, but other than that, it's been going pretty good.
Yeah. Where you at?
I was in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Down here with Rusty.
Yeah.
Oh, it's real
You're
cold up there.
down in Mississippi. Oh God, yeah, it's hot down there. It's hot. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very hot.
Very hot.
You and Rusty gonna bow out, pop out soon and do some stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. And sleep. Absolute is having a sleep or the dog on his foot.
No, yeah, he ran to the bank real quick.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool.
You got to get some food.
Yeah, had to make a withdrawal so he can buy some groceries.
God.
Welcome to Idaho, bitches.
Idaho.
I know that, Frank.
No, but that's what Jeremy said before. He said, Idaho, oh, you ho-ho-hos, or something. I saw it before.
Idaho.
I
No,
Oh,
Idaho.
Idaho, that's what you said. Yeah, I saw it, but I couldn't get to it. These guys are too loquacious. Look that up in your dictionary.
You're just having cocktails. We know. You slow down over time. No problem.
I do. I'm good.
And just like that, we are back, gentlemen.
Oh, it's good to see you back. Oh,
And who's our sponsor today? Just curious.
Well, the sponsor today is Raid Shadow Legends, gentlemen. Raid Shadow Legends.
What a surprise!
Let's talk about Raid Shadow Legends for just a minute, because I know each and every one of you loves to play that game. Raid Shadow Legends now has the Hammerhand skin. Yes, that's right. Put in the MGTOW special discount code for a special Hammerhand skin that also comes with a special Hammerhand weapon that does 50% more damage. Raid Shadow Legends, gentlemen, please get in the game, put in the code. Let's get back to this show, you gentlemen so mostly love.
I'd like to mention that our announcer here always forgets the most part about the pitch. It's the Quattro skin, Hammerhand Quattro skin, right? It's that's the latest thing. It's got to be we had the hamster Quattro skin. Now we have the Hammerhand Quattro skin. You always forget the Quattro skin. Are you too busy thinking about Hooters?
It is, of course, the Quattro skin. Yes, exactly. I don't know what got into me.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I don't know.
No.
Hamster, have you ever played with the Quattro skin?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It wasn't mine, but I guess it counts. Yeah. Oh. Better not say stuff like that, Frankie. You'll get all worked.
Uh-oh.
Well, just hearing Outlaw gets him worked up, so it's nothing big.
That's true.
Oh, God,
Speaking of fires, there's a fire off to our right.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Fire.
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 Well, you see now, Brandon, your exits are now single digits, so you should be happy for a while.
Oh, what? How you doing that? That's pretty cool.
Welcome to the stream, whoever that is.
This is Doubt. How y'all doing?
Hello, Doubt.
Hello, brother.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Welcome back, Doubt.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Glad to be back. I was about to say
You
welcome
cast
back
a
to you.
shadow
No, I'm
over
glad
all
to
of
be back.
us.
I cast a shadow over all of you?
You cast a shadow over. Yes, but we're getting past it. We're getting past it. Soon we will be beyond a doubt.
Well, you should never be
No.
beyond a doubt. A little bit of skepticism is healthy.
All right, one cheesy joke down, 10,000 more to go. What's next?
Hey, does anyone have? Because I subscribe to it, but I'm useless. Anyone have Hammerhand's? Unfortunately, what is this? 9th channel now? I think.
Yes.
It's Mad Monk 9, I think is what it is.
It's at Hammerhand 9.
Okay.
Is that what it is? At Hammerhand?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm able, I'll post it in the
The
chat.
absolute worst Beatles song ever.
Revolution number 9?
Go,
9?
Yeah.
go to my channel, Frank, and I posted a link yesterday in a community post.
I've got it. I think I've got it, bro. I just the computer I'm talking on is the rubbish one. It's the terrible one. I'll have to do it on this one. Yeah. Hey, Brandon, what's the story with your job, mate?
Yes, sir. My
Well,
job.
I've been away for
Well,
a few days.
they weren't. I've been away because I haven't been driving.
I know.
And during that time, I decided I didn't like not driving. So, starting Monday, I'm starting a new trucking company.
Okay, good. And
Which
they
is-
don't have to go to
which is-
California.
No, they don't go to California, which is
Good
great.
stuff.
Mhm.
Hey guys, I know this might be a little presumptuous or even ostentatious to ask, but I'm kind of new coming back into the scene. Would you all mind doing introductions?
I'm Captain Buttcrack.
Well, I think I know your life story. Let's continue.
I'm Jagged Mick. My name's Jagged Mick.
I'm Frank.
Oh no! Don't start this again. I'm Bingus.
I'm Brandon.
I'm the Emperor of Canada.
And I'm
God.
Dr. Hamster.
All right, I guess that leaves me.
Actually, I'm Brandon Trueblood. That's James Von Maxwell. You're Doubt, you know. We have Francis the Talking.
And we have MGTOW
I didn't even
Outlaw.
get a how dare you after that.
How dare you?
Yep.
And we have a MGTOW Outlaw, and I believe we have.
Hemi 4-speed.
Yeah, I think
Hemi
Hemi 4-speed
Hemi.
is the quiet Canadian lurking in
he's
the background.
Hemi Quattro speed.
Quattro.
Yes, Hemi
Yeah,
Quattro
it's-
speed. You're right. You're right.
And possibly Lord Jeremy Hirsch is still here too, or Rusty.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not sure. That's yeah. So yeah.
So then, what, may I ask, are all of these wonderful gentlemen doing in this organization? What's the organization do?
Not an organization, friend.
Sorry, where men get together
Right.
and do some sort of thing. I call that an organization.
It's a patriarchy.
I would call
Frank
it a
is a
social.
professional. Frank is a professional masturbator.
Oh my God, you can get paid to do that? All right, sign me up.
I do. Well, if you'd seen it,
Yeah.
you'd know all about it. But I can't show this because this is YouTube, and we do have rules here. Doubt.
Just say you're breastfeeding.
He has a,
Well, I have some doubts. I have some doubts
he has a
about that.
sponsor from Jergens.
Oh,
Just make it a video like how to apply lotion manually.
Oh, just on the skin. Otherwise, I get the hose again. You know that.
You hope so, huh? Don't you, Frank?
He gets rid of all
No,
those
I know a thing or two about a thing or two. but, yeah.
unsightly calluses too.
So what
You got to
do
put the
doubt?
lotion in the bucket first.
That's right. And the little dog's barking. Well, what are your doubts there, Doubt? Give us some of your doubts. We've explained ourselves to you, and I saw you with Ike, I think, and you've met Ike before. So what are some of your doubts there, bro?
Well, doubt is a state of mind. Doubt is what led me away from the blue pill world. Doubt is what stopped me from committing suicide.
All right.
Doubt is what let me get to where I am now. So doubt is healthy. What I am doing now, though, I haven't been on YouTube in a while. I do have a few videos I'm working on, but what I've been working on mostly is my software, my novel, and my game creation. That's what I've been doing most recently at Big Red Eyes Productions, which is the production studio I started.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
And
They both
Rusty remembered you from back in the day. He was telling me after the stream you were on, I think it was last week. Hey, you know who that was? So, you haven't been forgotten.
Someone remembered me.
Well, I've heard of Red Ice Radio.
And let me ask, because one of my biggest mantras, one of my biggest phrases that I said all the time, I think has become much more pungent as time has gone on. but the phrase is action is necessary. What do y'all think?
I think it's.
Well, this is a first. Frank is actually sitting there quietly. That's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, please come back more often, Dow. That's a rare thing around here.
Oh, see, that's why they call me the waffler. That's why I play guitar instead to soothe these heathens here and tame the wild beasts. Oh well, it's true. Action is. We don't do a lot without an action. I would need the impetus. Yeah.
So really, no one has any ideas to put against the phrase. Are you for it, against it? Does it make sense?
Well, I kind of hear static every time I start talking, so maybe that's a good thing.
You know what's funny though?
I hear the same thing.
What's funny though is every time I say that, a lot of guys get really scared, and to the point where they'll get mad at me and call me a psyop or a glowy or whatever, just because I'm pro-revolution.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's a thing. You see a lot of people talk more than they actually take action. You know, you can hear somebody say what they want to do about this situation all day long, the tyranny and all, but you don't see very many people out here taking action.
Well, just imagine how dangerous the world would be if everybody took action.
Yeah.
Imagine how powerful men could be if they just took action.
Mm-hmm.
Power and danger. They're hand in hand. Because if you have the power to change something, that's dangerous to whoever you're changing it from.
And there's nothing virtuous about a rabbit. Just because it can't hurt anything. To be a dangerous man is what needs to be respected.
Not just the ability to act, but the will to do so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why we tell men to take action by walking away. Put into practice not buying into all of this usury and abusery with your wallet. Just walk away. Show people in plain sight and out loud with your actions of not supporting, certain institutions. As of right now, that's really about the only course of action we can take peacefully.
Well, okay, so if you walk away, right? This is why I eventually spread away from MGTOW, and I went to Project Mayhem instead. Because MGTOW is great for telling a man, hey, you're shit. Yes, you are in shit. But you don't have to. Focus on yourself. Make yourself better. That's what I got from MGTOW. But when I started hearing everyone say, oh, just walk away. Just make it not your problem. That doesn't fix the problem. And if you want to have a future, you better fucking put some stakes in it. And if you don't want them to control it, you better go fight for it. Otherwise, you'll just be a victim. And I don't want men to be victims.
What solutions do you propose, Cal?
That's the fun part, honestly. Because when people ask me that, I've always couched my actual thoughts and said, well, according to your own base of morality and how you want to live your life, you have your own choices to make. And that's always been the ethically right answer. And holistically, like at a base level, we as men have to decide what we're willing and capable of doing. That's how anything gets done. But look at what's happening. Look at where we're at. If we continue to say me not doing anything is the best answer, how many of us will be alive 10 years from now, 20 years from now? how much of our strength and ideology will persist. It is a zero-sum game, and if you don't push back, there will be no game.
Well,
I am kind of pushing back. It's one of the reasons I started this channel is to give voice in a public forum to everybody and their ideas. If we sit on our hands and remain silent, like happened most of my life, then it will continue to get worse and worse because the squeaky wheel has gotten the grease.
So then you would agree with walking away and putting your head in the sand is not going to be a solution.
Well, I'm a stoic as well as being MGTOW. And I believe in not fighting against things I can't change. But also being a
Who are
stoic.
you to decide what you can't change if you haven't fought?
I'd like to complete my thought before
Sure, I just don't want to
answer
lose
that
my
question.
thought. Like, go ahead.
All right, I speak slowly because I try and consider everything I say before I open my mouth.
Not a problem. I think fast, so it's hard for me to keep my mind. But yes, go ahead.
And another thing that Stoics do is they get involved politically, and I have some very, very different than the mainstream political views. I'm more of a libertarian, but I'm not quite I'm not quite to the point of being a revolutionary. Because I hear, like Frank was saying earlier, lots and lots of people talking about, Outlaw was saying earlier, lots and lots of people talking about revolution, and nobody doing anything. You can't have a revolution with just one person. So,
absolutely true.
And in this day and age, if you try to get organized, you're going to wind up in jail. If you're not afraid of going to jail, then have at it. You
Hey,
can
True
choose
Blood.
other means. Hey, what?
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, but as soon as you're done, I'd like to say something.
Sure. So
this is
go ahead. Great. Let me. As an individual, what I have done is I've taken myself out of the fucking food chain as much as possible.
Take a shower, get dressed, brush your hair.
I'm not feeding the beast anymore.
Take a shower, get dressed, brush your hair.
So that's what I've done. I'm just not feeding the beast anymore. I'm working towards my goals. I'm not working towards anybody else's goals, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And the end product of where I'm going to be in 5 years will leave me self-sufficient, and my heirs self-sufficient. So
I have a question about that.
I think Rusty might have wanted to say something.
Sure, but this is a question about what he just said.
Okay, well, but if you have like 10 questions, then Rusty probably would. Okay, go for it, mate.
All right. So you don't feed into the system. You're looking for self-sufficiency, and that's good. Every man should do that. You have to be self-sufficient to be strong. But are you for or against feeding into your beast, fighting in the opposite direction? For example, if men in the community are fighting against it in the ways that they have the power, are you feeding into those men's capability to perform?
Who's fighting? What are they fighting against? What are their positions? I'm not going to answer a nebulous question like that.
Sure. We can talk more about it offline or later on. I'll let the other gentleman see what he wants to say.
All right. Rusty, what the hell's on your mind?
Yes, sir. Yeah. One of the things I just wanted to point out is a lot of the guys that I remember from way back when, and I remember this guy from back then. We've been through all this shit. We started off in MRA, thing collapsed, Now out of that came MGTOW, which is a good thing. But you know, you and I were having a conversation about this not too long ago, and I told you that I'm ready to take this to the next intellectual, rational conclusion. You see, up to this
And that is
point, all we've been doing is indirect stuff. Okay, so we decide we're not going to spend our money over here, and we got bridal shower chains closing. We got toy stores closing. We got jewelry stores closing. We got wedding planners going out of business. Okay, that's great, and that's all indirect. But I'm ready to take it to the next step and do something direct. And I think that the model to follow is the same fucking model that got us into this to begin with. You know, the solar lens fucking liberal progressive damn model. You know, the civil rights. You know, it's
What?
time.
No.
It's time for a 1,000,000-man MGTOW march on Washington, D.C. It's time to organize a worldwide MGTOW walkout for 15 minutes on a particular day at a synchronized time. It's time to finally admit that MGTOW is in direct opposition to feminism. And we all admit that feminism is a fucking political movement. And if MGTOW is in opposition to it, why in the hell isn't MGTOW a political movement?
What was your name? The fellow who was just speaking.
Rusty Rivers.
Hi, Rusty. I'm Dal. Nice to meet you. Thank you for sharing that perspective. And sorry, Brandon, if you want to respond first, you can go do that, of course.
Oh, no.
Okay. Thank you for your passion. Hearing you express yourself that way, it was vigorous and it was honest, and thank you for that. Though I would have to say that while your passion is well deserved and appreciated, you're looking at feminism is only one aspect of the beast. It's all inclusive. Look at the system of control we reside in. Not to be reductionist, but the females of the following generations, they've all been victims too. It's not their fault that they can't make up their own minds, so that they need a system to tell them what to think. It's not just feminism is the problem. It's the whole damn corrupt system.
Well, if I could interject for just a second, I agree with you, but I would express it in a little bit different way. You see, what we're dealing with is a tree trunk. The tree trunk is called communism. And out of the tree trunk is major branches that have grown. Progressivism, liberalism, socialism, environmentalism, feminism. These are all sprouted limbs that are coming out of the main tree, which is communism. And this is what we're truly fighting against.
Can I just say this real quick? For those who are listening, or for those who are watching this later, thinking that these men expressing their passions and their grievances and their will or desire to overthrow this is the men you wish you had. This is the men
might
who
be
are
breaking up a little bit.
determining themselves to be strong. This is what this is.
Could you repeat that a little bit? I don't. Might have got a bit. Maybe it's my end, but got a bit of lag there.
Yeah, he did for me too.
Sure. So, for those who are watching, for those who might be watching this later, what you are hearing is not men who are deciding to be dangerous and hurt you or other people, but men who are aggressive and passionate and have the will to do something about the thing that everyone knows that there's a problem with. That's what you're hearing. These are good, strong men finally getting out their opinions in an open forum. This is the strength of the men that you wish you had if you were smart enough to know what a strong, good man was.
Well, these are the sounds of the voices of men who are not accepting oppression. We will not be oppressed, and we will speak up against that oppression.
As long as your First Amendment exists, guys, we'll keep going.
Well,
Long
thanks,
after
Frank.
that,
We walk away because that's the only option that is.
Hey, outlaw.
Yeah.
First person.
Men walk away because that's the only peaceful option that we have. Because, and I'm sure everybody here will agree, we don't want it to come to violence. You know, I cannot in good conscience tell men to take action and go fight these people in these rigged court systems, knowing that there is a very likely chance that they will be on the negative receiving end of that. The only peaceful solution that I can give men, advice wise, walk away. You see, that is a response to what's going on out here. Whether people realize it or not, that is a response to this oppression out here of men. Now, it may not be what a lot of men want to hear as far as, well, let's get rowdy, let's go overturn the oppressive government. We're trying to do everything we can in our power to stay peaceful about it until push comes to shove.
but why? Why wait?
Well, because you don't want to be bullied anymore. No, the reason.
Because if I tell men in bad faith to go out here and fight all of these oppressive courts, they get slaughtered, they get sent to prison knowing that they were wrongfully sent there, then that's on my conscience. That's on me knowing
So
that
don't
I
send
told
them. Lead them.
We are. And that's why we tell you to walk away.
Lead with them. Be there with them. It's not on your conscience if you are leading and knowing that you are right.
We are right, but the problem is you can't take a gamble in the courts like that.
Life is a gamble.
Yeah.
Hey, Outlaw, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What if Martin Luther King had that same mindset?
What's that?
Yeah, Martin Luther King did not have that mindset. Martin Luther King called for peaceful, resistant protest, but it was actively and directly doing something. Martin Luther King never called for violence. He never called for killing anybody. He never called for armed anything, but he did call for action.
Yes.
And they acted.
Exactly.
And all throughout the 60s and the early 70s, we had direct results of the civil rights movement. And I keep asking myself, why in the hell is MGTOW and the red pill so fucking stuck in the mud? And, you know, I could only come to one conclusion, and I think it's very obvious. Our largest content producers do not want to recognize that our damn thing is indeed a movement. They want to simply keep calling it a philosophy. They want to simply keep calling it a fucking lifestyle. And nobody wants to call for action because, you see, movements have leaders. And leaders become targets. And targets lose their money. Yes, people get locked up. During the civil rights movement, lots of people got locked up. But look at what they achieved.
Just to expand on that idea a tiny bit more. The reason I loved MGTOW is because at a time in my life where I felt I had such little value that I was willing to kill myself. I found, I found a philosophy and a group of very particular, special men that I call my brothers to this day that built a community of self-empowerment, self-value, and that allowed me to dig out of the hole that I dug my soul into. But that fight to get out of that hole was then stifled by the men who say, stick your head in the sand. Just walk away. That's enough. Look at what's happening. It's not enough. Your money is taken from you in taxes and put into fucking drag queens in schools. Tell me it's enough. I have children. This is not a fucking game.
And we feel the same way that you do about it, brother. But at this moment, you cannot, in good faith, put the cart before the horse.
Is this
I mean,
war against us peaceful?
What alternative do you propose?
I guess I'll put it this way. Every man has to make his own decision. However, when I find enough men who are willing to follow me, I will lead them. And that means nothing coming from a voice on the internet. But I am 100% serious. And my brothers who have met me, who have known me for years, know this to be true.
Well, what is a good act of civil disobedience that everybody can do?
Hey, let's start off by organizing a fucking walkout for just 15 minutes worldwide. How about that? Every man that has the knowledge, every man that knows the truth, every fucking non-NPC out there that has experienced the fucking gynocentric fucking
Rusty, we aren't there yet. We got to have our fucking Rosa Parks moment.
Well, that's another good place to start.
That's what a Rosa Parks moment is.
Well, look at it this way. I don't know if you guys have thought about this or not, but we kind of have had our own Boston Tea moment here. Okay, now we didn't have a whole bunch of guys dressing up in disguises and sneaking on board a ship and throwing tea out, but all of us have fucking boycotted Bud Light and fucking Jack Daniels. I mean, that's a start. And you can't tell me that's not a political decision.
It is, but it's not associated with MGTOW. It's broader than that.
It's not associated with MGTOW. MGTOW isn't associated with action. Of course it's not associated with MGTOW.
It doesn't have to be associated directly with MGTOW. This thing, when it starts off, when it kicks off, when the powder keg of history finally explodes, it's not going to be about MGTOW. It's just going to be simply about a bunch of fucking men that are just tired of the damn system. And we're going to start doing something directly about it.
Just real quick. Have you guys noticed that the words and the parlance, the vocabulary we use now, technically defines every single one of us as hate speech? Everything we say is hate speech. You're already a criminal. And I said this was coming, and I was right.
Well, here's what I propose. We had, for the American Revolution, we had no taxation without representation. For the men's movement, we should have no child support without equal visitation.
Broader. That's too small. That's not enough of a change.
It's a
and
start.
That's asking permission.
You starve the beast that way. How many men can they put in jail? 50,000? 100,000?
Enough so that every other man will say, just walk away. Just put your head in the sand. Enough.
If there's enough
I don't think walking...
the suffragettes, when the women were fucking fighting for their fucking own right to vote, they weren't afraid to go to jail.
The women were not actually the ones fighting. It was men. Women took to the streets. Men changed the policy.
There were women on fucking hunger strikes. There were women that went to jail.
Good.
They were the public face. They were the public face. You got to have some type of public face. We don't have it. We don't have any type of
part
fucking
of the reason
public
we don't
sympathy.
have it is because people keep espousing, just walk away. Just ignore it. It'll get better.
Edmund Burke said it best. The only thing that need happen for the success of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Hence, action is necessary.
By walking away, you have to get people into a frame of mind to understand what's happening. That's the point of walking away. If you get enough men out here in the culture to walk away, that should be
Divorced
enough to
man
grab the
does not
culture's
need to walk
attention.
away to understand what's happening.
That's the whole point of walking away, is to get the culture's
Walking
attention that
away
there's
is
a
saying,
problem.
okay, just take yourself out of it. When you do that, though, you're still not. You're still owned by their laws. You're still owned by your taxes. You're still contributing to the very system who will kill you.
Yeah, you were talking about political action,
Yes, you
sir.
are.
I'm talking about real action.
You're talking about
You can call it political. You can
no,
get
okay, no, yeah.
everything is political.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
it's reality.
That is true. You're talking about political action as a result of the things that have happened in our neo-Marxist societies, right?
But here's
Not just the things that have happened, but the things that are
you know,
still yet to come.
but you are. I mean, look, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but you are talking
No,
about.
wait, hold on. I was simply expanding.
Is it
Not just about what has happened.
worded from the
It's
UN?
also about
What
what
else
is
would you
going
propose?
to happen.
Would you propose a strongly worded letter from the
Hey,
UN
guys,
against
hang on a second. Hang
things
on a
that have happened
second.
in
Hang
Ukraine?
on. Wait.
Well, if I
Frank.
can't say a word in 30 minutes, then
Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on a second, Frank. Okay, Doubt. What have you done? Have you done anything concrete?
Okay. So I'll submit then. I'll submit to your request. What actions have I taken? I have created 2 children that I did not allow to be vaccinated, that I teach every day how to adhere and stand up for their values, which mirror my own. I have created a media platform, although I have stepped away from it for a while due to personal, financial, and health reasons. But I am a voice to take the fight to the problem. I am willing to fervently and passionately express the values that I have, the thoughts in my head, and like I mentioned, if I can find enough men to follow me, I will lead them in action. Period.
What is the definition of that action?
I would not say it on open waves. It would be strictly confidential.
As Brandon said before, it's a vague question.
For a good reason. Would you want to announce your plans to your enemy? That'd be pretty fucking stupid.
Obviously not. We're on the same wavelength now, aren't we? Obviously not. And you're on Brandon's platform too. And Brandon doesn't really care, but you are on Brandon's platform. So obviously I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
So.
And for those who hear me and it's like, wow, this guy sounds interesting. Maybe I don't agree with him, but he does sound interesting. Go look at my old videos. Look at my Project Mayhem videos. This is what I'm talking about. I said all this stuff was happening, and it did happen.
Hey, I'd like to address a comment that our good brother Tim put in the comments. Yes, Tim, you are right. If I had my way, they would be able to RICO Act our endeavors, organizations, society, community, whatever. But you guys got to keep something in mind. The men that signed the Declaration of Independence, they pledged their freedom. They pledged their very lives. And that was the defining moment.
And most importantly,
took the sword out.
They pledged their sacred honor.
That's correct. They took their sword out and they drew a fucking line in the sand. And until we all are willing to go to jail, until we all are willing to pledge our sacred honor, our sacred lives, and our freedom, nothing's ever going to change. We're going to keep on talking the same red pill shit, keep talking about this is a philosophy, it's a lifestyle, and keep bitching and moaning on fucking chats.
And what it ultimately boils down to, what it reduces all the way down to, When you are a physical slave, you get beat if you don't do what you're supposed to do. But the slavery that exists now, there's a penalty monetarily. The slaves of today are so comfortable in America that they don't mind being enslaved. Just don't hurt me too much, Daddy. That's what they do. And I'm tired of it. I proposed last time I talked with Brandon and Ike about opt-in taxes. That is the most free and independent and honorable tax system I can think of. Why? Not because it benefits me, but because those who pay the taxes are getting what they pay for.
Just a housekeeping. Hemi, I think backstage still. I'm not sure. I'm behind the 8 ball all the time. Sorry.
Brandon, I am so sorry that I might have led the conversation in a way that you were not ready for today. I've had it on my chest for a while.
You're assuming I'm not ready for it. I'm willing for everything to happen. I'm not. If I didn't like what you were saying, or if I didn't want you saying what you'd said, I would have shut you down. So no need to apologize. And one of my pet peeves is people that apologize for speaking their mind. If you don't believe,
well, how about this? Fuck you then.
Don't fucking say it. If you say it, don't fucking apologize for fucking speaking your mind.
Brandon,
why should you fucking tell the truth? You know, if you're going to be sorry for fucking telling the truth.
Only the natural sense of protecting our brothers from, I mean, like we know, and we'll talk about that later if you're driving, and all of us about like Hammer just got shut down for apparently someone drew a picture of something. And remember Ribby, the party, was it Ribby? He had a girl there and she had all her clothes on. And they just gave it. So that's what we're up against. And I do understand what Doubt's point is. We all know this point. We all understand this. But it's just we have to get into the nitty gritty and the weeds, I guess, to understand these. Well, not to understand, but to talk about the things. That's all. Sorry, I'm going to mute myself now again.
We're all on the same page when it comes to the zealousness of wanting to get something done. That's not to be mistaken here. The problem is know who your enemy is. We're dealing with a threat that could literally do away with you and you'd never know about it. The government has the options and the resources to get rid of each and every one of us and nobody else know what happened. You're not dealing with an enemy that can just be, fought against and we win. And this government is smarter than that, folks. You have to, yes, we're zealous. We want to get things done. We want to get all of this put back in our hands. But at the same time, you have to be smart and calculated about who the enemy is. Study their tactics, know what they're capable of. You can't just bum rush and be ready to die against an enemy that can do away with you in an instant. That's not smart. And it's not smart to lead men into that being overzealous, thinking that we're going to overthrow something. Be smart. Be calculated. The government studies us. They watch what we're doing. That's why they've gotten rid of certain channels and somebody's echoing.
Whoever's got their microphone set up for the echo, please turn it off.
I'm with you 1,000%. I want to see this thing overturned, overruled. I want to see men back at their rightful helms. But you cannot just bum rush this enemy called the government and the system with just overzealous millions of men. You got to be smart. You got to be calculated. Know thine enemy. Study thine enemy. They study us. It's no coincidence that they took his channel down the other day.
I'm sorry, but I need to interject here so that I can respond to the point you made.
Go
Being
ahead.
smart, being calculated.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course, that's crucial. However, so is being timely. Being smart and being calculated over a span of 5 years means jack shit if you're going to wait that long to actually do something. Being smart and calculated and keeping track of things, but never leaving your chair or your home or your community to go out and do something, all you're doing is observing.
And I agree with everything you're saying, Doubt. When I was growing up, and after I'd grown up, when we did dealings with plans that we would make, we would do it away. And this is even before after the time that we had the first cell phones. Any business dealings we would make, and when I say business, I mean business. We
Drugs.
would face to face. Just saying, face to face. And this is YouTube. So.
Well, the reason I have chosen to take the course of action that I have chosen is I lack the confidence in my fellow men to stand up and get anything done. You know, we have all for the same reason that you walked away,
because you're
Doubt.
black though.
I think that there is a lack of intestinal fortitude for getting anything done.
And a lack of will to action, especially in the younger generations of men nowadays. I myself am one, but I look at most of my peers and they would rather play video games or get drunk or, just be on standby their entire lives without actually doing anything.
Who is this that's
that's
right
probably
now?
true. And that's probably
That's
true.
Lord Jeremy.
Oh, okay.
All right. So that's probably true. That those men being on standby, those men having no direction, those men wasting their life on video games and porn and shit. That's probably true because the only male voices out there are either telling them, get pussy or stay the fuck out of everything. There's no voice saying, no, fight for you. Fight for your life, fight for your world. There's no voices out there doing that. That's why Project Man was created.
Well, I don't see anybody with enough charisma to lead a movement like that. We don't have a Gandhi. We don't have a Dr. Martin Luther King. Hell, we don't even have a fucking commie like
a leader.
You can't grow charisma on trees.
Fuck charisma. How about that intestinal fortitude you spoke about, or some?
Well, to motivate people to do things, you have to be able to be motivational.
That's not how sales works. You have to tell them it's in their best interest and show them how.
Well, I have been listening to this stuff for decades, and nobody has made a sale.
Nobody's been selling. And actually, let's look at it the other way around. People have been selling.
You don't think people have been selling?
That's what was bought.
Hey, True Blood, let me say this. Historically speaking, the way that this stuff starts is that first you have the intellectual capacity of the theory, okay? For example, Karl Marx. But Karl Marx didn't lead anything, okay? He wasn't charismatic enough. But he first came up with the intellectual idea. Then Trotsky got a hold of it, then Lenin, then Stalin, and so on and so forth. We all know the rest of the history. Okay? So this always starts with the guy that comes up with the intellectual backing first. That's the guy that we should be looking for. That's the guy that's going to kickstart this off. Then you have the guy that rides in on the white horse that then hijacks it, like a Napoleon, like a Fidel Castro, like a Pol Pot, like a Mao Zedong. Okay? This is how it's done. Okay, so let's not jump to the
I
end.
understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that, and we do have the intellectual foundation laid already.
Yes, I
It's out
agree.
there.
Yes, and
We
that
don't
is
have
what.
our Mao. We don't have our Stalin. We don't have our fucking Gandhi. We, you know,
Yet.
yet that
Well,
person has not
if that is
emerged.
what you are, sorry, Brandon, but let me just pose this to you as a challenge. If that is what you think we need, then aim your voice in a direction to raise that man from the ground into the sky. Find him. Hold him up. Hold up all of the men that decide to say, I am willing to fight. Create that mouthpiece.
Now, Sergeant Grinch does say that we do have Frank.
Yeah, you're right. We do have Frank.
I was responding to that. I was just responding to that, Rusty.
And I think it's very fitting since fucking the women's right to vote started in New Zealand. It should be a New Zealander who is fucking.
All right, we blame it on them.
responsible for
Fuck you,
leading
New
us-
Zealand.
No, it's Canada. It was Seneca Falls in 1849.
All
So
right,
we have to
yeah,
blame
fuck you,
Hemi.
New Zealand and
Blame Canada.
We're blaming Hemi. But
Yeah.
strangely enough, we
Blaming
can also
Hemi.
blame Mitchell, who is the emperor. But I did speak to two people. One I've mentioned, the other one I haven't mentioned, and guy. And the way let's talk hypotheticals now, right? And I'm on Brandon's channel. Hypothetically, the way you do this is through fear. So easy. Shinzo Abe was killed, was it last year? Yeah, he was assassinated last year. Now, I don't know where he is on the spectrum of whoever these rulers are. But let's just say, when people in power, people who give these,
Deep, deep, deep.
yeah, well, all it takes is fear. Let's say, do you think George Soros stays at home in a little room all day long forever? Okay. Do you think high-powered rifles don't exist? You understand what I'm saying? And do you think people who are, but you do understand what I'm saying, right? I haven't threatened anyone. All you need is a few things, and then all of a sudden, someone else goes, these guys will. Nancy Pelosi's husband. That was unfortunate, wasn't it? Did you see how he beamed him? Who a mad gay, probably gay lover. Ask these guys about gay loving.
I think
You understand?
I
Now this.
want to piggyback on that before we transition to a different point.
Yeah, it's the way. It's the only way.
The important thing about what you just said is that men who feel like us, men who are willing to act, men who say, within my morality bounds, I know that I'm justified in doing this. If you're not thinking that way, I suggest you start.
Well, some people are atheists.
If you are thinking that way, just remember, we all die. Everyone.
That's right. That's exactly right. As you said, you've been through suicide. Now, people who have been through suicide as a default point are never afraid of death again. Never, never, never. And the longer they've been through it, it's impossible.
You have too much life to live.
Well, once you've been through stared at the abyss and the abyss stares back and you give it the middle finger, once that's happened in your life, you're not afraid of anything. But it's about whether you want to do something. Now, when they start messing with kids and stuff like that, and having the trannies, the transformers teach your kids, well, you want to do something about it. But it's a slow, insidious. You see, evil is like this. Now, some people here are atheists. I'm not sure who is an atheist, who's not. They're all kind of welcome in our philosophy. But it's an insidious, slow creeping thing. You don't know. It's like a camel in the tent. It puts its nose in, and after a while, the camel's in the tent, and the sheik is out in the sandstorm with the blowing bullets, bullets of sand. So it's insidious. But like I say, the alternative, sorry, not the alternative, the answer to your musings, I'll say, is fear. Shinzo Abe was murdered, right? He was assassinated, right? What happens if that happens again? hypothetically, and again and again and again. And what JFK got taken out, right? From who knows? Who cares about that? But what about another one? What about his brother? And what about another? And what about another? And another and another and another. Not storming the Capitol with millions of people and all that rigmarole and rubbish. I've told this in backstage, but I'm not saying anything palpable or plain or anything that can be put in a scrutinized box. I'm telling you that that's the way. If you want to do it, you do it through fear. And how do you do it through fear? Unfortunately, and it depends. It depends on who your enemy is. I know Brandon. I know all our brothers have good morals here. All our brothers have very good morals, and some people equate murder with death. Sorry, killing. 10 Commandments says murder. It does not say killing. Otherwise, David would have not been the man made in the image of God. So that's your answer right there. If you choose to go that route, well, I can't do anything. Well,
Brother, what's your name?
Scratch.
My name's
Frank. My name's Frank.
Hi, Frank. Nice to meet you. And,
that's my real name too.
Well, my real name, for the purpose of anonymity.
I just said everything plainly.
My name is Dell.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sure your parents thought much about it. That would be a bad joke, but no, my real name is Frank. That's my name, Francis. Gotcha. Frank or gotcha. Frankie. Yeah.
Hey, Frank, you can't go there because you can't say that his parents had no doubt.
That's the thing, man. I knew you were going to come with something.
I mean, you did leave the bait out there, hoping someone would snap at
it. I did. I'm sorry, but when we talk about the suicide thing, as long as you're done with that, because as everyone would tell you this. Other people, it's just a temporary solution, permanent solution.
So, yeah, I'm far past the idea of suicide, but I was going through a really hard position, losing my kids, losing my job, and it was just at the moment it was too much, and I was like, okay, well, if I'm going out, how am I going to go out? And I started making these plans, and then I realized, oh, I'm already not going to kill myself because I'm already making plans, assuming I'll live. So I know that I want to live. But now that I know I want to live, how do I want to live?
Right.
And that's what gave me the strength to say, I can survive anything until I can't. But I don't need to worry about what I can't survive. I need to continue living my life the way I want to live it. That's the only reason to live.
All of us here, we're very, that's a blessing. That's the best thing. That's one of the best things. I don't know what, that's just God bless you. That's all I can say. I mean, you might not believe in God, but bless you for that. For surviving that. You know? I survived suicide, and everyone knows that, but not everyone, but so I'm just that's awesome.
Yeah, I think we've all wrestled with the idea of despair, and the only reason that any of us are here today is because we won that battle. But with that, brothers, I'm gonna step out. Me and Rusty got things to do, so we'll talk at you later.
Hey, take care, Jeremy. Bless you, bro.
Peace.
Later, Jeremy. Goodbye, Rusty.
Bye, Rusty. Take care, Rusty.
Later, Rusty.
Don't lead him astray, Rusty.
He says goodbye. Later, brothers.
Peace be with you.
Ooh.
Yeah, baby.
Now that you all had a chance to breathe.
That one came from the land down under.
How dare you, outlaw?
That's right next door to Frank.
That's right.
Oh.
And you know why that men thunder in Australia?
Mm-mm.
It's the Vegemite and beans.
Oh my God.
Oh, well, that's half true. Brandon. That's you guys have ever tried Vegemite or Marmite? It's
I've
I've heard of it.
Oh, it's pretty good. It's just basically it's concentrated yeast, but you guys would like it, but you don't want to use too much. It's like put it on toast, but you don't want to use too much. Like you don't want to have a big dollop like say lots of peanut butter and lots of strawberry jam. No, you wouldn't want to eat it like that. You would just like a smear it on, real fine, and it's filled with all the B complex and maltodextrin and all that stuff. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. But no, I'm proud of you too, Doubt. It's really good, really good. And you got kids too. That's a good thing. Mine same with me. My kid's estranged from me for many years now, and doesn't want to have really anything to do with me. And that's just one of those things.
Wanna say hi to
Take
the
it on.
guys? Go ahead and say hi.
Hello.
How old are you?
Hello.
You're 5. Well, how old will you be in 5 years? Go ahead and count. Why are you doing so slow? 10. Yeah, 5 years old.
Good. Well done.
Very good. Very
She was
good.
smart girl. She's daddy's little girl. All right, get dressed.
Hey, Doubt, you know that Brandon and also Rusty as well. I'm not sure about Outlaw, but I know that these guys, I'm not sure about James either, but they've been teachers. They've been professional teachers for many years in their lives. Yeah. They've actually taught schools and stuff like that. Professional. So.
That's awesome. I'm only an amateur teacher because I raised 2 children.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I've never taught any classes.
Okay.
If I did, it would probably most likely be art. But,
Yeah.
Well, considering that you seem to have a degree or an interest in teaching, what do you think about teaching as it is today?
I don't know that I would want to take the chance in public education.
Why?
It's way too dangerous at the moment to be accused and have your whole career ruined on a dime.
Well, let me pose to you the question: have
Okay.
you seen like the videos online of the parents who are fighting against the schools and saying,
You-
"Hey, you know what? I don't want this indoctrination in the school."
Can you say that again? It's like your volume went down.
Yeah. Have you seen any of the videos where the parents were at school board meetings fighting against the school, fighting against indoctrination, drag queens, and all of that, all the propaganda?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have you considered maybe reaching out to those communities and having them appoint you as a teacher or pay for you to be a teacher so that you can teach their children the right way? Because I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to do renegade status and circumvent the system with our own system.
Yeah, because the
And that is a legal / quote unquote peaceful way of doing it.
Yeah, it looks like as of right now, the private sector, teaching children in the private sector away from public indoctrination is probably going to be the better method to go with.
Anyone out there who is a teacher or wants to be a teacher, try this. Even if you fail, fine, so be it. Fail at it. But try it. If you are afraid of war, if you're afraid of taking unpeaceful actions, try this. Try winning our children back.
Now, me personally, I'm not afraid. No, I'm willing to die for my beliefs. I've already made that publicly clear on my channel. The thing that I wrestle with is the conscience side of it. I don't, in good conscience, like putting people in dangerous situations to take action that, would be on my conscience if they just slaughtered him in the courts or, that's the part of this mostly that I struggle with. For me, I'm fine. I will go to war, fight for my beliefs. Yeah, I already hate these motherfuckers with everything in me.
Okay, so then put it like this. You know how they say when your kid is led into thinking they're transgender, and they ask those parents, well, which would you rather have? Your son become a living daughter or a dead son? Ask those parents, which would you rather have? A free, peaceful existence where your children are not yours, or your children and the risk that your government will destroy you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's you're not going to have a peaceful solution to this. I mean that's a given. You just don't want the bodies to pile up on your conscience. That's what I struggle with
Okay, so
myself
let
through
me
all
let me
this.
ask you then: is all killing murder? Is all killing worthy of weighing down on your conscience?
No,
Well, obviously not.
Okay,
no.
so
You know,
if that's the
whenever
case,
whenever I eat meat, that animal has been killed. That animal has not been murdered.
it has been sacrificed in honor of my hunger. So
I
let those
don't.
who be your enemy and would steal the children of the generation, let them be sacrificed on the honor of the saved generation. Don't let it be weighed down on your conscience. You know you're not hurting innocent people. You're hurting corrupt people. Maybe it's not their fault that they're corrupt. Maybe they've been indoctrinated into it and led into it. But enemy combatants are not innocent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't consider a pedo's life to be worthy of to continue to breathe the same air that I breathe. I don't consider a murderer to be someone that I would love for them to breathe the same air as I do, or a rapist or anybody else. It's yeah. I don't I don't have a problem seeing these people taken out and dealt with.
So then where does your problem lie?
The problem lies with the good men in this community who I have developed sort of a personal attachment to, I guess you would say.
Okay, so then
Sorry.
your ethical conundrum is based on the consequences that could befall them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what
Mm-hmm.
about the
Outlaw,
consequences that will befall them if they don't do something?
Outlaw, did you just come on to us?
No,
No,
no.
I know. But I think to your question, I think we're getting now into the moral aspect of philosophy and
Yes.
also theology. Like we talk about animals. Is it right to kill an animal? So we're going now to situational ethics and deeper fundamentals of core beliefs that are spiritual, if spirits exist. Now, for an atheist, for
Sorry. I just want to piggyback on that real quick. Which means, at the very least, we are not saying, "Ew, bad, ree," which separates us from our enemies.
It's a fine balance. Death that's
Hey
done.
guys, Frank was making a point. Can we let him finish?
Oh, I
oh
didn't
no,
know you were still talking.
that's all right. That's all right. No, I'm just saying that if we can, if we can get our foundations correct, then we can come closer to understanding all our points. I
Hmm.
think. Yeah, that's about it, Brandon. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I understand.
All right.
I'm zealous too. Look, I'm the same way. I feel the same way that you guys do about it. I'm zealous about. Let's get something done about it, but let's do it the right way, guys. I mean, death is one thing. It's a balance, right? You don't just go out here and just kill people because you want to. We all know that. But if you're doing it in self-defense, then death is not a problem. It's not an issue. I'm sure people still struggle with that if they've accidentally hit somebody, or so. There still comes some of that, but no, for survival or for self-defense, no, I don't see it as a bad thing. I don't think that it's right to allow these people who rape and perform pedophilia and murder, I don't believe it's okay to allow them to live. Plain and simple.
So then let's follow the next part of the question. If you're okay with that, if you're okay with people who deserve to die being killed, then if your barrier to leading in that direction is fearing the consequences of the men you lead taking action, then how do you justify not leading them to take action, since there's going to be consequences either way?
Yeah. Or as opposed to fear, the other alternative outlaw would be your moral compass. So it's not about fear. I think outlaw would probably, he'd do anything probably if you know, riled him up. But I mean, you know, but he's got a good moral compass. So that's the thing. And every man's conscience belongs to every man. And I would
That's
say
the
every
basis
woman's.
of what I was saying.
Yeah. But I would say every woman's conscience. But to make a little joke there, I wonder if they've got one sometimes. But that's just, sorry, I'm just a little joke there, a little bit of levity. Brevity, levity, I always get them mixed up.
So how can you answer that question for me? How would you justify not leading them, knowing that the consequences are coming after them anyways?
Well, I mean, it's something to think about, yeah. Something I need to think about.
Well, the price of inaction is oppression.
Yeah.
That is blatantly obvious, because that's the state we find ourselves in today. You know,
But
and
see,
if you don't think it's going to get more and more oppressive, then you're kidding yourself. You're lying to yourself.
Yeah.
But go ahead. You said, but see, continue.
But see, I do see it as you're walking away is a response to it. It's a very loud response to what's going on. It's just not verbally loud. It's a loud response with your wallet, your time, your energy, your health.
Okay, well, hold on. So before we go beyond that, a response, yes, of course. However, a response is not the same thing as a solution. And that's what the discussion is ultimately about, a solution. Because when you walk away with your wallet and you're not buying diamond rings and you're not taking the bitches on dates, when you walk away with your wallet like that, you're still forced to pay for everything that the system wants to do with your money.
Yeah.
You can't literally walk away. You cannot literally separate yourself.
Yeah.
Well, you're not thinking far enough into the future on that. If enough guys do it, the system will collapse. It'll collapse under its own weight, because they've shown what their methods are for dealing with budget shortfalls. They simply print more money and devalue their own debt.
But okay, so even if that's true, all you're doing is pointing out the fact that not only do we need to be prepared, ready, and willing to fight a war, but that we also need to be prepared, ready, and willing to rebuild a civilization. Both are necessary.
And there's one other thing that you've forgotten, in that you also need to be prepared, willing, and ready to sustain yourself outside of the system.
I'll just say one quick thing from just to read out, because Brandon can't see. So the three of us, sorry, the four of, however, I think we're all here, but Brandon cannot read. So our brother Tim Elgati.
Well,
no, he can read. He can read.
Thank you, Frankie.
But Tim says, and this is something I've said before, I actually came up with it myself, but he says again, if we, why do we need to fix society if we didn't break it? Do we have to fix it?
Because we want our society. So either we overthrow what is current and we reinforce our values, or we could take the stance of saying we'll just wait for it to come down, which may or may not happen in your lifetime, which may or may not lead to the dissolution of the populace of men who are actually capable of taking action in order to rebuild civilization after it crumbles under its own weight. What I'm saying is either you can take action to force the hand, to force destiny to change, or you can try playing destiny out and seeing what happens and possibly rebuilding an entire civilization.
We would need good odds on the tactical and strategic ways of doing that. Yeah. Like I say, my odds of fear.
The overthrow is, in my opinion, is
Scary.
impossible because of the lack of intestinal fortitude of the young men of today. Nobody is willing to fight for it. They're not hungry yet. There will not be a revolution until we have a famine.
Sure.
And to wish otherwise is blowing smoke into the wind.
Sure.
You know.
But with the same way, the men who play video games and jack off all day, the way that they
That's
were
me.
sold
That's me.
segregation of themselves, they also
I'm
need to
just
be
kidding.
sold the solution. They also need to be told that there is a community of men out there making this happen and they can join them.
The word is getting out. Marriage rates are going down.
Oh yeah.
That's
not.
simply self-preservation, and in response to the disgust that's out there. That's not the same thing.
Well, we've gotten ourselves into a unsustainable situation. Our economy is going to crash. I don't know how fast. Nobody really knows the answer to that.
Yeah, but what makes you think that some other entity is not going to be in line to scoop it up?
No, I'm not saying that that isn't going to happen.
Right, so
but
you can't just wait for that to happen, because that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll get our lives and country back.
All right. Now, if you want to play what if, we can play what if, and you can continue to ask questions every time I make a statement, or you can let me finish my fucking thought.
Go ahead.
All right.
You do no doubt, Brandon. Brandon has been in theaters of war.
I'm just using the best weapon I have, and that's my brain.
Yeah. Well, in a debate, you're supposed to let the other guy finish his thought and then respond, which is kind of what we're having here. Is a gentleman's discussion about what we see as the future of the world and what actions we should take as members of the manosphere. And like I said before, I speak a little slowly, so please just be patient.
No, you don't speak slowly.
Okay, I'll tell you what. If you can make this compromise, I'll gladly do that. If I have something to respond to, let me respond to it. If you're going to go into multiple categories and talk about multiple things, and now I'm doing the Donald Trump gesture with my hands. If you're going to talk about multiple things, allow me to respond to one of the things before you move on to other things so that I don't forget what I was going to say.
Well, you can also take notes if you have such poor impulse control.
Okay.
Well, I think
an interjection is perfectly reasonable.
Well, once again, it's very hard to. That's why when debates happen, they usually have something like maybe a format, like a 20-minute here, 20-minute there, 5-minute rebuttal, 5-minute rebuttal.
Yeah, but that's not a true debate. That's just one person saying their script, the other person saying their script.
Well,
I'm much more interested in the back and forth.
Otherwise,
the reason that we can have a true debate is because I'm listening to you and I'm willing to have my mind changed.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
That's not something that you'll find in most political debates.
And I completely appreciate that, respectfully. So, go ahead.
All right. Fuck, I completely lost my train of thought. Okay. All right. Well, where I'm going with that.
Put a train of thought, please. He needs his train of thought.
Where I was going with that is with our decline in birth rates, our economy is built on a expansionist type of we have to have expansion in the economy or the economy will fail because it's basically one giant Ponzi scheme. And we have the result of men, going their own way and not engaging, not having marriages, and not, for the most part, most men these days are not having children. Some of us have had children. Others, will have children in the future. But the replacement rate in the United States right now is 1.6%. You have to have above 2 to maintain where you are, and any number above 2 means that you're growing.
Yeah,
and nowhere except Africa is there a positive growth in the populations. You don't find that even in Pakistan. You don't find that. the most devout of all Muslim countries. You just don't find it. Feminism has worked its way in everywhere, and the populations are crashing. So that's why I say the economy is going to fall. And with the fall of the economy, we will have that famine I was talking about earlier. And then we'll have our revolution. What that revolution is going to be, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you done with your argument?
I am.
So, first, I'm going to do a quick summary to make sure I understand your point. You were saying that the economy is based on expansion or fail scheme. Their men are segregated from society, especially the good, red-pilled men who value the truth and have similar values. Also, there's the replacement of the population that's occurring at a startling rate, not just with non-renewable numbers from the people who already reside as part of the population, but also as a replacement from other people coming into the population, which is then replacing not just the populace, but the culture. And then overall, that expansion or fail scheme will fail, leading to a famine. And that's when the revolution will happen, in your opinion. Is that what you're saying?
That is a good summation.
Okay. And I guess to be short and then expand, I don't want to wait till that happens. I do not think that letting all of that happen to the point of failure and then trying to pick up a broken system and a broken people that is already filled with no one who has the same values and is overrun by the enemy, I don't think that's the time to say, now we revolution. I think that's far too little and far too late. I'm saying my argument is we have a broken system. Let's fix it. Let's do what we have to do, no matter how much we don't like it, because it's our responsibility to do so. Let's fix it while it's broken, instead of waiting till it's utterly destroyed and then thinking we can recreate it. As the longer we wait, let me just say this. There's a few brothers in our community who I greatly admired and appreciated, and they were my brothers. And they're dead. Their voices can only be heard as echoes. This will continue to happen. The men who have the strength and fortitude, if not the courage, to say things that the authorities will not allow, they will die over time. Those numbers will naturally recede. And if these men do not already have children, they will never have children. Within one generation, this populace will be decimated. So, I propose that waiting for the inevitable is not preferable to enacting the eventual now.
Well, I respectfully disagree for one vindictive reason and one pragmatic reason. My vindictive reason is I want those motherfuckers to suffer. I want to see them fucking starve and die. Because I know that the fucking bitches will not be able to sustain themselves, and they will have to fucking forego everything they have stood for, everything their mothers and fucking all their gay fucking friends have stood for. None of those people will be able to survive in a apocalyptic type situation. I know
and that emotional response is appreciated and understood, yet counteractive to practical use.
Yeah.
Well,
I've written down
that's
both.
my feelings, and I told you it was a vindictive response. And
I do, and I
pragmatic
appreciate you sharing them, brother.
My pragmatic response to that is, having been to fucking 3 police zones and 1 war, I would rather have my enemies slaughtered by their own actions, than actually having to go out and raise arms against them. Because if you think you can solve this politically, you are a fool. There is no way that a political solution can happen. The MRAs showed us that. We do not have the demographics to change the political landscape.
Yeah, and I can tell you what the answer would be to all this, but the government's not going to take kindly to it, us saying it on here.
No, that's right.
You know
No.
how we deal with tyranny, gentlemen. You know what tyranny involves. You forcefully remove these people, and you know what I'm talking about.
It was France 1789 is what it talks about, my brother. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Now that's the raw and plain truth of the situation. And we can talk about that off of camera behind closed doors where the FBI is not watching. The politically correct solution would be, but
Well, okay, so let me just say that when I was creating my Project Mayhem videos, I was talking about going out and taking small actions, just disorderly actions. For example, filling up a shopping cart and then leaving it there. It's not illegal, and it's not even violent. It's not harmful. But that done as a statement will be heard because that's loss. For example, these things. My point, though, is when I was creating those videos, I was saying then all the stuff that would be coming down the pipe. I took the ideas in the current time to their extreme, and I expanded it forward into the future. And I predicted everything that's happening now. And I asked men to take action, and most were too afraid. Most didn't believe me, and the others called me a psyop or a glowy. Simply because I'm pro-revolution. Well, years later, here I am. Everything I said has come true. And I'm asking for the men with good hearts and good minds to change.
I remember when Q came out, Q also had the same sort of thing and misled quite a few people. But funny enough, the evidence was quite interesting, quite very good, because a lot of the photos were taken on Air Force One, which had a lot of. But that was kind of a storm, either some sort of operation or not. But it seems that Brandon and you doubt, and also we all have different ways of looking. So, as what I've noted down here is that Brandon's thought, not to speak for him, is that Brandon thinks that is looking with me as well, that MGTOW has accomplished its job. And I think this is Brandon's point. One is vindictive, as he says, which is he wants to watch it all burn down. So do I, actually. I want to watch these people get reap the burden, reap the things that they've sown, reap the ashes in their mouth. The other one is a more pragmatic, a practical solution to the things. And, it's just, it's the way it's already gone. I think we've really got the world, as you say, the replacement rate is 2.1%. If you can't get 0.1, then it's just a stable medium. You doubt, you're looking at time. Now, this is based on trying to change the status, the horrible status quo. It's not even status quo. It's like a frenetic quo. It's like every new day that comes about. But what's next? I mean, we've got animals coming in now, intersexual, I can say that, I believe, intersexual relations with animals. And also the other one, which is just the NAMBLA sort of stuff. And you're saying that waiting is not good enough. So this is where you both come down, and that's where you have the two approaches. And that's just my little notes that I've got here. I'm not very good at making notes, but so you see, one is kind of checking out, watching it burn down. I think if someone broke into Brandon's house, I think that
he would be in favor of letting them take all his shit.
No,
and then
he wouldn't.
Filing a police report and hoping that the police are going to get off their ass to do something about it, because he would rather watch it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think doubt that what you're talking about is time. How long do we have? You said before 10 years. I really don't think we've got 10 years at all. I think these.
Generous.
Yeah, I think very generous, and I myself, some of us, so it's basically that seems to be to me the wedge, not the wedge, the difference that you have in the methods of accomplishing what it is to accomplish. MGTOW is going their own way, not putting their heads in the sand. Because the thing is, here's one thing that some people have accused us of is having all the content that is raging and flame content, and people have accused that. Well, if no one knows what the threat is, then no young man, no 18-year-old can ever respond to that threat. He can't respond to a threat that doesn't exist. And so that's why a lot of these people now, a lot of them, granted, are younger people. They're in their 20s and 30s and even teens, and they do these things because they're very disillusioned with society. This is not the society we grew up in. We had sluts and slags when we were growing up. I mean, there were lots of girls who took the rugby team and and probably in you guys' case, the gridiron team or the ice hockey team. We had a lot of that growing up, but not to the extent that the young people have today. And most of us are kind of we're on the back nine. We're teeing off, going to the 19th hole. That's a bit of a double entendre there, 19th hole. But so that seems to be just two approaches that you guys have. And the third approach, of course, is Outlaws thing, which depends on Outlaws' conscience. And when you look at the church, and I know something about Outlaws' family, and my dad is the same as his dad. They're men of the cloth, not to speak on behalf of anyone else, but in the church that, at least the non-denomination that I used to be in, well, some people agree with war and some people do not. And they have the same beliefs and, say, a spiritual belief in Jesus Christ. Now, there are many atheists who come in here.
Well,
Good
yeah.
people. I'm waffling. So that's all I've got for the notes. I was just trying to.
I guess. So when we clearly define those two perspectives and those two embodiments of our own personal morals and philosophy, one is saying protect yourself and let the world unravel at its own pace. And one is saying we don't want the world to unravel. We don't want Hockey Mask Day to come, though emotionally it might feel good to see it happen. We do not want the end of days. We just want our freedom and our homes back under our control so that we can prosper in them. And so that those who are with us can prosper with us. I don't think that's too much to ask, but it is a lot to commit to when understanding what you'll have to do to get it.
It would have to be a very well thought out plan. And moreover, if we're talking about spiritual things, remember what Paul said. We're not fighting against flesh and blood. I mean, tanks, nuclear bombs. Well, I mean, what would they bomb? Your own country, any country could bomb America. I mean, has anyone ever thought that your own country could set off a nuke in a major city of its own?
Yep.
Federal government? Yeah. This is a very real thought among many other possibilities.
And they'll just use that to say, oh, our enemies attacked us. Time to go over there. Let's blame them.
Once again, likely not to get, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, perhaps 22 years ago that did happen. Let's just say that. Okay. I don't know why Hemi keeps falling off. He's probably falling asleep or cooking. But Hemi is backstage again. I just got to go for a wee, guys. Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, guys, let me clear that up a while ago because I see some of you making the comments in the comment section. We're not talking about what you think. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what the citizens' responsibility is under the law, which is to remove the tyranny and replace it. You guys know what we're talking about. No, we're not suggesting what you think we're suggesting. No, anything you say to get a visit from the Men in Black. No, we're not here to advocate for violence or. Let me make that clear. So in case any of these people are watching this, no, we're not advocating violence. No.
Okay. Well, then let me clarify my statement. I'm speaking out to all of those other men out there who have had these thoughts and feelings and have said, I wish there was something I could do about it. Why has no one done anything about this? How could this be allowed to continue? And I'm asking you, to look within yourself
Right.
and change yourself so that you give yourself the power to go out and change it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else comes from that. Give yourself the power. Don't wait for the eventual collapse. Don't hope for someone to come and save you and do it for you. Get her done.
And do what?
Whatever you feel you must.
No. You can't give a nebulous answer like that. And
I just
do
did.
what? What are you proposing?
Right. So
you have to have a concrete answer to that question.
Actually, I hear what you're saying, but I really don't. Because if for those who want to follow me and say, hey, we're with you, tell us what you want us to do and we'll go do it together. I will tell those men and we will go out and do it together. But as for on an open conversation like this without confidential communication, secret communication, the answer is simply give yourself the power to change things. Take actions to change it. Group up with other men who are willing to take actions and go change it. Give yourself the power to do so.
Just wanted to welcome Doug Edwards back in here. And Tim Algata is probably benching, I don't know, many plates in the gym while he's doing his leg workout, but just wanted to say that. I'm back.
And for the people in the comments, I just read some of the comments. And for the people in the comments who are definitely more focused on just protecting themselves, yeah, like I understand. It's important to protect yourself. But at the same time, if you're going to say, I'm protecting myself, fuck everybody else, you're part of the problem.
Well, I don't think people like this see it that way.
They should.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think people in the MGTOW community, I think they're just as men. They're men just as much as any militant, anyone else who is as militant as anything else. If someone...
Well, no, it's in the comments. That's why I was responding to it.
Oh, right. Okay, that's... yeah, well, we know that Brandon's channel is being monitored right now. We know that. But Brandon...
That's why I'm responding to it.
Let me interject something. In this day and age, the only secret communication you can have is through the mail, using paper. Any type of electronic communication is monitored.
Really, I prefer smoke signals.
Well,
I go
from big government buildings. Ha!
Well, part of the responsibility that I speak about on my channel with this whole philosophy, when you go onto somebody else's channel, and this will tie into what I was responding to a while ago, you take the responsibility upon yourself to kind of protect not only yourself but others' channels as well by kind of watching what you say, so that if you say something wrong, it could take their channel down. We've already had an instance where one of our brothers had a visit from the Men in Black, and that's all I'm going to say. So
there's been 3 that I know of.
Three
the
males.
FBI went to Chronic. The FBI went to Hammer's house, and Frost also got a visit. I don't know which agency went to see Frost.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, all I can really say is that I made my apologies to the host, and he forbade me any apology. Therefore,
no
my
apologies
free speech
necessary.
is unhindered.
Well, to be fair, Brandon always is. Like, if I say mustache man, Brandon, who am I talking about? And Brandon will say,
Hitler.
What? Exactly. So,
Hitler.
With all due diligence, Brandon is one of those men who've lived a full life, and he's not afraid of anything. But I rarely see any men in the community who are afraid of anything.
I'm afraid of all kinds of things. I would ever drop the soap with Riggs in the room.
Look, it's only a temporary pain, Brandon. Come on.
I'm afraid of it.
And Riggs is not there, and I saw Riggs attack me before. So I'm just kidding. We have a lot of humor in here too, Doubt. When I say that, By the way, Doubt, you know Terrence Pop. If you're an old school sort of, Terrence, Well, Terrence talks of many different diverse things, and and some of the things, very good things. And we all love Terence pretty much. I do, but I mean, yeah, we talk about those sorts of things. But yeah, it's a good thing that Outlaw said.
See,
But
here's one of these like simple little pleasures, and I get for you guys who have heard the message and are protecting yourself from women and having children with them. But one little small pleasure that I have is my daughter came to me with a hairbrush because she prefers when I brush her hair. So that's what I'm doing right now. It's not having children. It might protect you, but just like those feminists who wait till later in life to have children, trust me, being a father is the greatest thing I've ever experienced.
I was not so lucky. Not so lucky at all. I was 18 years married, but it was a bum marriage.
Well, and keep in mind too that this is not only just for the men who don't want to have children. This philosophy really goes towards men who probably can't have children. So, what do you do with the men in this culture who may not be physically capable of having children, to cope with it, to protect themselves? You've kind of got to understand that there's
Do
a
they have
broader
brothers?
audience.
Do they have sisters? Do they have parents? Do they want human existence to continue? Then they should fight for it. If they don't have to, or they don't want to, or they can't have children, it is still their responsibility to fight for their community and for their people because they are of that community and they are of that people. Saying, oh, I don't have children, therefore it's not my problem, just makes you part of the problem.
Well, the reason that they don't have children or have any more children is part of the MGTOW tenets is to protect men from indentured servitude.
Yeah, and I get it. And I even said that. Like, I get that you are protecting yourself. But even if you are protecting yourself in that way, and you've made that choice, and you've made peace with never being a father, that's fine. That's your choice. But if you're then going to forsake the children of the next generation and the parents who raise them that share your values and are willing to push the goodness of humanity forward, and you say, well, I don't have children, it's not my problem, then you are a problem.
Well, not if your own children traduce you and wish to go with the mother.
Well, that is a separate problem, and it is a problem.
But it's still, a very big problem. Yeah.
If you're not going to fight for the future, then you're okay. So, for me, one of my actions in Project Mayhem was making sure that I survived, making sure that I could teach my children. I fought like hell, and that's why I have them. My boy is learning a lot. He's learning to control his emotions as a superpower, and he sees the adults in the world who cannot and do not do it, and he sees how childish they are. He has the eyes to see. Soon he will have the will to act. I am creating our replacements, a boy and a girl, and possibly another boy or a girl. But as a father, this is my action, raising the next children who have the right perspectives and values.
I don't want to get too much into your personal life, brother.
Sure.
So all the questions, I have about 20 of them. I won't ask any of them.
Well, feel free to reach out to me any other time.
Oh no, I mean because it's a public. Because
yeah, I know. I meant like offline.
No, that's fair enough. That's all right.
Yeah.
Well, my children were ripped away from me.
I hear you.
Turned against me.
Me too, Brandon.
I don't want to see anybody go through that.
Yeah.
I don't want, I feel that it's my responsibility to put an end to that type of fucking system, which is why I
I'm behind
by ending children.
I'm behind Brandon 1,000.
I refuse to fucking contribute to that fucking system.
Well, listen. I understand what you're saying, but what you're saying, I want to clarify. Are you willing to end the system of fathers being ripped from their children or vice versa by ending children?
by ending children.
Yeah, children as a real thing. Are you willing to end fathers and their children being separated
I
by
think
ending the production of children?
Brandon and myself and many others, I think we've already done our dash. I mean, we've had our children's ripped away from
Right,
us.
but if we're promoting this idea, and the younger generations of men are not creating children, especially the ones who have the same values as us, our ideals stop with us. I would say to elaborate, one of the first things we need to do as people who are speaking for myself at least, people who are pro-revolution, one of the first things we need to do is steal our children back.
Are your children already stolen from you then?
They were, and I took them back.
How? See, I didn't want to get personal.
So let's put it this way, right? Okay. I am talking about a fictional story that has no basis in reality, in my or other people's affairs. But this is a story.
Okay.
There was this dad who had his children stolen from him. And it was unjust, but it was just because the mother decided that she wasn't happy. Right. She wanted to be an alcoholic, and he stopped her. So he was controlling. He was oppressive. He was such a bad guy because he expected her to be a good woman, adult, and potential wife. That wasn't good enough for her. She decided to leave him, take the children, make claims of abuse, and so on. Well, that man decided, if you can lie about me and fuck my life up, what if I don't have to lie about you, but I just fuck your life up? What if, when you decide to get drunk and drive, I call the police and they catch you, and then you go to jail for felony DUI? Well, then, that means I get my children back. And he did, and that's what happened. And that's the story.
That man with the man in the story. Was he with his wife at the time?
No, they were separated. He had no link to her current life.
So how did that man know that she was drinking and driving?
Technology.
Right.
Yeah. So in this story, right, this woman liked to post things online, especially when she was drinking. And then he knew that there was somewhere that she had to be. So he was like, well, I know her schedule and I know what she's doing. So odds are benefit. And luckily for this guy in the story, it worked out.
That guy in the story is probably 1% of the men who have lived, because there are other stories out there like that. Now, this is not my story, but there are many. The whole system, especially in America and especially in my country, is filled with stories of drug addicts and female drug addict mothers who have accused their husbands of rape or their partners of rape. And those partners suffered greatly. They did everything they could, and they said, look, I can show you the bags that they're taking, they're snorting or whatever they're doing. And nothing ever comes of it, not in the family court. So this man that you've spoken of, the man in the story, he's in the 1%.
Well, that man, so in the story, just to be clear.
The man in the story, yeah.
Yeah, he was not looking for justice in the family court, because not even a man in a story could hope for justice in the family court.
So he didn't get it through the family court?
He didn't. What he did was he created a criminal situation, so she had to be held accountable in criminal court.
All right, so she went away for a lag in jail.
Felony DUI.
Well, that's the best. But how long would that lag be for drinking and driving? A lag would be...
I believe in the story when I first wrote it out, it was something like 7 years, but then I looked up the regulations or the penal codes in California, which is where the story takes place.
Right.
It was about to take place in Pennsylvania, but I realized that I didn't have enough experience myself.
The man in the story, not you. The man in the story.
So I was looking at Pennsylvania, but that didn't quite match up. But in California, for that felony criminal act, it was something like 6 years, 4 years with good behavior. So 4 years, that's more than enough time for a man to get his young children and reinforce in them the strong values and bond with them.
It's a possibility, depending on the age of the children involved. Yes.
Yeah.
See, and it also depend on the man in the story and the partner in the story, the female incubus in the story. Yeah. It would depend on how much sway she could have on the children.
True. So I haven't written all the story, and I wouldn't want to presume all of it. But
No.
I guess the idea though is just to the real purpose of sharing that story I invented is that no matter what situation you're in, if you have the will to act and the patience to figure out the best way to act, while the timeliness to make sure that your action is at the right time for both you and your options and what you care about, then you can take actions, even if small ones, to affect a general and or specific positive outcome.
Did it cost the man in the story a lot of money, like 40, 50,
Actually,
80,000?
so the way he did it, it costed him nothing. He
Cost him
just,
nothing.
yeah, he used a fake social media account and watched her posts.
Right.
Then when she was posting about being at a party, he called an anonymous tip of a drunk driver. That drunk driver also then happened to get into a small car accident.
Right.
So when the cops came up, they already had a drunk driver call in, and that car and that driver were in an accident. So felony DUI.
Right. Well, the man in the story he got off scot-free with money, and the man in the story is very smart to do that sort of stuff. Now, it obviously is kind of, with stalking rules, these days. I mean, that person.
It's not stalking if it's
Well,
public.
but looking at someone on social
But
media.
if it's public, you can't call it
Well,
stalking.
I mean, these days, what is a woman? I mean, it's very difficult to ascertain
Sure.
what.
But I mean, so even if it was the case where he was stalking, that wouldn't have stopped him from doing it.
Unless, of course, the police had said, well, you've heard of the Duluth model, obviously, you know about all that.
Oh, of
right?
course, yeah.
So you know that you're in that the man in the story is not in the. He doesn't have the high ground, any high ground in society. This is why.
Well, right, but that's why he wasn't involved. He was an anonymous tipper.
Right. Okay. Right. Well, I think the man in the story did a good job.
Yeah,
But
it
the man in the
definitely
story,
worked well for the story.
yeah, I think 4 years is a lot for a drunken driving charge, but yeah.
It's a felony.
Yeah, America is different from other countries.
That plus all of the background for the character. She was a pretty troubled character. So when you have all of that background and then a felony on top of it, and I think maybe even the most important in the story is that because of the crash, there was a victim and they were sure to press charges.
How did the man in the story must have known there was a crash coming?
Yeah, he definitely heard about it, but he didn't know a crash was going to happen. He was hoping for a DUI pullover, and instead there was a pullover with a crash.
Man in the crash didn't have a friend.
It was coincidental.
Coincidental, yeah. Say no more. Say no more. Hey, stranger things have happened, my friend.
Oh yeah, definitely. But that's just like the moral of the story is even small actions can lead to good outcomes.
Excellent, Brandon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear the beautiful countryside. Was that you, Outlaw? Sorry, brothers.
No, but Sergeant Grinch gives you a friendly reminder that women can give birth.
Oh, a woman
well, thank you for that reminder.
Apparently he must have heard somebody say something that he didn't agree. I don't know.
Oh, well, let's read some. Oh, Outlaw, yeah, let's read some of these comments on the man in the story. We've got a brother in here. It took him 10 years to get his sons back. She was also an alcoholic. Another brother has said here, there aren't even women to have kids. Yes, they're all boss babes. They'll take half of everything. Johnny is talking about a country, my country, birds, and heroin is huge. It's certainly in the 70s it kicked off. Another brother here is saying a woman can give birth to children. Anytime a man gets his kids, it's a great day, and that is 1%.
Oh yeah.
And I say, what is a woman?
It's actually 4%. 4% of men get their children. 4%.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, so take the guy in the story. He was part of the other 96%, but his actions put him into the 4%.
Well, you became part of that 4%. I mean, the
Right.
guy in the story became part of that
Through
4%.
his own action, not through letting
because
destiny
he was
play out as it
very,
may.
he was very fucking lucky, and he had a wife that fucked up.
Well, I
Other
guess you
people
would really
have
want to say
wives
is
that
he
other
was
people have
wise enough to
wives
take
that
action and lucky enough for it to pay off.
well, other people have taken action when their situations have gotten fucked up, and the courts do not change their opinion on who
I guess
gets
it depends on
custody.
the action that you take.
Okay, my daughter got raped.
Oh,
Sorry to hear that.
Brandon,
Sorry to
brother,
hear that. That is horrible.
brother Brandon. It's okay.
Yes.
We talked about. Yeah, I know. It is what it is. But come on, bro. We've
All right.
spoken.
My daughter got raped by the son of the guy that my fucking ex left me for.
That is
No
atrocious.
change.
What did you do?
Well, he raped her for about a year and a half before she finally
No, I said
told
that's
somebody.
atrocious. What did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I made sure the little bastard went to jail and had friends when he got there.
Well, that's
Allegedly.
fantastic. Good job.
And but I also tried to get the children out of a dangerous situation because the father was still part of that household, and the father was supporting his son who had done the raping. But that didn't work. The father also happened to be a fucking guy who was addicted to fucking opioids. He was addicted to painkillers. In fact, he was so addicted he fucking died of a drug overdose. And it was my
Oh, how
daughter,
sad.
the same one that got raped,
Oh,
the
what
same
a
one who
shame.
got raped, who fucking
What
found
a
this
fucking
fucking
shame.
worthless son of a bitch
Sorry, go ahead,
dead
Brandon.
in the hallway, and she gave him fucking CPR for a half hour until the fucking ambulance showed up. And to this day, because of her mother's fucking evil, she calls that fucking drug addict, father of her rapist, her real father. There is evil in this world, and it doesn't, you're going to have to get very fucking lucky, because I spent over $100,000 trying to get my kids, and I didn't get them.
I hear you. And I'm not, so what I'm saying
And I do
is
not
not
fucking trust
find the right one.
I'm
Because
not
that's
fucking,
very
going to say everything's
unlikely
all
to
fucking
exist.
sunshine and roses. There ain't no fucking unicorns, and there ain't no rainbows coming out my
That's
ass.
correct. I completely agree with you. That's not what I'm saying. I do believe, however, in surrogacy. I do believe,
That's a
however.
complete change of subject. Don't change the subject,
Well,
bro.
no, I'm not changing the subject because he's talking about the viability of a woman.
No,
to
no.
survive.
He's just talking. He's just told you some things that he's only told some of us in private, bro.
Okay, well then, if
You're flipping it off like
what I'm responding to
no,
is
you're
what we're
flipping it off.
discussing. Hold on,
Yeah,
if what I'm
okay. We can
responding
all
to
play this
is not
game,
what we
mate.
are
We can
discussing,
play
please
this
tell me
game.
what it is we are discussing.
It's not even this. It's not even squawking. Did you grow up with a dad? Did you have a dad in your family? Did you grow up with a family?
Okay, what's the subject?
I'm
You're
all
sounding
for
like a woman. No,
surrogacy,
you're sounding like a woman. You're changing the subject. This is why I'm going to pick up my
I
guitar and just
sound
go.
like a woman. And I'm shaming
You sound like a woman because
You're
you
the one
argue
using
like
shame
you're right.
tactics. You're calling me a woman? Wow.
What's
Holy
wow?
shit! How did we just get so emotional
Frank,
in here? I was just trying to have a conversation. This is ridiculous.
Frank, there's no need for ad hominem.
This emotional outburst.
Yeah, well,
You should
it's
be
not
ashamed
actually an
of
ad
it.
hominem. It's just the fact that in order to have a platform, and Brandon, you did warn him about that before, not warn, but you did say that, and he did actually go contrary to you that he just wants to take the platform. He wants to, and you
Take
just
the
shared some
platform.
things that you've never really shared in
I
public,
was
Brandon.
responding to what he said.
I was
Why are you getting
responding.
so emotional?
How old are your kids there, Doubt? How old are they? Your two children. How old are they, mate?
Hey, Frank.
How old are your children?
Yeah. First
right?
of all, you
How
don't.
old are they?
You don't. Own
No,
me,
first
Frank.
of all, is not an answer.
How about
It's
suck
actually a
my
binary
big fat
answer.
cock,
How old are your
Frank?
kids? I can tell you how old mine
Guys,
are.
please,
Fantastic.
guys,
Good for
How
you.
old are your kids?
Stop
mate?
it. We don't need the drama, guys.
I don't
We
want the drama either. I don't understand where all this emotion
I
is
don't.
coming
I don't understand. It's beyond me. I don't. What's going on here, guys? How old are your kids, mate? How old are they?
None of your fucking business, Frank.
Oh, you just swore at me. How dare you?
I did. You gonna cry about it?
D. No, I'm not going to cry about it, mate. Have you ever killed someone, bro? You ever killed someone, Delt? Is your name Frank, bro?
If I did, I wouldn't
you
be
can't
talking
even. You
about
can't even come on. Hey, calm down, Gus. Calm down. You can't even come on a public platform and say your own real fucking name, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, Mr. Tough Guy. Hey, he just told you spent $100 grand on his raped daughter, right, motherfucker? What's your response
Wow.
to that?
My response to that is you're an
I'm
emotional
taking it
cunt.
back.
How about that?
What's that?
You are an emotional cunt, Frank.
Emotional cunt.
Emotional cunt. Yeah, that's how you're acting.
All
You
right,
call me a
that's
woman.
enough.
You're
That's
the one
enough.
acting that way.
That's enough. That's enough. In my chat, I won't have it. We aren't going to stoop to fucking name calling.
So, Brandon, as I was going to respond to you,
I thought he just said that's enough in his chat.
You're not going to talk over me, Frank.
Right.
Brandon, what you talked about, unless I misread the subject, I think you were talking about the viability of a woman as a target to reproduce with. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know
my
glowing.
position on surrogacy. I am pro surrogacy. I am not
so am I.
pro marrying somebody and taking your chances. That's the whole
you know what?
point
I wouldn't
of the no more
promote that either.
children. So, we don't need to confuse the brothers with anything else. There's you can say a million words about it, but I am pro surrogacy. I'm pro fatherhood. I love being a father. And I hope everybody else can enjoy the same joys I had. Your child is young right now. I think she's like 5 or 6 or something like that. That's a fantastic age.
Yeah.
And I would not, abort my children. I would not wish that I never had children or anything like that, even as fucking shitty as they're being right now. I know they're going to grow out of it someday. And even if they don't, I've reproduced myself. And I'm 2.5. Actually, I'm 3. Yeah, 3. So I've contributed my part and done my bit. How they turned out in the end, I have, since 2012, had no control over.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And, I want this system to burn. I want it to burn. You want to fucking save it? Fuck it.
That.
There's too much fucking corruption. There's too much fucking evil in it. The only way it's going to go is if they all fucking are gone. I'm not going to fucking save it. I will not save it. I refuse to fucking save it. We can fucking build back from the ashes after it fucking collapses. Fuck it.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I was trying to go towards a while ago when I said, there's men in this culture who can't have children. So what do you do with those people who can't? If they're physically
if they're physically unable to, biologically unable to, they can adopt.
Yeah.
There's lots of orphans out there. There's lots of people out there whose fucking evil mothers don't want them and have not fucking given their fathers can't fucking love them or won't love them or something like that. There's so much fucking smashing and dashing going on. There's a lot of times these women don't even know who the father is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, that's what I was going to add to, if that's the route that they want to take, but for the men who might not be able to, and they see, that it's not worth it. Well, you teach them that they can contribute to society in other ways. They can make their lives count in other ways. There's so many different types of men in this world. Some men don't want to have them. Some men can't have them. And like you guys have said, some men have had them, and, things unfortunately didn't work out the way that we wanted to. So what I would say is you teach men, you give them something to work for by, trying to, like you said, burn the system to the ground because it's not worthy of respect. I don't respect this system.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't respect this system. I don't respect the people who run this system.
Oh,
I don't
blue sign nation ahead.
I don't see this system as anything that is worthy of respect. So the men look towards you. They're like, well, what do we have to look forward to? That's when I step in and I say, that's when you focus upon yourself. What do you want out of life? You know, what are your goals, your ambitions, your dreams? And fortunately, that is an answer that only each individual man can answer. You discover that within yourself, and then you strive for it. You know, success is not a middle of the road thing that everybody has to abide by. You know, some people's ideals is to fight this system and all that, but what is success? It's subjective. You know, success to me or success to you is two different things. Well,
Well,
if you
I'll tell
can't
you
have
one thing,
kids,
Outlaw. You can't spell success without suck.
can't argue there. Yeah. You know, if getting out of bed is success to you every day, that's success to you. You know, if
If
men
not
cannot
peeing
have,
my pants until I hit a fucking rest area is success to me. I'm
yeah,
successful. I'll be back in a bit. Please don't kill each other.
hmm yeah, it's strange that this topic come up today because as I was walking around the block,
Oh, and I'd like to say one more thing.
yeah, go ahead.
Frank is a dear friend of mine, and he is a very moral and honest gentleman. He's a bit
Hmm.
argumentative.
Uh-oh.
You cut out there, Brendan.
Uh-oh. I think we lost him. Yeah, it's strange that this topic come up because I was thinking about this today as I was walking. You know, action seems to be the word of the day for today. You know, taking action. Um, I don't see action as something as a middle of the road definition. I see action as something that can be defined in many different ways. You know, like I said a while ago, sometimes walking away is an action. But the point that I'm trying to make with it is you've got to send a big enough message to around the world that something's happening. You're trying to get their attention. That's the whole point of walking away. Hey, there's something wrong here. You know, unfortunately, the rest of people are not going to get on board until this personally affects them. You're not going to see people want to take action in any direction until it starts affecting them personally. And sadly, we have brothers here that it has. I don't see change in this culture happening until people have been affected personally. And I hate that it would come to that. I don't want to see it come to that. So what do, brothers? You walk away peacefully. What can you do?
I would say, if the question is, what can you do? Then I would say, what can you afford not? What is important to you? If the nation, if the people, if the community, if your neighborhood, if your home,
Mm-hmm.
if your family,
Mm-hmm.
if none of that is enough or
Mm-hmm.
not important enough to you for you to
Mm-hmm.
decide to go out and make the changes you need to see,
Mm-hmm.
then walk away and watch destiny unfold. But if it is, then you have the responsibility to take action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love nothing more than to see this system treat men the way that we're supposed to be treated. But unfortunately, first, you've got to get people's attention. You've got to show them that this is happening. Now, the message is getting out, but it's not going to start really taking effect until this affects people personally. Well, like Brandon said, until they get hungry or what have you, the system begins to starve. Voting with your wallet, voting with your health, your wealth, your time, your energy is what makes a difference, whether people underestimate it or not. It makes a clear, loud and clear message in silence that people will hear because it will affect them eventually. We are trying to go about this solution peacefully, and we all know that this is going to end in another way. We know that. We know that. We want it to end peacefully, but we know that it won't. We know this won't. But you do everything you can to try to solve this solution peacefully without it coming to that. Why? Because you love humanity that much. Because you care enough about people, you don't want to see it come to that. That's why you walk away in silence. That's why you do this. You love people enough to stay away from it coming to the worst comes to worst. Unfortunately, it will come to that. We
Right.
as men, we don't
So,
want it.
so why should we wait for it to come to that? Why not do something about it before it gets to that point?
That's a question I can't answer, brother.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know about all you guys out there, but did you not, when you were first red pilled, or maybe sometime thereafter, did you not think to yourself, how has this been allowed to continue? Why did none of the men that came before me do anything about this? If you had that question, imagine everyone else who will also have the same question. Don't you want, maybe you don't, maybe I'm wrong, but I want to be able to stand up and say, I did. I tried my best to get other men to come with me and do something about it.
Yeah.
Even if I fail, I can die happy in failure rather than not trying.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. As I was saying before I was stupid and pressed the wrong damn button and muted myself.
Oops, you did.
Frank is a dear friend of mine, and I would appreciate it if not only we kept everything civil, but I'm going to support my buddy on this.
Understandable, but respect is a two-way street.
Right? So you gotta stand by your friends, because in life you don't have many of those. And Frank, once you get to be his friend, he'd take a bullet for you. He really would. And he did raise a point, that was valid. That,
Well, if that's the case, then what was the point? Because I didn't hear anything that was even understandable.
It appeared that you were pivoting away from, you know, the if you just are smart and do the right things, you can get your kids back. Story that you were fiction that you were telling about that fictional guy,
Oh, well, I wish
and
you led with that misconception.
you know, and from our conversation the other day, I knew that you were uh, all for surrogacy, and all for fatherhood. And just having no more children does not mutually exclude a man from having fatherhood. It just it's the one tenet of MGTOW that has the most confusion about it. Because people want to have babies. People want to be dads. And in the future, if you could oh, say what you want versus ask questions about what people are saying, that would probably avoid any hard feelings going forward, because you and Frank are about 99% the same.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what. This is a simple compromise. In the future, I just speak for myself, I will be glad to explain more about what I'm saying if given the chance.
Okay.
Frank, if you hear what I'm saying, and you think that one, I'm wrong, or I'm headed down a path you don't want to hear, first ask me if that's actually what I'm trying to say before responding to it as if that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, I can't speak for Frank, but I think that's a fair request.
Like, just to take that point on, there's no way in hell I would say, hey, go have sex with some random woman and make a baby with her and then deal with the fallout. I wouldn't say that. That'd be fucking amazingly retarded. But
And I just passed. I'm
men
sorry about
already have children. There might be things you can do that you didn't think of before to get them back.
Yeah. Well, I just passed a fucking 60-year-old guy with a pickup and a travel camper with pink hair.
Well,
60-year-old guy with pink hair? Okay.
Yeah. That is the kind of people we have to fucking watch out for. They are the enemy. And they vote. And and more importantly, they contribute large sums of money to their political causes. We don't have any funding. We don't have a George Soros on our side.
Yeah.
And most of us, having been fucking divorce raped, can barely support ourselves, let alone think about contributing, for the election of a district attorney in Columbus, Ohio. The system is rigged against us. Let it burn.
Okay, so then to clarify your perspective, you're not against taking action, but you'd much rather take action once the current system is destroyed.
Yep.
Okay.
And
So
that's primarily
action.
because I don't believe it can be. I don't believe it can be saved. But I'm in bliss, at least for the next two exits.
Yeah,
In bliss for 2 exits. What the hell's going on with you?
Well, it's Bliss, Idaho.
Oh, well.
Yeah, there's no diplomatic solution to this, unfortunately.
There's no political solution to this.
voting people in, voting people out. We're long past that point. You know, the whole thing is corrupt from the top to the bottom. That's why, me personally, I don't participate in voting. I don't side with Republicans or Democrats. I don't believe either side is correct. They're both two sides of the same coin. Part of my early red pilling was politics and government, following the money. Unfortunately, we can't rely on this system to get us out of this problem. It's not going to happen. You know, going to a voting booth every 4 years is a waste of your time. It's a waste of everybody else's time. It's an insult to your intelligence because your vote is drowned out by people who vote multiple times, dead people who vote, people who throw their votes away on gorillas or football coaches, plus your politicians who stand up there and lie to your face every single day. It's tyranny. It's tyranny. Call it what it is. It's tyranny, plain and simple. It's a tyrannical system. We as citizens are responsible for the removal of this government once it has become tyrannical, which is what we are faced with.
Well, we're too comfortable and afraid to do so.
Yep.
It's our responsibility, and we're letting it suffer because we'd rather jack off and play video games.
Now, I don't know how everybody else on this panel feels, but I personally feel that there's a whole shit ton of people in this culture that's not awake to what's going on and that they need to be awoken to what's going on. There's people in this culture who's willfully ignorant that knows that this is happening, but they don't want to do anything about it. But I'm almost for certain there are people in this culture that don't. That's part of the whole point of my channel, is awakening people with the common sense that, yeah, this is happening and we have a problem here. Unfortunately, I have to repeat some of my content over and over and over.
Well, you'll always have to. What, you know, you have to, like with my channel, I repeat the 3 tenets of MGTOW every day.
Yep.
You've got to have, you know, your thing that you repeat over and over again, because it's up against an almost overwhelming din of misinformation.
Yep.
Could I ask? I mean, Brandon, I know that you're driving, obviously, but for the other guys out there, if you haven't already, would you mind, as a favor to me, so that you guys better understand where I'm going with things? Could you take a look at my?
I can't hear you. You got too quiet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. As a favor to me, if you guys wouldn't mind, would you mind taking a look at my Project Mayhem videos so you can see more of where I'm coming from?
Yeah, see, the thing is, I know completely, I understand completely where you're coming from. We all feel this way. We all would love to see this system collapse. I would love to hear somebody say tomorrow, it's time, boys. The problem is, how do you take on an enemy that is capable of erasing your existence and your family's existence? You know, how do you take on an enemy that has all the resources available at their disposal to eradicate you and your family from the existence of this earth?
Well, the answer, since we're fighting up against an enemy that is more numerous, better armed, and better organized, is you have to use asymmetrical warfare if you
Mhm.
want it from a purely militaristic point of view.
Yeah.
And that's why, I'm all for contributing as little as possible into the tax base
Mhm.
and improving yourself for yourself while you become self-sufficient. And once you get to that point of self-sufficiency, then your contribution to the tax base basically goes down to property taxes.
Mhm.
If you have no income, you cannot be charged income tax.
Right.
And without income tax, the system collapses. Right
Mhm.
now, they're crying, absolutely crying, because 7 million men of working age are refusing to participate in the fucking economic system. What do you think will happen when that becomes 14 million men? 1/2 of 1% of the men of working, you know, of our population. We got what, 320 million people in the United States?
Yeah, give or take.
Okay, so it's a different percentage. So we'll call it 350 million just because that'll make the fucking math easy. You'd need 3.5 million men for each percentage. Right now we've got 7 million, so that's 2%. 2% of the working men are not engaged in the economy. And that has guys like Dave Ramsey and all the other financial gurus freaking the fuck out. What if that went
Mhm.
to 15%?
It freaks them out. It freaks them out, in my opinion, because they know it personally affects them directly.
Yeah,
Because they
you're
know that
fucking
once,
starving the beast.
yeah, because once it starts happening, their retirement, their cushy paychecks in. See, that's what I'm saying a while ago. This isn't going to happen until people are affected personally. Starving the beast, if you want to call it that. Yeah.
And I call it the beast because I believe it's satanic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Y'all don't have to believe in God, but that's your thing. This is my thing. You can't ever really get away from taxes unless you just go and squat on some land somewhere. But then you always run the risk of being run off your land.
Mm-hmm.
There's places where that's not likely to happen. There's large swaths, excuse me, not swaths of Canada where you could go and nobody would ever fucking see you again.
Mm-hmm.
And that includes the fucking tax men.
State of Canada, eh?
Hey, Canada, that's right.
I'm gonna go hide out with Gimme 4-speed.
So, in response
The
to one of the statements in the chat in regards to what I said, I am not shaming men. The idea or the example of spending your time watching porn or playing video games, it's not to shame men. It's an example of one of the ways in which we distract ourselves and or waste time instead of dealing with the problem. It's not to shame men necessarily, but to remind us that all the little distractions that we let ourselves play into are simply that, distracting us from the problem so that we're not faced with it.
Well, my porn and my video games don't use me.
No, you use them, but is there not something better you could be doing with your time while you're alive?
Yeah, MGTOW forever. That's pretty much the conundrum that we're in. Too many people are short-sighted. Too many people don't care about the future because once they're gone, you know. This is how I know to deal with reality currently, peacefully, is to walk away. Now, if push comes to shove, it will be them coming after me because it's just is what it is. Now that doesn't mean fire. They're gonna, we know. Try not to say what the guys were saying a while ago, not to say. So I'm trying to word this. I'm not firing the first shot. Metaphorically, I'm walking away.
Well, then, can I ask you, with a perspective like that,
Mhm.
what would you define as them firing the first shot? Like, where do you draw the line?
If they're going to come for me physically, if they're going to try to come for me physically, try to force me to shut up, imprison me,
So
try to
specifically, just you.
take my family away from me or something of that nature. They've already, in a sense, already fired shots by the usury and abusery of this system. However, it isn't until they start getting physical, they start getting in your face, wanting to remove you forcibly. They've already fired many metaphorical shots at the culture by enslaving us, by using us, abusing us as men, taxes, anything you can think of. But it isn't until they get physical about it, when they've lost their ever flipping minds and they come for you physically. And they've proven they will come for you if you're loud enough.
So your line is crossed only and explicitly when they come for you.
The line's already crossed, brother. I'm just saying I'm not going to be the one to fire the first metaphorical shot when push comes to shove physically. The
Gotcha.
line's already
So
been
you're
drawn.
ready. You just don't want to be the first one to charge.
Exactly.
Mr. Doubt, could you lead us to this leader who is
Could I
going to
lead us to the leader? If I'm going to lead you to the leader, I might as well lead you myself.
Okay, so where do we must go, sir?
Where do we must go?
Yeah, would you lead us to the first person who brings out this shot? Show us the way, please.
Sure. Anyone else agree with Mr. Moist Fart?
Say
What
again.
did he say?
I am Moist Fart.
Oh, sorry. Who's speaking?
It doesn't matter. Frank is the same guy speaking.
Doesn't matter.
I
Okay,
just
anyone else agree with Frank that wants me to lead them to a way or a place where we can strike back?
Well, let's show us the leader. Show us the leader.
I'm leading you right now by not letting you control me. So anyone else agree with Frank on wanting to be led to a spot?
Well, you're the one telling the story.
Yeah, and you're not in control.
Who's
Damn sure not of me. You can't
Yeah,
push. You can't push a direction on me and then expect me to obey you.
I'm not.
No,
sorry,
you're playing a game
hey,
that I won't play with you.
Guys,
Sorry.
Frank was asking a question.
Yeah, it was a question. It wasn't a directive. It was a question. Do you understand?
No, will you lead us to who? So that's a game.
Well, you're talking about
I'm
leader. Sorry to interrupt.
I know you think your game is clever, but I won't be playing it, Frank.
Well, I asked you a question, but you didn't seem to respond.
I did respond to it, actually. Do you have a
What was
problem
your
hearing?
Sorry? No, I'm not hard of hearing. Are you spoiled of having a little cock? I mean, look, if you want to...
Oh, my God. Wow.
Guys,
no, listen, one ad hominem is...
Very good, Frank. Clap, clap.
I think it
Congratulations.
was pretty good. I think my
Uh-huh.
cock is much bigger than yours, but look,
Congratulations.
turnabout's fair play.
Yeah,
That's why I
Frank.
played the game.
Uh-huh. Wow. So great, Frank. Well, congratulations.
Are we done yet? Are we done yet?
You're
Show
done,
us,
Frank.
show us
I
this
think
fair
we're done.
leader. Yo, show us the fair leader. You've been talking about it for like 5 hours.
Uh-huh. And you think I would cave into this, do you?
Well, you've been talking about the fine leader for 5 hours in the revolution, mate. Are you Prince
Hey,
and the
Frank.
plastic people? What, Brandon?
Frank,
don't take
Frank.
it, bro. Come on, man.
Frank,
I'm
it's
calling
obvious
him out
that
of
doubt-
all his bullshit.
I
He's full of shit,
understand
mate.
that.
Yeah.
Frank, it's obvious that Doubt wants to be the leader.
Yes.
Oh,
Very
okay.
he's a classical what you call a narcissist. He is a malignant.
Wow,
narcissist.
really, dude? You're going straight from the
Well,
feminist playbook. Call someone you
Well,
don't
it's not
agree
the
with a
feminist, it's
narcissist.
No, it's not the feminist. It's from Richard
Yeah,
Grannon.
Congratulations, Frank. Grow up.
So, okay, sorry, mate. I'm going to grow up now for you. Now
Cool,
he's the
look at
leader.
that.
He's telling me to grow up.
Yep.
You're a funny guy, guys. Don't listen
Why'd
to
you
this
think
guy,
so?
bro. This guy is a fake. He's a fake plastic tree, and he's a glowy.
Fake
I really think he's a glowy.
tree glowing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, look it up, mate. Look it up in the dictionary, mate.
I'd rather not.
I'm sure you wouldn't, because I mean, like I said,
Congratulations, Frank.
Thank you.
How
What
do
did
you get
I
so
win?
emotionally triggered to be this amazingly shameful?
What did I win?
How do you not feel dishonored by your own actions right now?
Well, because my kids are better than yours.
Congratulations, Frank. I'm so emotionally distraught.
Well, that's all right. And the person that I picked to be the mother of my children is better than yours. Who's in jail right now? Is she in jail?
Congratulations, Frank.
Do you do you poke a hole in any
Congratulations,
fucking
Frank.
thing that will? Thank you. I'm welcome.
Congratulations, Frank.
Give me a prize.
Congratulations, Frank.
Give me a prize.
Cry about it more, Frank.
I'm just telling you what you are.
Okay, great. Fantastic. I'm glad you think you can understand what I am.
All right, we need to stop this. I've asked for no drama. Please, no drama.
The guy is really irreparably damaged, Brandon.
Wow. Still going with the emotional statements.
Well, you're just coming with a little.
Well, so you agree. You're over here disrespecting your friend's platform.
Well, you've never touched my butt.
Congratulations.
I take that as a compliment. I haven't got syphilis.
You take your own statement as a compliment. I'm sure you do.
No, I took there
Oh
was
my
an
God.
affirmation.
Like,
of fact.
congratulations, Frank.
Well, it's called an affirmation of fact.
Why? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you heard of the?
Don't make me
schmoo?
turn this truck around.
We can flip a 180 in the road. Just that'd be amazing. I'd love to see that, though. I don't think it would work.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. So you guys going to war with the leader of the free will? Yeah.
No,
what's
I'm
the
not.
free world?
I don't accept the leadership there, but
No.
I am willing to let
What's
it
the
talk.
what's the free world?
Congratulations, mate.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. Congratulations too.
Fantastic. Keep going.
Exceptional.
Yeah.
Would you like more words in your vocabulary?
Oh, go for it. No, you're dying to say 'em, Frank.
Oh, I'm just I'm apoplectic. I'm
Come on,
apoplectic.
Frank, keep going.
And
Get the emotional spurgasm out of your mouth, Frank.
Guys, stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
I've
or I'm gonna
tried
use
so
you
many
both.
times. Frank won't shut up.
You shut up.
Well,
Huh?
Frank doesn't have to shut up. Nobody has to shut up. You
But
just
he's
have
not
to be
stopping.
civil.
You're asking for it to stop, and then you say he doesn't have to shut up.
But you can shut up, Ken.
You're both kind of doing it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Not really. He hasn't make a valid point for 5 hours, Brandon.
Oh my goodness.
This is a passive aggressive guy.
Uh-huh.
You know that this guy's passive aggressive, mate.
Congratulations, Frank.
How long have you been married, Doubt?
Oh man. Let's see. One of the ways in which
take
you are
your
an
time.
emotional
Take your
cunt
time.
is the fact
Take
that
your
you
time. Get it
cannot
out. Come on,
stop
get it out.
talking, even though your friend has asked you to stop. You say, "Screw that! I'm going to keep being emotional and spewing."
I'm
bullshit."
I'm actually
Oh,
responding to
you actually are? You actually, Frank? You sound just
actually.
like a woman. The very
Define
thing,
actually.
the very same thing you told me. Actually, narcissist. All you're doing is emotional attacks.
No, I'm
It's
diagnosing
so
you.
sad, Frank.
I'm actually
Get some help,
diagnosing
Frank.
you. I'm actually diagnosing you online
Congratulations.
on an internet platform.
Uh-huh.
I'm diagnosing you. I'm giving you your
Fantastic.
diagnosis.
Uh-huh.
You're a cluster B personality.
Yep.
That's what you are.
Okay, cool.
You've acted.
Yep.
If I may,
Uh-huh. Keep going, Frank.
may I?
Yeah. We expect your expertise in the matter to be enlightening, Frank.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Keep
give
letting
it.
the emotional bullshit fall out of your mouth, Frank.
Okay. I'll give
This
it
is
20
this
seconds.
is such a better conversation than the one we were having before. I'm so glad that Frank segued his emotions onto the screen for everyone.
It's good. I'll give it 20 seconds.
Hemi.
I'll give it 20 seconds.
Hemi, are you still here? Hemi? Come back, Hemi.
Unfortunately. Unfortunately. I'm like on third warning here.
I need you to use your superpowers, man.
Yeah.
All right. 300 seconds. Calm down, boys. Keep it civil. And actually, I think we should continue this some other day after everybody's calmed down. Frank is a regular on the show, and he's also a good friend of mine, so I'm going to side with Frank on this. But Frank, I'm sort of pissed that you weren't listening to me and stopping. So just everybody calm the fuck down. This is not what this space is for. This is for people to, it's a place for men to fucking be chill and not have stress into their life. We have guys that are going through some serious emotional turmoil and they need a peaceful place, you know? We have a couple of guys that are in and out who are on the verge of taking a permanent solution to a temporary problem, and they come here for peace and tranquility. You know, I'm not going to point any fingers at either one of y'all, but I'm going to point fingers at both of y'all to just let it go and move on. If you must discuss this in an energetic way, do so in private amongst yourselves. We praise in public, and we have our disagreements in private. And then we solve it, shake hands at the end, and come back the next day. I love you both, and I respect you both, but I just want to have peace. I don't like the drama. I would prefer stoic indifference. Okay, Hemi, you can let Frank back in. And Doubt back in.
I was here the whole time. I was just being respectful of you talking.
Okay. So let's tell some jokes. Talk about fucking recipes or the weather. We've been too serious for too long, and it's time to do something else.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because, gentlemen, tomorrow night, if you are so inclined, we might be doing a part 2 to the cooking stream. So I want
excellent.
What kind of cooking?
we try to get men from all over the world to share recipes that you can learn how to make at home for yourself if cooking is something you want to take up a hobby doing. If you live by yourself or if you don't know how to cook, whatever reason, it's a cool way to interact with one another to try to learn other cultures. So it's pretty much any recipe that maybe a family recipe or just something from your native country, something like that. And that will be tomorrow night, gentlemen. So
And what
please,
time do you think?
probably the same time as the last one, probably about like 5 or 6 tomorrow evening.
And that's Central Time,
Yeah.
5 or 6 Central Time. And for those of you who haven't seen Outlaw's cooking show, he doesn't actually cook, which I'm sort of sad about. But people do call in and talk about food, which I
Yeah.
love. If you've seen my pictures, you'll know I really love food.
Yeah, I'm
So-
I'm hoping that's kind of the whole point, is to encourage men to get on there and get on the panel and show us, how to cook their own special dishes or whatever. We had in the last stream several of the brothers show out, sharing recipes, and I don't know if any of you guys took notes, but no, there was a lot of them that I'm going to go back and try for myself when I get pen and paper.
Are you saying you don't have pen and paper? What, you live in Alabama or something?
Well, there were so many of them I didn't write them all down.
But all I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
do is my spelling and brushing my teeth.
Go ahead.
But first,
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
I want to eat lunch.
Okay. Well, first, go ahead and eat lunch. Okay. Sorry about that little first part. My daughter was talking to me about what she has to do.
Oh,
think-
and I was looking the other week about real estate prices in Idaho, and I couldn't believe the prices. It's astronomical, even out here in the middle of nowhere, to buy land these days. It's going for $5,000, $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 an acre for just basically wilderness. You get into farmland and it gets much higher, and trying to buy anything in town, it's even much higher. Well, those prices are being driven up by guys like Bill Gates and his friends. Blackwater? Foreign nationals. Why the fuck is China buying up farmland in the United States?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why are we allowing it?
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to know why the people in the Oval Office think it's a good idea to just open those borders up down at the border and allow hundreds of thousands of people to come into this country unvetted, unchecked. We're not going to track. They said this out of their own technical mouths. They said they're not tracking them. They come in here, they're gone. But we're down there in tents and cases of water, taking care of these people. And they're not going the legal way of signing up to be a citizen. Has it sunk into our
Well, the
brains
answer
yet?
to your question, Outlaw,
Go ahead.
the answer to your question is twofold. One, their descendants will be voters. And that once they have that anchor baby, you're not getting rid of it.
Yeah.
And two, they'll drive down the price of the price of labor.
Mm-hmm.
And make sure that even if we have inflation, that people get paid less, which concentrates the wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a question for you.
It's all about concentrating the wealth.
Do you think that there will be a point where they start creating programs to get minorities or illegals into housing that the people, the populace that are already Americans, they already live here and pay taxes, that they can't even afford?
Oh yes, there's programs for that.
So sounds like a hell of a thing, right?
But do these the people that really fucking drive these programs? Do they want the illegals, the undocumented, they're basically the criminal immigrants? They want them in their neighborhoods? No, they do not. Look at what happened when they shipped them to fucking Martha's Vineyard.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, was it not our very own government that 2 or 3 years ago was so worried about our safety they wanted us to mask up and they wanted us to stay home, but yet we're willing to override that fear of people's health and let them come into the country like this and not check them and not vet them?
Well,
yeah, it wasn't about health; it was about control.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying, try to get people to
they
think.
want us fucking divided. They want us divided. They don't want us to have fucking shared common culture. They don't want to have a shared common language. They don't want to fucking have a united populace.
Yeah.
That's by design.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we're divided, they can pit one group against the other.
Also, if you've noticed, like the algorithm favors shorter videos. It's induction of a shorter attention span, so they can more reliably note and account for you not being able to remember what just happened or the specifics of what just happened.
That's interesting.
The less you can retain about the past, the less helpful it is. So all the stuff that just went down, all the staying in your house, all of that stuff that happened, it gets swept under the rug and changed. Also, history is audited and altered to better fit the current narrative. 1948 wasn't just a story; they're using it as a playbook. 1948, 1984, 1948. That's a different year.
Yep.
I'm guessing the cat went here and there is Frank. If not, it's another emotional person talking nonsense.
That's right. Did you call me Cal?
Excuse me? Really? You're starting this emotion back up?
Well, no, I'm asking a question.
Oh, yeah. So you're choosing to bring up the emotional argument again. Frank, get some help, bro.
Yeah, strike 3, you're out. Love you both, but you gotta go.
Wait, what? What happened? Oh. Rusty.
What in the hell is going on up in this damn joint?
In here?
God damn it! I leave for 30 minutes and the whole damn place falls apart.
Yeah.
Hey, Outlaw.
Yes, sir.
Hey, if you're going to be doing a cooking stream, man, tomorrow,
yeah.
Me and Jeremy are cooks. We could, we would be honored if you would have us on. Jeremy has a couple of specialties, and so do I. But we would need to, get the ingredients and definitely prepare.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, that's part of the whole thing. Is why I started it, is to get people on there to film themselves cooking, like in real time, to show everybody, well, this is the spice you put in, or this is how you prepare the meat, or whatever the dish requires. Yeah, man, absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
And I think for tomorrow night, for my part of it, I'm going to look up a really good chicken and dumplings recipe for. What's up, brother?
Go ahead, Albert.
I was just going to say, I think I'm going to look up a good chicken and dumplings recipe for the brothers out there. It's more of that Southern cuisine we like eating. And maybe some, I've been trying to think of some Southern dishes to put up there, but you guys got the high points last week with the chicken and the biscuits, which, by the way, Chris, and I see you in the comment section, you missed it because that chicken recipe was for you. Couldn't be bothered to come on stream, brother. I see how it is. No, I'm just kidding. But
chicken and biscuits. Oh yeah.
Oh heck yeah, brother. And
then chicken and a biscuit. Yummy, yummy.
That's even better. What else do we do? We do fried okra, but I think that's kind of I think that's kind of self-explanatory. Let's see.
I personally, if an outlaw, what's the timestamp here right now?
7 hours, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds.
Now, do you have a pen that you can write that down?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, I do.
So why don't you write that down? Because I'd like you to clip this section. I'm going to give you a recipe.
Okay.
Now, this is a recipe for something very fucking simple. This is for green beans. Now, what you do, just plain old green beans. You take some green beans, and you buy them fresh, not frozen. And then you'll need, this is for 1/2 pound of green beans. You wash them, and then you pull the stems off the top. You can leave the bottom, but you gotta pull the stem off the top, or else it'll get stuck between your teeth, and that ain't no fun. All right. Then you need 3 cloves of garlic.
Yeah.
And you want to chop that up fine. Okay. Then you're going to need 1/2 of an onion. A red onion's best, but just a strong white onion will be okay. Or if you're sort of a pussy, you can use a lesser onion. And you chop that up fine. And once you have that done, you get 2 strips of bacon or more if you want it, less if you don't. And you fry that bacon in a pan, in a like a boiling pot. You don't fry it in a frying pan. Once it's crunchy, you take it out and crumble it up. Then in that grease, you throw in your garlic and your onion, and you stir that around until the onion starts to get soft. Then you throw in your beans, your green beans, and your bacon bits, and you stir everything together so that you've got bacon grease, garlic and onion touching all of your green beans, and you put your heat down to low at that point in time.
Yep.
And let it sit for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you pull it off and it's ready to eat.
Ooh.
And you can salt that or not salt it to your choice. I usually don't salt it because the bacon is salty. If you buy regular old salt cured bacon, it's got enough salt in there that you don't even need to salt your green beans.
Heck yeah.
But if you somehow don't get enough salt on there, you can put salt and pepper. I like to use red pepper when I put the pepper on there, but black pepper works too.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
And it's ready. It's ready to eat. It's simple. Takes you 10 minutes.
Mm. Yep, definitely going to be
And you
trying
can
that.
serve that you can serve that as a side dish for almost any other meal. Whether but you cook a fish, you cook a ham, you cook a little bit of pancakes or waffles or something like that, and serve it as a side dish. It's a really tasty side, and if you make it good enough, you just eat it all up. Anyways, that's my recipe for your stream tomorrow.
Nice.
And if you could clip that and play that tomorrow, that'd be great.
Oh heck yeah, yeah. We'll definitely do it.
Because I'm going to be hanging out with Abe tomorrow, and I won't be able to make your stream.
Mm-hmm.
Outlaw brother, I left another recipe for you in the private chat. How to make the very best Dutch space cake.
Oh, nice.
Space cake. Is that made with like magic mushrooms or something?
No, it's made with wheat.
Ooh, I like it.
Damn, does space cake come with dilithium crystals or something?
Now, somebody asked me a while ago in the chat about a dish called where is it? Do I know how to make Burgo? Johnny Midnight says. I have no clue what that is, brother.
Oh, by the way, last time you were on your stream, you were talking about machi. That's the way you pronounce it.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically a sauce, and they eat it with everything. I've seen people put it on fries and shit, and it's quite popular and only available in Dutch stores.
Heck yeah, that sounds good too. Johnny says it's a southern stew. Oh, that's got my ear. It's got my attention. I'll definitely look into that. So tomorrow, for my part of it, I think I will share a chicken and dumplings recipe, chicken casserole. What you boys know about chicken casserole?
There's chicken in it.
Hey.
And noodles.
Oh, man.
And probably a lot of cheese.
I do like cheese.
This recipe, I'm going to have to look it up, see if it's the right one, but it's got some pretty cool ingredients in it. Hold on. Fire truck's coming.
Wait, don't you put like some kind of crushed crackers in a chicken casserole?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
This one uses Ritz.
Oh yeah, Ritz are good in stuff.
Ew.
I don't like Ritz crackers. They're too greasy.
Fucking nasty. I feel like those TikTok bitches cooking shit with fucking Doritos and breadcrumbs.
Oh yeah, no, they're fucking insane.
No, Ritz is about the only like, what do you call it? Store-bought item.
There, I think.
How do I?
Right here.
Well, hell, if you're gonna have chicken casserole, get some of those chicken biscuits. Put those in there. Crush them up.
We have a question in the chat. Ultimus Maximus says, Tim, how do you make bitterballen? In the deep fryer, man.
Sounds good. Do I make... Oh, I think this one was for you, Brendan. Do you make that in a Dutch oven? I guess he was talking about your recipe.
No, I was talking about the space cake, probably.
Well,
okay.
MGTOW Forever says, pisses me off. Olive oil is like $30 a jug. Where in the hell you at, MGTOW? Forever.
Well, California. California, you're probably shopping at Whole Foods.
No, to get the real deal, fucking like actual olive oil, like not this generic knockoff crap that Walmart sells. Yeah, it's fucking nearly $30 for like a, I don't know if it's a full liter even.
Jesus.
Sounds like a lot of money to me. I don't know. I'd rather
It's-
just get Bertolli or Pompeii. It's good enough.
It really is a lot of money.
I'll drop the recipe for bitterball as well.
Okay. Well, I usually like to use peanut oil.
Uh,
Well, when I want bitter balls, I just squeeze some lemon juice on them.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of balls, somebody ought to make some Rocky Mountain oysters. You guys can figure that one out, huh?
That would be
hamster.
That's apes. That's apes thing.
I was just up with a group that did some castration. I don't want to think about that. Those people are fucked. Like they're spinning them around and throwing them at each other. It's like you're fucking sick people.
Yeah, when you get a chance, Chris, ask Jimmy Bones about bull balls. Did you guys see that stream?
I did not.
Are you trying to steer the conversation?
Fucker.
Just ask Red Pill Rhino and Jimmy Bones about bull balls. Trust me.
Bull balls, eh?
Well,
bitter balling.
About cooking
who
them.
is actually going out and cutting the balls these days? Because when we did it, we always had this fucking really strong rubber band.
Yeah, the rubber band thing is a fucking even worse torture method, man. Can you imagine having the rubber band around your nutsack until it fell off?
Oh God.
Like,
Well,
don't get me wrong, castrating those fucking poor little cows was bad enough, but fucking a rubber band, no thank you.
Especially when you told us how dull the guy's knife was.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
no shit, dude. He was like, "Oh,
never
this
once,
is sharp enough."
never
I was
once.
like,
We never lost a single fucking calf once we started using the rubber band.
I don't think they lost any to that. They had one get crushed by the mother, where she lit on them.
Well,
I guess.
They get infected. They get infected with open sores, man.
Well,
Right.
that's what their antibiotics and stuff are for.
Who wants antibiotic in your meat?
We
Well,
all
it's
have
better
it.
to have it than have a dead cow. I mean, that's
Yeah. No, they
rubber
give
band.
them a bunch of like, precursors and stuff. They basically do all like deworming and everything kind of deal, or preventative stuff. Like before, all at the same time, right? So it's just basically all at the same time, and then they're good to go. But yeah, not a pleasant thing, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was an experience.
Well, here's how we used to do it before this is how my dad used to do it back when he used to do that kind of stuff. Before we started using the rubber band, was he had a fucking soldering iron, one of them giant ones, and he'd god awfulest thing you ever fucking went through. They weren't just fucking. He wasn't just fucking cutting them. He'd cauterize it. It was fucking terrible.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun either. Really doesn't.
No, it's fucking horrible.
Trust me, they clearly didn't care for it.
No,
that's what that.
They don't care for it. It doesn't matter what you do. They don't care for it. Who wants to have their balls cut off? You know.
I don't know.
I wouldn't want that.
People up for it now.
Well, yeah. God.
They're not just taking the balls; they're taking the fucking pillar too.
They're taking the meat.
That's right.
The stick, twig.
The twig,
Sick
not just the
fuckers.
berries, but the twig too.
Tim Algato's phone overheated. Spend a little money on your phone, Tim.
His phone, Tim is so based, his phone just can't handle it. That's what
Yeah,
the deal is.
that's right. That's right.
It's the fucking toxic masculinity, just too much.
Oh yeah, it's the red pill radiation just spewing out of this channel is what it is.
Yep. Yep.
God awful. God awful.
I like that hamster, red pill radiation. I've never heard that before. That's awesome.
I just made it
Wouldn't
up.
It's fucking great, man. We stand, or in my case, sit in the presence of greatness.
Red pill radiation washes over us all.
Yes, we bask in the glow.
That's right.
Actually, I've been watching a lot of these. If you go on YouTube, there's always nuclear accidents and shit like that, which is kind of interesting. How a lot of that works. Or if you get two pieces of plutonium too close together and it goes critical. It's like, oh shit.
Watching a reactor come online, like after they've replaced rods or something,
Yeah,
it's truly remarkable to watch.
Oh, you've seen it?
That fucking thing just slams together and you just see this glow. It's like, bah! What the fuck?
Well, have any of you guys ever watched those videos of Chernobyl where people go over there and visit and there's still like cars and stuff on shelves and everything over there?
Dude,
No,
the place frozen in time.
The best image of them all is the elephant foot. You seen that one?
Oh yeah,
probably. But
There's this dude standing next to this fucking chlorium blob the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, and he's like close enough to touch it.
Yep.
Oh god.
And it's still eating through the floor that it's on.
Well,
what's even more scary is, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brent.
They put a new sarcophagus over the top of it, and they changed the fucking chemistry of the reactor site because it's now drying out. That means it's no longer fucking leaching. It's no longer leaching fucking radioactive waste into the groundwater around, but it no longer has a mechanism in place to carry away the heat.
Well, they still have the heat exchangers down there, don't they?
No, they got nothing. When Chernobyl blew up, nothing was left. Just a building. Barely that.
No. Underground, where they dug underground and put in that fucking heat exchange. They literally used like a gajillion fucking tons of liquid nitrogen.
I don't know.
It's just to draw the heat away from the floor, like the underside of the floor, to cool down the bottom side of it. So
that system malfunctioned within a year.
These sarcophagus are only designed to last about 30 years, and then they have to be replaced.
And again, it only takes care of the surface. When it gets through the bottom, you still have a whole fucking natural disaster going now.
Well, it's gotten to the bedrock, and it's to a point where they're not going to have a fucking steam explosion because it's dry. That was the reason it exploded in the first place, is because the nuclear pile, got down to the water table, and they had a steam explosion.
When did they have a steam explosion?
When fucking Chernobyl happened originally back in the 90s. Or excuse me, the 80s, whatever it was.
1986, actually.
That happened in the reactor. The explosion itself happened in the reactor. Not from anything hitting the ground.
There was multiple explosions. They had a
Well, I
breach,
mean, the
which is
first one was the reactor blowing, and then it was all the
right.
fucking air rushing in. That's what caused the secondary explosion inside the building again, and fucking scattered debris everywhere.
And they also had an explosion. The biggest explosion happened when the pile escaped its containment and got down into the fucking groundwater and caused a steam explosion. That's what blew the roof off.
Mm.
That's why there's fucking
I don't
garbage
know
spread
anything
everywhere.
about that. That's what was done to prevent. I know, like I said, the heat exchanger and stuff that they dug under the ground, that was to prevent that from happening, as far as I know. That never happened. But if all the details were right, the RKM reactor style was flawed from the beginning. It was the
Right.
initial explosion happened inside the rod chambers.
It did.
That's where, because it built up a bunch of xenon, right? And because of the RKM reactor's tips, the way it was designed, it couldn't go down any further. It essentially accelerated out of control, and pressures built up. Then the explosion finally happened. Then a bunch of, air rushed in type of thing, and fucking up in flames she goes. That's when the lid got blew off the building. I wasn't there though. I'm just going off what they've told us.
I wasn't there when it blew up, but I've actually talked to some people who fucking survived that era. My ex-wife was a fucking child when that happened, and I'm just repeating what they told me.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's one place, right, that I would actually like to go see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to go and say I seen it.
Me too.
One place. I know it's dangerous. I know it's, in a fucking shithole place, but I'd still like to go see it. Just to say I was there and saw it.
Well, how long does the radiation stay over there, like active on land?
100,000 years.
Ooh.
So basically, we won't be here. I think we're only we're not even 30 years into it. No, we're 40. What Johnny said, it was 86. So
30,
we're 38 years.
Yeah, I'm 34, nearly 35. So that was 2 years before I was born. So yeah, 37.
Yeah. So we got a little bit more time to wait.
And
there's all kinds of different. It's all kinds of different fucking chemicals that have different half-lives.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some are, short range, some are easy to, block, and it just depends on the particles, right?
Mm-hmm.
The alpha particles, I think, are the ones that require a lot of shielding to actually block, and they have the greatest distance.
Mm-hmm.
Beta particles is the same particles that's in your smoke detector, and that can be blocked with a sheet of paper.
Damn.
So they're short range, they're easy to block, but once they're inside the body, you're fucked. On a side note, if you ever want to, take somebody out, great way to do it.
I'll give you an interesting. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I was going to say that little fucking coin that they have in the smoke detector, right? Mm-hmm. If you're willing to do it, you grind that little fucker up, put it into somebody's fucking water or whatever, and they're done. It's just a matter of time. They're done. And there's no stopping it. Once it's in the body, there's no getting it out. You know what I mean?
I think it's called Americium.
Americium, I think that's what's in the smoke detector. But it gives off beta particles.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys talk about Chernobyl being the big bad monster. Fukushima was four reactors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So it's like Chernobyl times 4.
Yeah, and the thing is, Fukushima is literally right on a fucking coastline where it can happen all over again.
800,000 tons of groundwater pass by those radioactive cores to the sea every day.
Yeah.
Oh God.
But your car emissions are bad.
I'll give you one interesting to look up. Look up Centralia, Pennsylvania. You guys heard of that?
That's the mine fire, right? Like
Yep.
the fire in the underground mine that burns forever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A whole town that had to be deserted because what was it? The ground was unsafe under it because of that
Yeah,
fire.
it's on fire.
The ground's on fire. It's like smoking.
Yeah, so the whole ground underneath the city was
It's a coal mine that's on fire, isn't it?
The old coal mine one.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, the ground is still burning now.
Yep. Been on fire since the 60s or 80s. 80s or 60s.
I gotta admit, when you guys fuck shit up, it's impressive.
Oh, we tried, Chris.
Well, thank you. We all appreciate it because it adds to good conversation.
Well, everything's bigger in America.
That's right.
I mean,
you burn down a plant, we burn down a whole fucking city.
Well,
yep.
And we light rivers on fire too.
Yeah, well, obviously this is non-toxic stuff, though. Where they burn the trains and stuff. That's non-toxic. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
And if you talk about it, you're a bigot.
Don't worry about that. It's no big deal. What are you worried about?
Yeah. Notice how that story's kind of gotten like buried real quick.
What's that?
Where they fucking had that train crash, and their idea of the solution was to light everything on fire.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine?
That
Oh,
was
hey,
that was my hero.
I got too many tires. I'll just light them on fire.
That was my hero, Pete Buttigieg.
Sorry, what was that, Brandon?
I said that was my hero, Pete Buttigieg.
He's my hero. He's my hero. He's my hero.
Oh man, you got some good taste in heroes there, buddy.
No, the really scary one was I was watching these, the Russians put together these mini nukes to spread around out the Arctic. And then people just go, when things fell apart, it's like they're going for scrap metal and they tear these things apart and their freaking arms fall off and all kinds of crazy shit. They die. It's not pretty. It's definitely not pretty.
Well, Hamster, what was it? Oh, Jesus, it'll come to me. They had a gas leak from an oil well. Basically, they did fracking on a gas well, and when it comes to fracking, guys, most of that shit they have no idea which channel it's gonna take, right? But anyway, they fracked a gas well. It got out of control. Started fucking spreading around to all the like peat bogs and fucking random places, right? And their solution was actually genius. They drilled in horizontally, right, from a safe location, underneath the fucking, basically, or off to the side of where the main gas leaks were coming from this gas well, and they fucking dropped down a nuke and detonated it.
Okay.
Everything right off.
There you go.
That's true.
Ship it. Ship it.
God bless Russia.
Oh yeah, they know what they're doing.
Well, Tim, Greta is too worried about cows farting, so no. Nah.
Did she ever make it to the train burning thing? Like, did they ever make it there?
I don't know.
Oh, what's interesting is where's the Finnish guy? Is that another Tim? Tim
Mika.
Sokol, maybe whoever yeah. And there's this big
guy from Finland's Mika.
Yeah, Mika, yeah. And there's this island off of Finland where they're burying their nuclear waste like 3,000 meters or some shit down into the ground. It's like, oh my god.
That's not a bad idea, Hamster. What's the problem?
Well, I mean, if it never leaks and that, sure, yeah, why not?
What's the problem?
But the problem is, earthquakes and geology, and who knows what's going to be happening in 10,000 years, right? Fuck it. We'll worry about it later.
Yeah, you're worried about nothing.
Yeah, we got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Don't be a pansy.
That could be
Oh,
just
you hear
your
about
bigotry coming through, buddy.
the
That's
Prime
just
Minister
your
of
bigotry.
Finland?
What
You
about
guys
the
hear
Prime
about the
Minister
Prime
of
Minister
Finland?
of Finland?
No.
No.
Well, they voted her out of office, but they couldn't figure out who to replace her with, so she's still the prime minister, even though they had a referendum to get rid of her.
Are you fucking serious?
And she.
No, seriously. Yeah, that's true.
Now now she's divorcing her husband,
Mhm.
and it's
Wow.
rumored that she's going to become a lesbian or has become a lesbian.
Oh my God.
Well, everybody's doing it, man.
What other routes are there, Brandon? Come on, buddy.
I mean,
my guess is that she was always a lesbian and was only married so she could get fucking into political office.
She was probably just swinging both ways,
Well, if you've seen her party videos, you'd have to say, yeah, she has been.
I'll never understand for the life of me what sexual preferences have anything to do with politics.
The agendas they push.
Yeah. I don't get the point of somebody having to express that when you're a political official.
Well,
I don't care.
If they didn't outlaw, they would have literally nothing intelligible to say. So
I just look at it and I'm like, what has this got to do with politics in the slightest? I don't care who you sleep with.
how dare you not care who they sleep with?
I know. What was I? Something got into me again. I don't know what it was.
It's your inner hatred, buddy. Okay? It's okay. We forgive you. We're very understanding people here.
Except for Riggs.
Yeah, except for Riggs.
Riggs is
a bigot.
Riggs is a bigot.
It's like, why? It doesn't have anything to do with. Oh.
Well, I mean, that's the interesting thing is that most people have no idea, unless you go around and say, I'm this or that. I mean, nobody cares. Who gives a shit? Honestly.
Yeah.
Literally
who cares if
nobody.
you're gay? It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a crap.
Literally nobody.
I certainly don't care.
I mean, I could not care less, and I literally mean that. I just don't care. Now, why am I not being able to freaking paste this? Son of a bitch. Why does it do that to me?
Hamster, I think that right there is kind of key. You know what I mean? Like, they absolutely require you to care. And if you don't, then the pox upon you kind of deal.
No,
right?
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. So, I mean, care, don't care, they can't accept that, They just can't.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't care, then they have to basically mind fuck you to the point where you do care. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. I really just don't care, though. Like,
that's the problem.
Like, can you just hold a conversation aside from, oh, by the way, I'm trans or I'm gay? I don't care. Can we please get back to making movies that don't require this?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean,
we can't have nice things.
We can't. No, you're right. We can't have nice things, bro. Okay. We just can't, dude. That aside, they get the attention you give them. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's the best way I can explain it is. It's not you don't want to give everybody a fair shake. It's just some people really, honestly, don't fucking deserve it.
Yeah.
Well,
And that
to me, it's when they demand it, and then fucking make quotas that everybody has to fucking fill. You know, if you don't do it our way, you'll never win another Oscar. If you don't do it our way, you'll never get funding for your movie. If you don't do it our way, you won't get this, you won't get that, you won't get the other thing. We will agitate and agitate and agitate and ruin you.
Well, I mean, I think we could take the Morgan Freeman approach personally.
Stop talking about it.
That's right.
Yep.
I mean, it just gives them attention. You know, they like to say that about, you know, people who do fucking horrible things, right? Like nobody wants to give them the recognition type of thing or the attention or, you know, the clout, whatever you want to call it. It's not, I don't know. I don't know how to explain that one. But yeah, the more we talk about it, the more fuel it gives them, right? And especially in anything other than a passing fucking like remark, just leave them fucking be. Let them eat themselves if they want to. I don't care, right?
Yeah.
Fuck them to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, fuck it. Any kind of, personally, I think any kind of accepting light or, you know, understanding that you give them, it's just fucking, it's not only energy wasted on your part, but it just feeds their fire 10 times the amount, right? Even a fucking glancing mention of it gives them tenfold of what any other fucking type of conversation would when it comes to other topics. Right?
Well, Chris, and this is why I say that the internet is a two-edged sword, and this is what I mean when I say that. Thankfully, these people out themselves and they tell you who they are and what they are, and it helps me to know who to avoid.
Absolutely.
And I don't
Instead
have
of thankfully, could you say frankfully?
Frankfully, I know who to avoid and not talk to. So,
yeah, you're not wrong. You're
Very
not wrong
good.
there at all.
Because the
Right?
internet is a blessing and a curse, unfortunately.
That is true. Again, fuck, is it 1:30 already? God damn it. Hang on.
It's 1:30 Pacific time. (1:30) in Kannatastan, in BC, where they're hoping to make everyone transsexual by putting hormones in the water.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir. It's a disgusting fucking place we live, man. Disgusting.
Yes, it is.
But again, we've allowed it to the scent to this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, give them an inch, they take a mile. That whole fucking thing. Only, you know, you accept somebody for what they fucking want to do because it doesn't bother you, and they're like, we have to castrate your children. Whoa, that fucking that accelerated quickly. And yeah, right now with everything that's been going on,
Yeah.
Whatever you fucking want to do to some of those people, you go right ahead. The way I see it, they're earning it.
Well, like I've said earlier, and I've said on my videos several times, look at why they're pushing for this stuff to be normal. They're the ones that do it, right?
Yep.
If they manage to make pedophilia legal, and I know that they're trying, if you're still any moral or any ethics to you whatsoever left, how are you going to fight them at that point when the law is against you on that end of it? Because they've gotten what they want.
That's just it. The law is already
They
against
have state-sponsored genital mutilation of children, regardless of the wishes of the parents. It
Yep.
exists. It is a
Mhm.
real thing. There is
Well,
fucking evil in the world, and it is in charge.
Again, the fact that people are trying to reason with them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Shows just how fucking pointless it is to try to use words with these people. There's no way out of this without massive amounts of violence, and I mean massive. Our
Well-
government officials now believe that they are untouchable, right? They believe it wholeheartedly, and we reinforce that by not fucking doing anything about it.
That was what I was trying to say a while ago when we had the guest on here. What was his name? Doubt. That was how I was trying to say it without getting the attention of certain people. But yes, there's no solution to this diplomatically. There's no, tyranny. Like that's why I said what I said a while ago. How do you handle tyranny?
Last time I checked, 2 rounds to the back of the head.
Well,
I could be wrong. Let me check my notes. Oh, yes. Every dictator in the past has taken 2 bullets to the back of the head, or they've had their head sawed off. One or the other. You pick. I mean, one's a bit gross.
Well, hey, you're forgetting Mussolini. He was hung.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Mussolini was the exception to the rule there. But hey, the end result was the same.
And Caesar was stabbed. He kept his head.
Yep. He took a lot of punctures, though. I mean, that whole poking of the belly, that's not a good thing either.
No.
That hurts. We know how to deal with these people. We know what it's going to require. Now, it's just getting to point out to the rest of the guys without getting a visit from who.
Well, that's just it. The fact that we have to tiptoe around it shows you just how far it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
That's how far it's gone. And, I've been thinking about it the last couple of days here because I've seen a couple articles, right, about, last week we had a woman and her little kid, right, stabbed to death outside of school by a fucking, habitual fucking offender, right?
Yeah.
Multiple accounts of violence against children, all kinds of fucked up shit. This guy was released same day he was caught last time, right?
Yeah.
Same day. And then he went and murdered 2 innocent people right outside of a fucking school. If your justice system, because this is what they, even the chief of police got on there and was like, in our flawed justice system. Okay, well, here's the big fucking elephant in the room. If you got a system that's that fucking flawed, why the fuck are you using it the next day?
Mm-hmm.
Because it has nothing to do with us. It's just a way to keep us fucking underfoot. It has nothing to do with any kind of justice or fucking protection of the people.
It's theater. It's fucking
It's theater. Yes, it's fucking theater.
Yes.
That's all it is. It's fucking theater.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. If your system is so fucking flawed that you can't walk down the street or fucking protect yourself from fucking some psychopath like that without finding yourself behind bars, it's
Mhm.
time to do away with the system.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that used to be common fucking sense. Shit don't work. We aren't trying it again. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, this topic,
Yeah.
this particular topic, has been on my mind all day for some reason, and now I guess we know because there's a lot of people that needs to talk about it, get it out in the open, vent their frustrations.
But again, dispose of it. Stand up to these fuckers and tell them they're not using it anymore. Nope.
Yeah.
You're appointed by us. You work for us. Time to start working for us. Plain and fucking simple. Or
and
get
it
the
was
fuck
like-
out of the way and we'll find someone else.
And it was like I was trying to explain to Dowd a while ago. It's like, brother, we all feel the same way that you do about this. It's just that you can't just come on here and just openly say, well, we want to do this, we want to do that. No, you've got to be calculated in it. You know, you can't just bum rush into this stuff. Yeah, man, I would love to see this system reformed and stuff go back to the way it's supposed to be, but you can't just bum rush into an enemy that can erase your existence in a matter of seconds.
That's why we
Well,
got to stick
again-
grenades up our buttholes and run into Kmart. That's what.
Again,
Is that
as
John
long
John?
as you're willing
Yeah, it's me.
to play by their rules, outlaw, they
Yeah.
know they got you by the fucking balls.
Does Kmart even exist anymore?
No.
They all
No.
closed down. See,
Kmart went out like 10 years ago.
that is a sign of the collapse of civilization right there.
That's because
Kmart
they had
came
a,
apart. Yeah.
that's because they had a blue light instead of a red light. That's why they
Oh.
failed.
Oh, they didn't take
So-
the red pill.
Wasn't it a combination of Sears bought out Kmart or
Yeah, and then Sears lost.
I think Kmart bought Sears. Actually, is what happened.
so it was the other
Oh,
way around.
really?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy.
And either way, they're both out of business now. So pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they went out
have
like
you
10 years ago.
catalog the demise of Sears?
Sears was a good place, man.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, we get the Christmas catalog and everything, and all the new toys that come out. Then they have the Sears exclusives, like Star Wars toys you could only buy at Sears. I love that shit.
Yeah, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
all of you older guys, you got to enjoy Montgomery Wards, man. I
Yeah,
couldn't
we
even
have
enjoy that.
Wards. Wards was the bomb,
Been
dude.
Monkey Wards. Yep, yep.
They went
Yeah.
out when I was a kid.
Monkey Wards was like had the same good stuff. It was like maybe 2/3 of the price of Sears.
Sure. Listen to that, man.
That
Last time-
catalog has been around since 1883.
Oh god.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how long it lasted. It was just an old settlers, pioneers catalog for people who lived in the outback. Montgomery Wards would say, "Yeah, we'll get a wagon train and deliver it to your homestead."
Yep.
I think J.C. Penney's going out too.
They are. They are.
But, yeah. Well, I mean, it's just it's such a different world, you know.
Yeah.
I
Well, you have
mean,
the internet, and then you have Walmart, which is now pretty much a monopoly on any kind of big box store at this point.
yeah. But I mean, anything you want, you can get online, as you all know, and just
Right.
order it, and the next day it's there. It's just insane.
Well, Hamster, look at the fucking fiasco that I just had here this past week, right?
What did you
Fucking-
have, Chris?
I went and ordered parts through a fucking dealer here in town, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They told me, oh, to get the original, you can't get the original parts for this motor that's been discontinued. I was like, okay, well, they should know they're a fucking dealer of this brand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't I trust them? Fucking call a place in the nearby city. Yeah, we can get them here, and they're fucking half the price of what they wanted to charge you for the originals.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It's amazing, isn't it?
So-
Yeah.
When you purposely set up a service like that, like, okay, our local support and then fucking brick and mortar storage, you know, we're trying to keep them alive type of deal, but they are literally there for every one legitimate fucking honest to God fucking mom and pop store, right, or business
Mm-hmm.
that you have that deserve the fucking support of your locals, you have 500 of these fucking fly-by-night scammers. that could give two fucks less. They're just here to sell you the fucking newest product. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they don't care.
Yeah, exactly. They don't
Apple
fucking
does the
care.
same thing. Yeah, they do the same thing. You can't get anything like from from an Apple retailer half the time, but then if you do need a certain part, you can source it either from a mom and pop shop that is licensed to deal it, or from a third party vendor, and that Apple tell you, oh yeah, it's gone, it's discontinued. You're going to have to buy the newest upgrade, which is bullshit. It does exist, and it's
Planned
worth paying.
obsolescence. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, I went to when I was in Texas, I had my motorcycle, right, and I was having some trouble. So I went to the one of the Honda superstores or whatever the hell they are. And I said, "Hey, could you guys fix this? I mean, I don't know what's wrong with it. The carburetors are roughed up." They said, "No, we don't have time." It's like, what? What do you mean you don't have time?
And you know what the amazing thing about that is? Your motorcycle is hamster size, so it doesn't take that long for them to fix it.
That's right. Those carburetors are very small, though. You know, they need a microscope.
That's true. Micro tools.
But no, I was really surprised. I mean, recently here in St. Louis, I called up this superstore place across the street. I said, "Hey, got any of these Kawasaki, whatever the hell's?" And they says, "Nah, we're not going to order any." It's like, what kind of service is that?
Exactly. Well, I mean, these guys, they could have, like I said, again, it's a Kawasaki dealership, actually. Surprisingly enough, they were like, "Oh yeah, no, that part's discontinued. We can't get it in, but we can sell you a whole new set of fucking pistons and everything."
Oh sure, yeah,
$260 a side, right? Because it's a V twin. So another fucking, $600 roughly. After they sold me $340 worth of equipment that they state on their fucking receipt you can return and wouldn't take back.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Right? So good enough. Go to the other place. Yeah, no, we can get all the parts you fucking want for fucking a quarter of the price.
What were you looking for, like shims or some shit for your bike, or what? What were you looking?
No,
for?
I was looking for the head gaskets and ring kit, right, for the piston.
Sure.
But I didn't want to have to change out the piston or anything.
Right? You didn't want to take the pistons. Yeah. Why?
Yeah,
if they're so good, why would you want to do that?
And a piston, like I said, a piston itself is $200, and if you have to change out the fucking cylinder, they're $500 a piece, right? For the cylinder. Yeah. But I call a fucking Kawasaki dealership in Kelowna. Yeah, we can have them here by next week, and it'll be $160 for both. I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" I had to trip, dude. Well, I must have seemed like a conspiracy theorist when I was talking to this guy, because I was like questioning him on everything. You know what I mean? Like, what's your return policy if you have one? Oh, well, if we'll take it back. It's 20% restocking, blah, 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 right? I was like, well, it states that on their receipt, too, and they told me to go fucking take a hike. And he was like, yeah, we don't do that.
Well, Chris, it's just like, and y'all watch when these gas stoves start becoming scarce, they're going to do the same thing, man. Planned obsolescence. They're just going to make it to where you can't buy the parts anymore, or
you know what it is like, Outlaw. It's kind of like the old colonial model of the company store. So, for instance, they would go to these start these banana plantations and coconut plantations and whatever all across the world. And what would happen was the people that were working on the plantations had to use the tools and the facilities that were manufactured by the plantation. They couldn't get tools or use tools from anywhere else without, getting, severe consequences for it.
Yeah.
To the point where what happened was all that was left on, like, say, an island like Papua New Guinea, let's say, all that was left were those tools that were owned by that company.
Yeah.
Well, here in America, we had the mines, and they would pay the miners in script, which could only be exchanged in the fucking company stores. We were doing the same shit here. It wasn't.
You know what, Brent? USX Steel did that to Gary, Indiana. The whole city was completely dependent on the economy of that steel mill. It was actually named after the founder of U.S. Steel, or I think it was Inland at the time. But what happened was Gary Steelworks. Once they started shipping the steel jobs over off to like Luxembourg and India and places like that, that's what gutted the whole town. They were completely dependent on that one company, and when
Well,
most of
yeah,
it
the whole
dried up,
Rust Belt was that way.
right? Yeah, but I mean, Gary was just an extreme example of it, and I mean, you don't want to break down in Gary, man, not anymore.
No, or places like Allentown.
Allentown's bad.
Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Huh.
But basically the whole Rust Belt, the whole Midwest, back in the '80s when they started outsourcing all of those jobs, it went to hell.
Well, it was spurred, it was sparked off by all those trade deals that were started with Henry Kissinger. He was like the godfather of outsourcing, and he was just thinking to himself, hey, why don't we take this globally because it'll make us geopolitically more neutral, and our enemies would be less apt to chuck nukes at us because they'd be more dependent on our products. And okay, that was great, but it backfired in a big way. So now we have states, several of them, over a dozen, I would say, that are useless now.
Yeah.
And I live in one of them,
Well, it's been a combination of a bunch of different things. It's outsourcing the jobs. It's the environmental regulations, which I got to say, actually, I approve of for the most part, because when I was a kid, fucking rivers were catching on fire. There were fucking fish kills in the Great Lakes. All kind of acid rain.
There were like
it was
5
fucking
bald eagles left. About it.
It was fucking horrible. So yeah, that fucking shit's good, but then they've taken it too far. It's like any government program; it goes too far.
It's not even so
another
much
thing that
too
was
far either. It's just the fact that it has unpredicted repercussions. So yeah, there's a pat on the back, but there's also a really bad slap on the hand we get from it too.
because it takes fucking 3 years if from the time you get your financing till you can break ground just to get the goddamn environmental assessments done.
Right.
Then on top of that, we had people getting greedy in the workforce. There were guys in the factories in Detroit who were making fucking $50 an hour delivering parts. Not even skilled labor. They fucking rode back and forth to the assembly line with a bicycle with a basket full of fucking parts.
$50 in the early '70s was like living like a king,
Oh yeah. It's completely too much money for that fucking job. So yeah, the companies are going to get away from that. Everybody got greedy, and we continue to be greedier and greedier and greedier. Everybody.
Yep.
I got the owners, the fucking workers, everybody.
I got to take off, but great conversation. Hopefully we can pick it up a little later.
Yeah.
Take off, hoser.
Yeah, I gotta go.
North, hoser. Yeah.
Why are you guys such bigots? I don't know, man. Why I hang out with you? It's beyond me.
We just hate Canadians. You know that.
Laughing head, beady eyes.
Hey, I like Canadians when they're making bread and cakes.
Bread and cake?
Do you know why? Yeah, bread and cake. Because that's Canadian bacon.
Yeah. Oh God, Brandon.
Brandon, what's your hometown again? because that's the first one I'm burning on my invasion. I might actually just use it for a sewage dumping ground.
Oh, nice.
It's where we'll send all the old medical
You'll-
supplies to get disposed of.
Well, I'm totally screwed because I live in Wisconsin.
Well, that place
I'm number
fucking
one.
nuking.
Yeah, I get fucking nuked.
Yeah, that place I'm wiping off the fucking map. Okay, we're
Just
taking it
give me
off the map altogether.
just give me a heads up so I can like evacuate.
Yeah. Oh, obviously we got to get some people out, but for the most part, we're just nuking that one.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's just going to be a big red dot on the map, and it just says, "Don't go there."
There'll be like a little radiation symbol on the map.
Yeah, don't go there.
All right, 50 more miles and we'll have gone 500. Hemi, are you still around? Hey, Hamster.
Yo.
Can you fill in on fucking navigating?
Sure.
I'm on 84, and I just passed mile marker 230 in Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me a good place to stop about 150 miles from where I am now? I'm heading east.
You're on 84, you say?
Yep.
Do you want to stop at a truck stop, or what do you want?
I would like to stop at a Love's truck stop
All right, I bet I can look for that.
where I get free showers. Oh, it's mile marker 239. It's what I'm just passing. 239.
Okay.
And I just got the notification that Hammerhand will be live in 2 hours.
Excellent.
All right.
So that'll be a great time to stop.
Heck yeah.
Okay, at mile marker 208, which might be a little soon, there's a Love's. You're staying on 84, or you're going on 15? That's the big question.
I'm taking 84 all the way to Salt Lake City.
Okay. So there's a Love, but it is a little off. Yeah. Let me see what we got here. Hold on. Do. Let me see. Where's the damn exit? All right. So exit 211 is a Love's.
Okay.
Let's see what else we have here.
Well, 211 is behind me.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah. So you're going already southeast. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. Search this area.
And I realize there's a whole lot of nothing out here.
Boy, you got that right. There's a travel stop, but it's in just north of Salt Lake City. By Ogden. Oh, it's probably not too bad.
Yeah, Ogden's okay.
Yep. There's an Ogden Love's Travel stop. Let's see what they have here for you. Okay, they got the fuel lanes, they got parking. Carl's Jr. though, they don't have a restaurant. But... So that's one option. And that is... Oh shit, that's quite a ways from the border. You say you want to go 100 miles, so you want to go Yeah, let's see what we got here. There's nothing out here. Oh my God. There literally is nothing.
You know what,
What
Brandon?
mile? What mile are you at?
241 now.
Brandon, you could go hunt for your supper. Just go and hit something and cook it on the grill.
Good Lord, there is nothing out here. There's a Flying J right over the border. I know you don't like that, but
I've never heard
Well,
of half that shit.
if that's what it is, that's what it is. Flying J's a truck stop.
Okay.
let's see what they have here. Okay, they got the Flying J Travel Center. They do have some parking, but it's not a huge amount. And let's see, there's it says exit 7. So
Don't they have a fast food joint in Idaho called Arctic Circle? And it's like kind of like a Long John Silver's.
oh, they have an A&W.
Ooh, I like root beer. I mean, root beer float.
Yeah.
That's over at the Fast Stop Convenience. You have to walk like a block, but it's right there.
I think I can do it.
I know you can. There's a Ranch House Diner, Molly's Cafe. So it's a little small town here. So it's got a few things. But yeah, the Flying J is at
Exit
let me see if I
7
can
in
find the exit.
Utah.
Yes, exit 7. Let's see what else we have. Jeez. After that, the next thing is some Mike's Golden Spike Plaza. Which, well, might be all right. Who knows? Let's see what it is.
That's about it.
Yeah, there's nothing much. There's more truck parking there, it looks like, but
Mike's Golden Spike Plaza. Sometimes those places have better restaurants.
this one
Sometimes
has a
not.
La Pasadita,
Oh, Mexican food.
and there's a McDonald's there. Yeah, I don't know how much parking there is there, though.
There's a AB if you go to exit 15.
AB?
How much parking is at the AB?
$75 spots. Many
Oh.
reported 2 hours ago.
Okay. And what kind of food do they have at the AB?
I can't even see it on the map. So you're magic, man. You're a magic man.
Hemi is the navigator supreme.
I guess so.
Ogden is 110 miles from me now. And you say there's a Love's in Ogden?
Yes. There's a
Okay.
Love's travel stop in, well, actually, that's Salt Lake City. Let me go a little north. Hold on. I think it was Ogden. Let me look again. Hold on. Oh, there's a Flying J. Oh, it's actually Brigham City, so it's a little north of Ogden. So this one has Carl's Jr. and Subway. Looks like they have enough parking.
Okay.
Let's see what other services they offer.
The AB is a Burger King and a Denny's, from what I can see so far.
Denny's isn't so bad.
Oh, I had lunch already, so it's just I'm just gonna eat fucking fruit there at the fucking at the Loves and get a free shower.
Well, they usually have pretty good sandwiches, don't they? Just that, like the fast sandwich.
Oh, not really.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know
About.
how long the fucking packaged sandwiches have fucking been there.
That's true. So, where would they say they have a shower? It doesn't say that. I
Well,
assume they
they
all
all
do,
have
don't they?
showers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks like your typical Loves. So that's going to be at Brigham City, which is going to be exit 363, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, because 84 turns into 15, right?
Right. That's basically 110, 115 miles from me. That's a very doable distance for the amount of time I got left on my clock.
Yeah, it looks like it's a nice area. I don't know. I've never been there, but it kind of looks cool.
It's not.
It's a shithole. Brigham City, there's probably a lot of Mormons and stuff there.
You think?
Yeah, I'd take a shot at that.
Yeah.
In case you get really worked up, there's a Holiday Inn Express there, but you're not going to need that.
No. I drive around in my Holiday Inn Express.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that might be your ticket there. Now, you say you found an AB. I can't. How is it spelled? Just AB?
Yes, AB.
Truck stop?
It also goes under the name RJ's Fuel Stop.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's pointing me at the trucker, the Golden Spike truck lot or whatever. So that's got the Miller's RJ Fuel Stop is what they call it here. Yeah, they have the McDonald's, Wendy's, all the same kind of shit. Okay, I was kind of wondering, going crazy. I'm looking for ABs. I'm like, where the hell is that? Well, anyway, now you know where you're gonna, kick your tootsies up and enjoy your evening.
This this trucker path app that I use listed as an AB, but when I click on it, then down below in the description they call it RJ's Fuel Stop.
Yeah,
some affiliation there or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what they're calling it here. Is it's Miller's Golden Spike or something. Okay, now why isn't this working? Now that we got that figured out, I can get back to work here. What the heck is going on? No, it's not happy about something.
Gotta say, Hamster does really good for just Google.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I'm going to say, Brandon, that I'm doing a simulation here, and I'm getting results that say I'm getting 1 million amps. I think something's not quite right there. I think.
Yeah, there'd probably be a fire.
Yeah. That's face melting type wattage. Let's see. We don't have to turn that down a little bit. We probably need a resistoroid in there somewhere. He's not happy with that. All right. So anyway, hey Brandon, you know that funny video I did of you?
Yeah.
With the butt crack and all, just kind of joking around. Well,
yeah.
Our former buddies objected to that.
Why?
I have no idea. It's just.
Were they
They
offended
just
for my fucking my modesty?
I guess, yeah. I think they just like to piss and moan, to be honest with you. You know who I'm talking about.
You're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Former buddy. Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Those guys we used to talk to until they kind of flipped out for still no apparent reason. Still haven't figured out what the hell the deal is with that. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's still not what I wanted, but that's all right. It'll work. It's probably too much voltage.
Making ribs, Brandon. Ribs tonight.
Rig.
Time. Period. Repetition. Huh. Well. Oh, duh. God. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. I'm such an idiot. Oh, jeez.
Did you put the decimal in the wrong spot, hamster?
Yep. Yep. Yeah. All right. Basically, yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah, essentially, I just put the raw stupid user input, you know.
Garbage in, garbage out.
That's right, eh? That's right, Hoser.
You know what time that is then, right? It's torpedo time.
Yeah, it might be. Might be. Okay, so we should get a positive the other way. Yeah. That's better. So.
It always helps to look at the problem with fresh eyes or beer goggles.
I kind of like beer goggles. You know, they're
Woohoo!
pretty good. Yeehaw!
We're over the summit. 5,500.
Yay! 9,500, you say?
5,530.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Salt Lake is lower than Denver because we just went
Yeah.
over the summit.
Yeah, Denver. Well, Salt Lake's in a valley anyway, isn't it?
Yeah,
Kind of.
it's kind of a lake bed.
Denver. Yes, it is. Oh, he's a funny guy. Yeah, well, Denver's the mile high, right? So
Right.
50, 52, 80. Yeah, if you ever get into, if you're South Colorado on 160, I think it is. You get after you get through Wolf Creek Pass, and you don't want to take your truck up there because that's brutal.
No,
It's nasty.
no. I know better.
But once you get over that, you get into the Anamosa or Alamosa, whatever it is over there. Fucking
Alamosa,
flat as a pancake. Yeah. It's actually pretty in its own way. Really, I like it. That's where they grow all the taters and shit over there.
You guys know what the secret to good ribs are?
Not trading them for women.
Well, that, but pulling off the silver skin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't eat that anyway.
No, if you pull it off, so much better. Don't neglect that step, gentlemen. Hey, I should be putting this up on your shit, Outlaw.
Yeah, I'm gonna need
How to prepare back ribs.
Heck yeah.
Hey, what you should do right now, Hemi, is get Outlaw to write down the timestamp and then give him the recipe so he can just save it and play it during his stream tomorrow.
Did he find a pencil?
Are you not coming on tomorrow night?
Oh, I should be. I'll just be getting back from dropping off children, but yeah, I'll be sure to be there.
Yeah.
Hemi's ribs. We making Brandon hungry yet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's working.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hungry. I don't have any food. I gotta go to the store.
Someone put some kibble in hamster's bowl, okay?
Yeah.
Little pellets that those hamsters eat.
You know what's amazing is watching those hamsters stuff all those nuts in their mouth.
Yeah, we like eating our nuts, let me tell you.
Remind me of a girl I once knew.
Don't think about it, man. That'll get you back on the plantation.
It's a trap.
So I'm just looking at this this Utah here a little bit. They have the Golden Spike National Historic Site, and they still have, I guess, the original train tracks that are now disconnected from anything. They're just there. So they do have like an engine house there, so they're running trains on it, but obviously they don't go anywhere.
So
that's
like
kind of
Amtrak.
Cool. Yeah, yeah. And since it's a government operation, it's probably just as expensive. You know. I mean, that's quite a damn feat, isn't it? Though. You know, meet and be able to tie the thing together and everything works. It's like, how in the hell? It's pretty amazing.
Wow, measurement.
Yep. Well, I mean, I think we tend to think that sometimes our ancestors were stupid or something. I mean, they were pretty damn smart. That's why we're here. You know, they didn't have computers, but they had other means of getting things done. So.
Well, there's one portion of the road that goes from Italy into France that the Romans constructed.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a tunnel that goes through a fucking mountain, and it was dug simultaneously from both sides. And when they met, they were only off by fucking 15 inches.
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
Yeah.
Yep.
The blue sign of urination calls me again.
Man, you're pissing like a pregnant woman, man. What are you doing?
I drank fucking 3 cups of coffee today.
Oh.
Oh no!
I told you not to have the big cup.
I needed it today.
I had 1 cup this morning, and that was enough. I used to drink a lot more coffee. For some reason, I just not as much anymore.
So you're no longer one to go with the flow.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Woo! I'll be back.
We'll be waiting.
I'm gonna take my phone out of the sun so it doesn't overheat. You guys can look at the top of my fucking. Ooh, that looks dirty. I gotta clean that. You know what?
God damn, clean that trunk. Yeah. Ugh. Look at your rug. This is your house. You should be ashamed of yourself. The only thing he's missing is the smoke detector chirping.
Yeah.
Is that his bottle of medication? This is hemorrhoid treatment.
Yeah. Where in the hell is he? Is he still in Idaho, or where is he? State line? My map must be really old here because I'm not seeing this rest area.
It's probably not a rest area. He's probably just pissing on the side of the road.
No, I saw a bunch of trucks parked there and shit. So.
Oh, okay.
Or it could just be one of those pull-offs too. Who knows? Kind of wonder, what do these folks grow up in Utah? I mean, they have agriculture, obviously, but what the hell is it?
Weed.
Weed, yeah, that's probably true. Well, they got irrigation and shit all over the place. Well, there's only one way to find out, huh?
Go to the Google. To the Google.
Top 5 agriculture commodities in Utah: barley, cherries, corn, wheat, and hay.
Cherries. What? Wow.
Well, yeah, right over in Colorado, just across, well, a little farther south, they have, is it around Dinosaur or fruit or something down there? That's where they grow peaches and that kind of thing. A lot of peaches, and cantaloupe is out there somewhere.
The peaches came from Georgia.
Well, they do, but they make them in Colorado too. That's over in, like, around Grand Junction, sort of. Fruita. So they grow peaches and that kind of stuff out there. Cantaloupe.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah, they know how to do it out there in CO. And potatoes and wheat and corn and cattle. All that stuff. And weed.
And weed.
They actually do grow weed in Colorado. But it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I know there were Mormon and everything there, but I had to stop at the airport in Salt Lake City when I was still smoking. Right, this was many years ago. And I thought, well, shit, Mormons they're not going to have smoking or anything in their airport. Oh yeah, they did. Not only did they have they had a smoking lounge like every block. There's one of those rooms where you can go in there and smoke. And then they had a bar like right near the smoking lounge in Salt Lake City at the airport. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That worked.
Hard to quit smoking when you got so many wives.
Yeah. There's so many ways, yeah. Well, I mean, Denver International, they had this lounge upstairs where you could pay $5 to get in, and you got a drink for $5. You get a drink and you can smoke in there as long as you're having a drink. So you just order drinks and you can smoke. But they took that away too because evil.
Right.
Well, they did it under the auspices of protecting the server.
Yes.
Because those poor people serving drinks had no choice but to work in a smoke-filled environment. And
they had no idea that there'd be smoking in that lounge at all. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So now there's no longer a lounge and they no longer have jobs, but by God, their lungs are protected.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and this apparently rest stop is right near Bonneville Lake. Is that what they call Bonneville Salt Flats, where they do all the smoke trials?
Yep.
Cool.
Oh, really?
You gonna go set a land speed record with your truck there, Brandon?
No, I have a governor.
Yeah, that'd be the Bonneville Salt Flats.
Well, it's certainly very flat off to my right. Ogden is 90 miles.
You're not going to Ogden. You're going to Brigham City, man. Don't you forget it.
Yeah, which is just south of Ogden.
Just north of Ogden.
Those towns up in there are like every other town near a military base. They're fucking shitholes. Because they got this fucking huge ass fucking Air Force base up there.
Really? Yeah, it says Hill Air Force Base. And apparently there's an air show down at Scott Air Force Base, just over in Illinois this weekend.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I've been to Scott Air Force Base. It's really not much to look at. Have you ever been there?
No, I have not.
Basically, it's just a couple airfields and some barracks, and that's it. That's where all the tankers are located, or they were. I don't know where they are now, but
not all of them.
Well, not all of them, of course, but that was a big base for them.
They spread the tankers out. That way, if anybody gets low on gas going just about anywhere, they can fly them up and fuel them up.
Yeah, I took a tour of one of the old tankers, the 707, I guess it was, or 717, whatever the hell it was. 727, I don't know.
Yeah.
All of the guys that
But when I
were
was
on there
in,
flying it were like 40 years younger than the airplane. I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, when I was in, they were all flying, or all the tankers that we used were KC-135s.
Mm-hmm. That was the one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there were 707s, but I don't know. There were 4 engines, so they might have been 727.
7 something.
7 something. Yeah, the newest one I think was made in 1964. That's just crazy.
If it works, why fucking change it?
Yeah, well, yeah.
If you don't
And they
fucking
didn't
worry
for
about the
a
fuel
long
it
time.
burns.
Yeah.
And we had the traitor John McCain try and fucking
Get the Airbus.
You
Yeah,
know,
I know. I remember that. Yep.
yeah, tried to get the Airbus, and fucking Boeing. Now they were playing dirty. Everybody understands they were playing dirty, but you don't fucking outsource that shit.
No. Not
That's the
something as
hero
important
of
as
the
that.
forest
You
hall.
want to make that here, yeah.
Yeah, the hero of the forest hall wasn't going to have that happen on his watch.
Yeah, the guy who blew up the aircraft carrier. Yeah.
It's amazing what you can get away with if your fucking daddy's an admiral.
Mm. I think I may have told you that story. I worked with a guy who after they retrofitted the forest hall, he was stationed on that ship.
Yoo-hoo! Welcome to Utah. Life elevated.
There you go. What was kind of amazing about that tanker, it's a 707, but just how big those things are when you get right near them. It's like, holy shit, this is really big. Kind of amazing. As you probably have had that experience, Brandon. It's like, whoa. That's a big sumbitch.
Yeah, it is.
And the engines on these are small compared to the new ones. Newer engines are like 20 feet wide or some crazy thing. It's nuts.
Well, that's why you have to fucking have 4 of the old ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dude, you're too close. Don't come over. You're too fucking close. If you want to fucking pass me, put your goddamn foot down, you son of a bitch. You're too close to fucking come into this lane. You're too fucking close, man. Don't worry about the cars behind you.
I
Oh,
foresee a
you
call
son
from the
of a
safety
bitch.
department. You're going to get a call.
You fucking son of a bitch. No, don't give me the flash for thank you, you motherfucker. I'd hit you with my tire, Arian, if we were stopping next 10 miles.
This is the safety department calling, but you're following too close.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get a fucking hit for that, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to work for somebody else on Monday.
Brandon's judgment proof now.
No, but what he did was actually unsafe. There's a difference. Fucking pull over one car length, not even a truck length, a car length in front of me. Now, does anybody know why they have a beehive as the state emblem of Utah?
Bee capital of the world.
I don't know. I'm asking the question.
They probably
So
have a
it's
lot
the
of
bee
bees.
capital of the world, Hemi says. They might. They might. Maybe it's because the Mormon girls are sweet like honey. That's why you have to have, 4 of them as wives.
Utah is known as the beehive state because beehives are synonymous with industry and perseverance, values which were praised by Utah's founders. There you go.
Well, there you go.
The official state insect of Utah is the honeybee.
It's also an important symbol in the Mormon faith, apparently.
Yeah, I believe that, sure.
Here's Hamster's Flying J.
It's my flying J, huh? Wow.
Yep.
You get free coffee then.
Yours.
If I own it, you get free coffee.
All my points are in loves. It's in Snowville. Well, I'm glad I didn't stay there. What a fucking shithole. Hey, Hemi, do you have Frank's regular phone number?
I might. I know I have him through Discord. I have to see. I think he may have given it to me. It's a weird phone number, right? Because it's Kiwi. I'll look in my archives.
What are you giggling about there, Outlaw?
Oh, what's this something?
What y'all giggling about there, Alabama boy?
It's just another video.
Oh, damn it, we lost everybody.
I'm still here.
You're like herpes, can't get rid of you.
Hey now, I'm soft and cuddly.
That's how you get herpes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's back now.
Yes. I missed what Outlaw said he was giggling about.
He's just happy.
Yeah, I missed it too.
Happy together.
I'm so happy.
What's up?
We got an agape here.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
I can hear you.
Agape.
Hold on a second here. I had the speaker on in the truck, and now I can't hear you guys. I'll come back in.
Okay.
Okay then. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Well, welcome back. I can hear you.
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
now I can hear you guys. I had my Bluetooth hooked up to my stereo, and you try to talk with that, and it doesn't ever work in this pickup. So, and it is raining. Holy smokes! We're on a flood advisory until Friday morning.
My goodness gracious.
Yeah, you wouldn't think the high plains would flood.
Well, it's even worse. In St. Louis, they've had a flood warning for the last week, and it's like it hasn't even rained. What are you talking about? So something might be going on up north.
Just catching stuff from up north.
Yeah.
Is the river pretty full?
I don't know. I haven't been down there, but not really. I mean, we have the Mississippi, the Illinois, Missouri, all come together at St. Louis. So.
Yeah, you've got some water there, so.
Oh yeah, a lot of water.
But no flooding, huh?
Not that I found. No.
Yeah, it's 57 degrees here, and it's been raining off and on for probably the last 8 hours, and now it's really coming down. So where's Brandon at now?
Oh, I'm in Utah, and we're gonna get to Brigham City and then call it a day.
Oh, you're gonna get to bring them young and breed them?
Oh God. That's awful.
So you already went through Boise and all that, and you're going to
Oh
be in
yeah,
Utah, or you are in Utah?
I'm in Utah.
He's in
Oh,
Utah.
wow.
Oh yeah.
He's not letting the grass grow. He's hauling ass at 65 miles per hour. So when I come into the stream, it was first words I hear is hamster saying, "But I'm soft and cuddly." I was like, "Oh boy, did I walk into a something here?"
Well, you missed all the real excitement earlier.
What was that?
Oh, you know, boys being boys.
Well, I popped in and out a couple of times, and I heard a debate going on, and a lot of jibber jabbering, and I was like, "Well, I've still got laundry to do," so I did that instead.
Smart.
I tried
Who
to
were you
keep it
debating
civil, but
against, Brandon?
other people weren't keeping it civil. I wasn't.
Things got a little spicy.
We
Getting
got
into
a
a dick
guy
measuring contest, obviously.
You gave ample warnings.
we had a guy come in that a certain excitable boy didn't like.
High-heeled boy. What's that song?
Excitable boy.
Excitement of high-heeled boys or something like that. Or
Low spark of high-heeled boys.
Low spark. Yeah.
Warren Zevon did excitable boy. Yeah.
I missed out on that.
What, the song?
No, I missed out on the debate. You said it was an excitable boy you were debating.
You know, he's our boy. The man from New Zealand.
Oh,
the Kiwi.
Yeah. I was talking about the other guy that kept on talking, and Brandon finally told him, "If you're going to debate, let me fucking talk."
Yeah.
Who was that?
Doubt.
That's a guy called Doubt.
Out?
Doubt. Like no doubt.
Oh.
Yeah, like Mrs. Doubtfire, but without the fire.
And the missus.
Yeah.
She's on another channel.
Oh, you cheeky Canuck, you.
Oh, was my mute off? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I know who you were talking about.
You know nothing. Carry on.
Allegedly.
Oh, Frankie, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Frankie.
So did Frankie serenade you boys with any more songs?
Oh, yeah.
He did.
Oh,
well, not more, but he did this morning early.
Oh, I got to hear that one.
No, Doubt pissed him off, and Frankie got
Do you have a...
into defender mode.
Oh. That Doubt guy pissed him off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Frank will get over it. He's pretty good about that.
He'll live.
It just takes him a while. Man, I haven't seen this much rain in quite a while in this part of the country. We've been needing it, that's for sure. Everything will be green in 2 days now. Hey, did you guys get the notification that Hammer's doing a stream at 5:20 Central?
Yeah, 6:20 Central.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Or is that? Oh yeah, it's my 5:20 my time. I'm sorry. Yep, 6:20 Central. Yeah, I just saw that. I was like, oh, okay.
That ought to be fire.
Yeah, you might be on Hammerhand number 10 here after this one. That's bullshit. The way they said that kind of a hit. It's just, they're just making an excuse to pull somebody down that some fat fucking lesbian went ree or some stupid ass.
we have some ideas, but we won't say names.
Oh, I have some ideas on who it was. Dude. There's multiple choices.
I mean, all I got to do is get just a few people together with enough fake email accounts, they start complaining, and then YouTube pays attention to them. It's ridiculous.
You know, maybe we should start hitting their channels with some fake accounts and get them canceled.
No, yeah, I don't know who they are. I don't want to make that much effort. I'm kind of lazy. Fuck them. The way I look at it, there's a million channels to listen to on YouTube. If you don't like what Hammer says, go somewhere else. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
They just get a rock in their craw, and they're social justice warriors and want to make somebody pay for their miserable fucking existence. That gosh, I think it was it Frost that put one out the other day, or it might have been E-Man 67 put one out that showed this this white chick with dreadlock, all dressed up like Antifa. She was trying to hit this guy, and this white dude just blasted her with a right hand right in the face.
Yeah, that's an old video,
right.
But yeah, it's a goodie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She got the right hand of
From Billy
fellowship.
Von. That fucking blue-haired chick. She said it's a good day to be a slut. It smells like, and then Billy stops the fucking stream and he goes, "What do you think she smells like?"
Yeah. The albino black girl with green hair.
Blue, I think it was. Like
she I put a comment in her. I didn't know that Powder had a daughter. You remember that movie Powder?
Yeah.
Oh man, that was one. That's one scary looking broad. And to think there's probably a line of guys waiting to hit it. Oh,
there's always a dude ready to stick it in.
Oh,
it's
God.
disgusting. It's disgusting. It really is.
That girl's so pale. I bet you could see her ovaries.
Oh God. I don't want to see anything like that. Ew. No.
That's hilarious.
You could tell when she's ovulating, hamster. You'd know when your pull-out game needed to come into play.
I wouldn't touch that with yours, man. Not even yours. No way.
Oh God.
Oh hell, they got a fucking bunch of llamas. JR, look, llamas, and baby llamas too.
The screen's blank, man. What are you talking about?
Going past the llama ranch.
Ain't no llamas on the screen, bro.
Hamster, maybe all the llamas are black, you racist.
No, white.
Oh,
They have fucking
God.
sheep and llamas. All yeah. Now it's all
Frankie
sheep
would
now.
enjoy that. So would Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Just so you know, Brandon, we've lost your video feed, but
Yeah.
God damn it, you missed the llamas?
we missed the llamas, but your description was spot on.
Spitting llamas. Not quite as dangerous as a spitting cobra, but dangerous in its own right.
Oh, there's some black sheep.
Have they any wool?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
3 bags
Yes,
full.
sir. Mhm.
My mom sent me a text a few minutes ago saying your puppy is at the door whining and wondering where you're at.
It's your puppy. It's your puppy now, is it?
Well, it's yeah, she says it's mine, but it lives with her. So I was like, it's your dog, and she sits there and argues with me about it's not. But when I do show up, it disregards her and treats her like a second-class citizen.
It's your dog whenever it does anything bad.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. She called me last night and says, "You know what your dog did?" I said, "What?" I had her outside. She was running around. Went to the bathroom. She came back in, acting normal. She says everything got quiet, and I was wondering where she was. She goes, she comes around the corner, and the dog's pinching his shit right in the middle of the living room floor. I was like, "Oh, she's a good girl." She
That's
wasn't
why I
real
don't.
pleased on
That,
that one.
that's why I don't invite Hamster over.
He'll shit all over the
Because I'll
floor.
take a dump all over your house. Is that?
Yeah, but those are just little nuggets. You can sweep them up. It's not like dog poo.
Depending on the size of the dog, it can be a substantial amount of poo.
So you said you're gonna try to get a dog for when you get into this new truck, huh, Brandon?
Yeah, after I get back from my trip to get my teeth fixed. Yeah.
You go get a wiener dog.
I've dated a couple of women with wiener dogs, and if it's a broad with a wiener dog, just stay away from them. They're weird. I don't know if it's a Brandon with a wiener dog how it's gonna be, but yeah, I dated two girls that had wiener dogs, and it just didn't work out. They were kind of weird, and the dogs were weird too.
It's kind of a toss-up because poodles don't shed. And I'm thinking about maybe a poodle.
Yeah,
and you don't have to fucking clean up after them, but you got to fucking go take them get sheared just like fucking sheep.
One of the terriers, like I don't know if it's fox terriers. One of the Scotties. Scotties don't shed either because they have hair, not fur. At least that's what they say. They're a hypoallergenic dog. But you gotta have to cut. You have to have them trimmed too.
The wiener dog can't jump up into the truck, though, Brandon. You have to pick it up every
We're
time.
talking about the fucking the truck is, the floor level's like 5 feet off the ground. They're all going to have to be picked up and brought in. The little dogs, they're just not big enough.
I saw a driver show up yesterday to our yard with some rail on his truck. I was driving by, and it was a rather large African American man wearing sweatpants and cowboy boots and a t-shirt, and he had his old lady with him, and she was complete with hair, hat, and everything. I thought that poor bastard. I'll guarantee she's not driving, but she sure is nagging him all the time because she was standing outside watching him try to untie this load of rail, And I thought, I bet she's gonna sit there. You're not doing that right. You got to do it this way. That poor guy. I couldn't imagine driving and having your spouse with you 24/7. That would have drove me nuts.
Well, all that open spaces is where she goes missing.
Yeah. Yeah. What happened to your wife? I don't know. She ran off with some other trucker.
Yeah, I lost her in Salt Lake City somewhere.
A guy named Brandon snatched her up.
Promised her the world and took her away in his.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I thought all I could think of was, man, that poor guy. I bet they get back in that truck and she just starts ragging his ass. I don't know. Maybe they have a beautiful relationship, and I hope they do.
Odds are they don't.
Yeah. Well, I'm heading into town. Gonna go spend some time with Ma and the dog. And that dog's gonna want to
Gonna
go
play some
outside and play
frisbee?
frisbee. And it is freaking downpouring. So I'll get the dog all nice and wet and stinky, and then I'll leave and come back home. That's my plan.
Good plan.
That's what I thought.
So
So
feed
I'll
her some
talk to you guys
cheese.
later.
Make sure you feed her cheese.
What's that?
Feed the dog some cheese.
You know, I've done this right. The dog has not had any type of human food. She'll walk by a plate of food or mom's making something. She doesn't beg. She doesn't. You're sitting at the table eating. She doesn't pay any attention to it. So trying not to get her. I definitely don't want her sitting next to the table and getting any type of scraps. So she hasn't associated food with or human food with her. So she hasn't got into a garbage can yet either, which is a good thing. She's not a garbage weasel. All right, we'll talk to you guys later.
Later, Abe. I don't know about you, Hemi, but my fucking dog, if you fed it cheese, it would have the stinkiest fucking farts, man.
Yeah, it bungs them. It bungs them up.
Oh, but they love that cheese.
They sure do. And my dog, if you give her turkey, then farts are oof, unbearable. If you get a standard poodle, it can jump up in the truck.
Yeah, that's a little big, though. I want something that if it wants to come and sleep with me, I don't have to fucking share too much of the bed.
Ah, right.
You get a bigger dog, and it's either going to lay on you or fucking force you out. Ah, I can tell we're getting close to Salt Lake City. Off in the distance, you can't see the mountains anymore. Because of the pollution. Is Tim Elgato still in the chat? Probably not. He's probably gone to bed.
I haven't seen him. Singletown Bachelor's here though.
Yeah, Tim hasn't been in for a little bit.
Hey, Megatron's here. What's up, buddy? Some big ass mountains in front of us. It's the Bear River. Arr. Little doses, big protection. Vaccines available for ages 5 plus. Coronavirus, Utah.gov.
Barf.
They're still doing that shit. Jesus. My
We
God.
want to poison your children. Because if we can't fucking chop their genitals off, we want them to die young. Yeah, 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 we're the government.
From the government, and we're here to help.
They still have freaking ads in Missouri about the freaking vax. It's like, come on now. Come on.
Don't you want to protect Grandma?
Well, I guess it's up to Grandma. If she wants to get her shot, she can go ahead and get it.
I've been using the same barber since I was probably about 7 years old. And he's still keeping up his mask policy. So I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of like, you know what, I think we're going to have to part ways. You have to go to like First Choice haircutters or something like that.
Well, I mean, they typically, like in Japan and China, they wear masks all the time anyway. A lot of time, especially in China with all the pollution and everything. So, I mean, if you want to wear one, go ahead. I mean, sure. How many billions of tons of garbage got dumped in the ocean because of all those masks? Oh my God. It would have to be multi-billion, wouldn't it? Multi-billions of tons.
I can't even blame New Zealand for that. It's not a good crisis.
You can blame Canada, though.
But no, we can't. You got to blame New
Sure you
Zealand.
can. You're the fucking forerunners in the Western world of fucking COVID oppression.
Remember, it wasn't
Miami.
that many. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Brandon.
Go ahead, hamster. Do your thing.
No, I was just going to say, remember, it wasn't all that long ago when the people who got the jab were blaming people who didn't for continuing to spread this crap. It's like, well, if you've got the jab, what are you worried about? Shut the fuck up, right? Ugh.
Yeah, the anti-fucking True Blood movement was very vitriolic. You know, you couldn't even go out to fucking eat when other people could eat. You couldn't go to stores when other people could go to stores. It was fucking bullshit. And it was complete, it was completely based on a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're wanting fucking immunity.
Mm-hmm.
Not that anybody would fucking apologize. God forbid they admit they were wrong.
Yeah, we live in a strange time. Very strange time. I mean, come on, don't let yourself forget. Remember when it was highly suspected that something happened in China, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
And so Trump says no more flights from China because we got to get our arms wrapped around them. Oh, he's a fucking racist. Look at him. He's a fucking racist. Dude, why would you object to the hotspot flying planes into our country? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't matter. It was anything that was anti-Trump, or they can yell about Trump. That's all it was. Unless it was all bullshit. Yeah. They just wanted to yell at Trump. They didn't care.
I bought those face masks with the face screen printed onto them. So when you put them on, it looks like you're not wearing anything. You wouldn't believe how many people, how many, store people. Excuse me, sir, you must put your mask on. Oh, the Karens came out like crazy, and then you'd pull it down, and they'd be like, "Oh, I feel so stupid."
That's because you are so stupid.
Yeah, I was like, it just shows how fucking militant you are about this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And they were a good icebreaker.
Yeah, I suppose.
Problem is, the people you were talking to didn't want to hear what you had to say, no matter what. So.
Yep.
What's the easiest way to discount somebody? Call them crazy?
Vilify them.
Yeah.
Vilify them.
There you go.
Call them toxic.
Turn them into a non-human.
Yeah.
You're a danger to us all.
Yeah.
Kill him.
Yeah.
How many shots did you get? Well, I've got all 4, and I'm getting a booster. Well, what are you fucking worried about?
You're protected. You're protected. But that's the thing.
Stupid.
That person obviously does not believe in the efficacy of their vaccine.
Clearly. I mean, Jesus. I mean, how insane did people get there for a while?
Oh, it got pretty crazy.
You got all the things, and you got your cards, and you're good. What are you worried about? God.
Hey, JLM's here.
Hey, JR, JLM. Rusty rivers take my mind.
spots left to park. I love it. Michael loves. Lots of spots left to park. So many parking spots, I could even park there.
Well, cool. Get an isolated spot and you can really have a nice, quiet evening. It'd be wonderful.
The scenery is beautiful around here, though. Let's see. We've got one guy back there with the flag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men, 6 men, 7, 8 men. Let's see who this other flag person is. Is it a man or a woman? Man or a woman? Oh, it's another guy. All men. Holy shit, we were in the wrong lane.
You home for the night?
Yeah.
Tim Elgato's
Almost
back.
out of time. Oh, Tim. Tim, hop on, partner.
I'll throw down a link for
I
him
would
right now.
I'd like to speak with you before we shut her down for the night.
And drop a link for him.
And I've got my spot picked out.
I'm here.
Okay. All right, Tim, I'm going to be shutting down here in just a bit. But I'd like to talk with you when we go off the air. And
That's
you
okay.
and Hemi.
Okay, I'm going to bail out now.
Oh, you bobtail piece of shit.
Talk to you guys over at the Hammer stream in a bit.
Yeah, Hammer's gonna go live. That's interesting.
Yep.
See you over there, hamster.
All right. See you later.
South Hamster. For the people looking, I dropped the link to Hammer's latest channel, so if you guys aren't sub yet. I think most people are.
All right, we're here. We're done for the day for driving. It's been a beautiful day. We've kicked ass. I've gone fucking 625 miles today.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a good run.
Yeah, through the mountains. It's fucking that's outstanding. So, remember, gentlemen, to protect yourself from usury, to protect yourself from becoming an indentured servant, to the state and your ex-old lady. No marriage, no cohabitation, and no more kids. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace out.
Peace.